Hello, P-chan.
Okay. Hello. So, uh,
Pretty,
want to say the title?
what was that? What was with the title?
You want to say? Do you want to say the title?
Oh, yeah. We're gonna start ReZero.
Okay, sounds
So,
good.
let's see if you can remember what happened. It was quite the eventful episode. Um,
Well, it was. I just kind of know that basically he stopped going back to the future. Like he moved forward. Like like we got out of that church like talk and speech and death
yeah.
cycle that he was in,
Mm-hmm.
and he finally moved forward. Thanks, obviously, on the help of vehicle. So he was able to survive, and and seems like it wasn't the worst outcome, really, in my opinion. Um,
Okay.
like yeah, they took Emilia, but I think that's and we got introduced to the other uh, members.
The,
So
the other bishops. We got uh
yeah,
we got introduced.
so
Well, not introduced yet, but we learned of Lust and Gluttony being also in the same area.
yeah, yeah, exactly. They're on the move. So seems like everyone's like, waking up and, preparing for the battle that they I feel like it was like a surprise attack, felt like. So
Well, I definitely
mm,
think this is the most bishops we've ever seen in
yeah, for
well,
sure, for
one
sure.
place at a time.
That's why it feels like an attack.
Well,
Like
yeah, they we did uncover like I think their hidden agenda is that there's a sleeping witch underground or something because this city, the reason why it's
yeah,
a
they like they tame a witch, right? Like they can
yeah
kill her or something. Yeah.
yeah, so like we learned the reason why the city is built like a trap, and that's because this is
Mhm.
where like a witch was trapped and buried underneath for like for 400 years ago. So I'm assuming, maybe it could be our witch of MB.
Mhm. Right.
And I do like the beginning portions, right, with Subaru trying to fight off greed. Uh,
Right.
it really showed like, well, showed that he at least is practicing magic a bit more. Like he's being a bit more strategic about how he uses it. Definitely not as strong as I expected him to be after a year, but I mean, he doesn't have like, how do you say, like the best training course for magic. Like he's just been training to be a knight through like physical labor for like a year. So it was a nice touch though with like the how he used the unseen hand against greed, and that was like the only thing that was able to actually hit him.
Mhm.
So I think there's like something where like powers from the bishops can like hit each other. It kind of makes sense because like greed was able to like reflect Wrath's fire, and Wrath was obviously trying to get Subaru to go with her because she thinks he's the sloth guy, right? The petal geese, uh, and that was like creepy as hell. How like she just extended the hand to him, kind of like you need to be you kind of like belong with me, something like that, right? Kind of like
Mhm.
kind of like in like parallel to how like Subaru got to do that with Beatrice, right? When he was like, you choose me, right? Kind of like that. It was like a nice
Okay.
little parallel right there. Obviously,
Mm.
Subaru did not fare well when Greed decided to get his lick back. Um,
Yeah, that's when he got definitely hurt, dude. I thought a good chunk of his leg was was gonna be missing. So, and I think it was just the vehicle has the power to restore shit like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that was
Beatrice,
brutal.
yeah, Beatrice is definitely was panicking a lot. Obviously, she's in contract with Subaru, so like she has an attachment to Subaru now too, like kind of like the father figure of her now.
Mhm.
But she did well. She pieced up Subaru's leg back together, and also pieced up the other like hundreds that of people that also were like connected to
Mhm.
Subaru when that happened, you know. But
Yep.
I really love like all the facial expressions like Subaru was making uh before his leg got chopped off. You know,
Mhm.
you could really tell how much how like it was affecting her, affecting him that he couldn't that he was still powerless to like get Amelia back per se. But like you said, this stopped the loop from finally continuing. So like he's able to move forward, just like our good boy Garfield has to do. You know,
Oh
because
yeah, I'm glad that it was kind of not pathetic, but like cliche to see that woman asking him for help for her family, you know.
yeah,
But here we are. But but good for him, you know. He's
I mean good and bad for him, right? Because
right, right, because he really is like that's fucked. But
so
okay, good for him for being strong enough to deal with that. So
I mean dealing with that or suppressing it are two different things. You know, like he was definitely trying to suppress his emotions. You know, because he was
yeah,
feeling a
but
lot. If it wasn't
mhm,
for Mimi, that like it's like
mhm,
it's okay to cry, and gave him like that
mhm.
that shoulder to cry on.
Yep, that was
Maybe,
beautiful. Which it was beautiful, by the way. Can't believe we came came from such a tiny little thing, you know. But
yeah, but it
I,
just
I gotta
I like
love that.
I like how like in the previous episodes, like Mimi was kind of like oh, and including this one, right? Is Mimi's kind of like Garfield's way of like breaking his character of like like how he's kind of like Julius, how he has that armored heart, right, per se.
Mhm,
But with me, when he's around Mimi, it's almost like he can be himself, just be a kid again, and that's what I'm really liking with his pairing with Mimi. Um, Obviously, I felt like more sentimental over his attachment with his mother because he's essentially losing her twice, right? Once when he was a baby, and this other time now that she lost her memories, like he's losing her twice.
right.
So it's gotta
Yeah,
be
like, that is what he said. The fact that she couldn't remember him, it was what really killed him. But why would he do that to her and bring her that pain, you know? So
he,
good for him, really. Good for him. And what would change too after she's so deep with,
yeah,
her family. So
yeah. But this
very,
almost
very tragic.
this almost makes me wonder what would happen if he like gave her his actual name, right? Because it's obvious
Mm,
that he's using his gorgeous tiger alias to not go closer to her, like try to evoke uh, her
mm,
hidden memories, right? Essentially, so it's
mm,
either that or it could be worse. It could be worse than we think because we do have gluttony here. What if gluttony ate her up like she did a crush, right? And maybe that's why she can't remember.
mhm.
So
Yeah, that's right.
it could
There
be,
is that.
yeah, it could. So that's what's really interesting because now gluttony, like we said, they're here, and I don't know, but I haven't heard people mention Odo ever since Odo saw gluttony. So I am scared for our best wingman Odo right now.
For
And
sure. Mm. Yeah, I mean, they need to get ready for battle. I mean, they know now that they have announced themselves. So We will see how much head start or defense they can build around that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean they
and
are.
attacks and attacks because yeah.
I mean they got some of the most powerful people here. You know, like they're definitely gearing up. You know, when Subaru woke up, it wasn't even more so like, no, you're not gonna participate in this fight, but you need to go prepare. Go with the people that are actually making preparations. You know, because he was trying to like go straight after Greed, and our good boy
Mhm.
Felix was like not with that bad, like poke, you know, took him out. Um, but
Oh, that's right. We got to see Felix. So awesome. Love that dude.
so do I. Love Felix. Love all these characters that we have right now. We have like as far as like fighting power, they're not slacking in the slightest. It's just
No,
right.
no, and I feel like everyone has found like their strength of how they can counter with them because as you said, there is some hits that just doesn't even touch them. They need to like use sort of certain powers and certain magic too
Yeah. What? But
to even get a hit. So
I mean, I think that's where like Super is gonna be the difference. As much as I hate to say, he might have to die a couple times, and that's kind of been hinted at in the opening, where they're lifting him up after he falls. So it's kind of been like, yeah, he's gonna die a couple times for sure to like gauge the abilities of the other people. Obviously, we know like a little bit of wrath. We still don't know much about greed. Lust, we can assume something because of the name. Gluttony, we know that if they get you, your memory ceases to exist. So, mm. And we have Reinhard and his grandfather. That we know are both very strong. And obviously,
very strong. I
hmm
know that red haired dude is so strong.
yeah, he is. Like
He's
he's able to basically manipulate like the mana around him or something like that, right? So like he's not
hmm
affected by wrath at all. So like he would be the ideal person for wrath, but he would also not be the ideal because he doesn't realize its power. So we'll see. And we have Julius. We got a good Julie here. To fight. So we're pretty good in terms of that. Um, that's about. I think that's about it. That's all I got for this episode. Just really brutal. Uh, Heartfelt moment for Garfield, and hopefully Subaru gets this girl. You know.
pulling a lot of feels. So loving that, loving that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be honest. Although
Yeah.
that again, another cliche, getting Emilia swept away,
I mean,
and then he having to come rescue her.
we know
Very
we've
cute,
yeah,
very cute though.
yeah.
Not gonna lie, still cute and romantic.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
Red
He
come save her,
well,
but
if you think about it, he has to be the. This is Subaru's like actual first chance to be the knight in shining
he
armor.
shines.
So
Yeah,
the real proper chance.
the after official, yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
So alright, I think that's it for this one. Up next, DanDaDan. So
nice.
tell me how you're feeling about the introduction of Granny Seiko.
Oh, that's great. She's great. She's definitely a hip grandma.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them. And she's strong.
Oh yeah, she's strong, um, gorgeous. Like she's so, there's no like confirmed age, but people are saying that she could be up to 80 years old. So,
Oh wow.
mm,
Looking good for that age, for sure.
oh for
Any
sure.
age.
That's
She
for
looks
sure.
good. So yeah, no, I like her. When I saw the characters, I never imagined to Granny, you know.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
like yeah, she was an adult, but I didn't think she was gonna be the granny, especially because we heard so much about this granny
Yep.
at the beginning, and I still didn't think it was gonna be her. So
y- Yeah.
and that she was gonna be such a big part of the story, like characters, like it's one of them
Oh yeah, for sure.
characters, side characters. So well, that's good.
I mean, she was in the intro, but
Yeah,
so
she's a good addition. Like, of course, you can
um,
tell.
yeah. I mean, for sure. She definitely like obviously like when we first saw her in like the flashback, she had that traditional like uh exorcism clothing, right? Exorcist clothing that they have at the end again. But in when we meet her, she's kind of like dressed more like Momo, like kind of like in that style right now.
Mhm.
So I think like this was her way of kind of like recommunicate, like kind of like connecting back with Momo, because they had that big falling out when she told him she's a fake.
Mhm. Got bullied. Yeah. Got bullied for her. Yeah.
Yeah, so her putting up these kind of like clothes that are more so suited to like Momo's generations, kind of like her way of trying to get closer to Momo again. So
Mhm.
I think that's a
For
neat,
sure.
really neat touch. And
Yeah.
obviously there was a mini fight. How did you feel about the Granny versus Turbo Granny clash?
Well, that was. I mean, wow. Like I guess that's how the drama is in this series. Like I really thought that was an interesting touch. How the spirit just kind of communicated to that chick that she need to fight that she to meet her there, like she give her like a challenge, like they needed to meet there. And and I mean, it makes me, when the granny was like kind of questioning or just asking her question about the powers so she can kind of like learn
Yeah,
and know and figure out what it is and whatnot. I thought that was um I don't know, it felt a little off somehow. Like I felt like it was good, obviously, like and then she knows, but I felt like she was downplaying her a lot, like and
I
and
mean, she
and like
figured.
she's really strong, like, and then she's really really like how do you say, like
Confident,
um
conceited.
like she's like, no, not the girl. I feel like the grandma was a little bit on the consider side and more of a snob about it, like, because I do feel like that, I do get her too. The girl made fun of her, or like, they um fell apart because of this reason, and then she comes back like, oh grandma, help me, I have
Yeah,
this, and you're the one that, like, I get it, but at the same time it's like, I don't know, like,
I mean, I think it just goes to show like where Momo got her way of doing her act, right? It just felt like uh Momo just became a spitting image of her grandma in that sense, at least personality wise, right? That's how.
yeah, I have to agree on that, and that's why I would feel like the grandma would be more happy for her and more like, more into it, more into it, but it seems like she's very like, I don't know. I
I'm
don't know.
I
I
mean,
don't know, but I do get it at the same time, because of the history, I guess,
yeah, and I mean
So,
like this is like they haven't really communicated as much. I think that's what like the overall message was like because they haven't communicated as much. It's kind of hard for them to just be like trusting for one another, right? Whatever like obviously Momo loves her grandmother, but like they haven't really communicated up to this point again, right? as far as like we've
Mhm.
been told, right? So I think that's why she was kind of just like seeing if Momo was actually being sincere. I didn't really think she had like any like snobby stuff
Mhm.
about it. She just wanted Momo to be sincere with herself, right? So
Mhm. No, for sure.
it was nice that she was like, "Yeah, I'm just playing. I didn't kill him. He's you know he's over there in the storage." And
Mhm.
but I do want to talk about like the little scrimmage that she had with the Turbo Granny, like at the beginning,
Mhm.
because that was like so cool how she predicted how she was gonna move and trapped her in the circles, right, to like be able to free
Mhm.
Okurun.
Mhm.
That was really sick. I
Yeah, that was legit. Well, she is
so
a badass.
yeah,
Well, like
yeah,
a pro.
yeah, and I want you to know they had like the way she walked up to the Turbo Granny and like all the posture. It was like the same way of like Gohan went up to like Super Buu in Dragon Ball Z, right? And it's like I'm gonna kill you, like almost like verbatim, like the same lines too. So it was like a
Mm.
nice little like homage to like Dragon Ball, which I like. And of course we get the she decides to like train him, after like because obviously Momo has just awakened her power, so she doesn't quite know like how they work per se, and Okarun has to build up his body to withstand the curse, and that was like
Yeah.
that was gonna be their way of like being prepared to face Turbo Granny, but you know,
Things are getting serious for sure.
mm-hmm, they definitely are.
Yeah, I like that. I like that things, you know, kind of have a reason. Uh, they're explained. They have some logic. Like even the whole granny and her. That even that drama, it's too real for it to be an anime in a way.
Yeah,
Like it's like that's like how humans really are. Like
yeah,
they'll be holding their
grudges.
their feelings and their grudges. So.
No, yeah, I do. I think that's like what one of the things I love about this series because it feels like the characters are like actual people. Like they have conversations that actual people have. Whether and that's how like they grow closer to one another too. Like, but
Mhm.
Okarun and obviously uh Momo they do not have the luxury of time, which is like really nice. I like that this anime and series in general did not like do the whole like, oh, you're gonna be training for this for a month and then you're gonna have to you're gonna be prepared to face your first main boss, right?
Mhm.
It's like the main boss said, I'm not waiting. I got enough power to like curse all of you and kill you all. Uh,
Right.
so I I like I like that it took that turn, and obviously we find out a little bit more about like how Momo sees her powers prior, which is like she senses like auras, right? And she can like hold or like grab things with like aura to like pull them, throw them, hit them. And it turns out like she's kind of working with like half the power she initially awoke with, something like that, right? Uh, and it's gonna and it was this train because she's not gonna be able to do train now. They're gonna have to improvise more, kind of like how they did in the previous fight with the big alien.
Mhm.
Mm. And
Mhm.
how do you feel about like the ending portions of this episode with the grandma hugging Momo as they're about to head into battle?
I thought the grandma hugging Momo. I thought they left to the train and the grandma couldn't go.
No, the grandma cannot go because I think it was stated that all her power comes from within
Yeah,
that
yeah,
area.
yeah. But I'm saying, so why are you talking about? I don't remember that scene. Hug before they go. Oh, before she
The
goes to
yeah
that
before
thing.
yeah
Then
before
oh that okay.
Yeah.
Oh well, like anything. Like I just feel like it's it makes it real, like their their feelings in a way. Like but that's normal. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, you're telling her to go, and then without you, at that matter.
Hmm.
I mean, even though you have a reason, it's just
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
I mean, you need to comfort that. Even
yeah.
though there's a good reason for it. So,
Yeah. That's
mhm.
what I really like because at the end of the day,
But I
go ahead.
did think it was rude, that she just kind of took the the um, the outfit out, the garments and shit.
Oh
And
yeah.
I was like, I feel like she's gonna regret that. I don't know. I hope not, but
I
I wouldn't
mean,
do that. I wouldn't be so. I
this
don't
is
know.
this is how she feels most comfortable going into battle with, So like, we'll see if she regrets that. I do want to say that that scene of her like changing into that outfit, that was only like that was like an extra in like a volume, so like it was like a little mini extra chapter that they included in this episode, which is really nice touch. The studio and animators really love this series. You can really tell. Obviously we we can talk about that it every single week. This looks amazing, right? But
Yeah, definitely.
we, like we said, this week it really like showed what kind of characters we're gonna be working with moving forward, right? Not necessarily like the type of story we're gonna have because it's still you know uh being built.
Yeah, but the type of drama, like they get into dramas with their spirits.
Yep, for sure. And
Right.
but yeah, I do. I think for me, I think DanDaDan's been like in like my top two every single week so far. Uh, for me, it's like one of my. Obviously, I have like the hindsight of the manga and where it is right now. So
Mhm.
looking back at this, it gets that extra nostalgia factor for me.
Mm. Yeah.
But anything else you want to point out?
No, I'm excited to see, you know, this because the first battles that they've been having, they're so out of not out of a wimp, but
Skating by, basically.
yeah, like just caught by surprise. They're 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 never trained.
Mm.
They were ignorant about any, and feel like now they've gotten at least a hang of each other, as well as this new powers. Like we're really seeing a slow, steady growth. So
Yeah, I
that's
mean
in
that, that's also good.
in its way pretty neat.
Mm.
And I'm excited to see how they handle this fight. Because they're definitely going in with more of awareness and more of experience and confidence and
But
yeah.
still,
So
but I want to say it's still pretty much at a handicap because they didn't get to train at all. So they're really gonna have to rely on their wits and you know what's it improv. You know
yeah.
they're gonna have to improvise a good strategy for Turbo Granny, and yeah, I'm excited.
Turbo Granny.
Excited for you to see how they deal with it moving forward. All right, that's
Right.
that's all I have on that one. Next,
Dragon Ball.
yes, Dragon
Daima.
Ball Daima.
I
Go
I
ahead.
like the Daima. They were knowing the Daima. It's like the demon whole arc
Yes.
of the human realm, dream, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's legit.
Mm-hmm.
So we were left off with
They made their
them
witch.
getting turned as kids.
No, they made
Yeah.
the evil people made their witch basically right now.
That's right. And the kids, and they got turned into kids,
Yep.
and we
So
were left with we started with them getting used to that whole trickery.
So
So,
yeah, I think
hmm
that's really interesting, right? Because I believe in GT, Dragon Ball GT, they had like no problem flying or turning Super Saiyan or like just fighting like normally, right? But in this
hmm
one, it turns out like switching sizes actually makes a huge difference in martial arts, right? Like, because now
right, balance in their balance and
they have to find new balance. They have to find their distance. You know, like their sense of distance is changed.
hmm
So
yeah.
overall strength is changed too. So a lot of factors that like them changing into kids has changed, and I like that Daima made us aware of like all those changes, right? And it
Right,
also
right. They put it into consideration and acting on it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and also we got like a big kind of like plot hole, kind of like finally like how you say fixed or retcon whatever, right? With the Dragon Balls sometimes only granting one wish.
I know, no foreigners. Sometimes you really see the comedy of on this, you know?
Yeah, so
It's like you guys are foreigners, you guys don't get the three witches.
yeah, it's
You
like
have to you have to become a regular.
yeah, basically, right? So I like
You
that
have to become a regular or you have to be part of the fucking club. Like
or just be viewers,
pretty
you
much.
know, pro. But no, yeah, I like that because I think that adds a little character to Shenron, right? Because this is
Mm-hmm.
obviously something that he wants to do for like people that keep finding them, right? I don't think this is something he has to do. And so like
Right, 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 right.
so I like that. And obviously like we talked about in like the previous one for like Dragon Ball Daima, this one kind of like with the demon realm being a possibility kind of like forces the world even more open for it, right? More
Mm-hmm.
exploration, kind of like going back to its roots. We even got Goku with this pole, you know. He,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a nice touch. I
yeah.
like that we also get to see the curve of Master Hochi, you know,
Oh my god. I
doing his about to make his moves, you know. Oh my
yeah.
God.
That honestly that was like one of my highlights for the episode because I was like, "Oh, young Masaroshi is different, you know, like he got
He's confident. Yeah, of course he's got his confidence back.
but you know, being Akira Toriyama, he had to make it funny. He's like, "You're still going to be bald, buddy."
Right.
So,
No, it was funny. It was funny. Of course, Bulma and Cheer loving it too.
well, yeah.
So
So that also like brings me like one aspect of the question, right? I'm like, why don't Bulma or Master Roshi ever wish that they get younger, right? Because like,
right. I don't think they. I think they have actually. I think they have because I have heard in I think in Super that Bulma finds those those balls to do cosmetic shit like that, and then she's been actually
yeah,
like shame upon for doing that, you know, because it is a thing. She I think it was yeah in Super,
it was in the
and
movie.
when the kids no, I felt like it was the kids talking about it. Like, my mom has a program where you can find them all and you know where times because
I don't remember
she
that from Super. I know that.
yeah, no, I remember and it was because of the kids. It was because of Trunks and Gohan that and they were and they said that Bulma does that, you know.
Okay,
And yeah. But yeah, no, she does. She does for sure. She
because
does.
like the only thing
But
I know that people talked about was the fact that that Bulma does her BBL every year, right? She gets a butt lift every year from Shenron, and that's about like it. And then she like just lets Shenron go afterwards, you know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. She gets all kinds of it from yeah
Mm,
from him.
but enough about
Botox.
yeah, definitely. But I do like that we have
Tummy tuck.
What was that?
Yeah, the tummy tug, the stomach too.
Yeah, that too.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. That's why Wilma always stays looking good all the time. You know.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I loved how you know, Goku's like, oh, Bulma's gonna fix it. We have Bulma, like,
Yeah,
eh.
and then Bulma gets what's his name, Kibito to keep bringing parts like an errand boy.
I know, like a random boy, you can see him just in his face, like feeling the like the the, like degraded.
Yeah, poor guy. You know.
Like I don't know if you realize, but I'm not an errand boy. I'm not your
Y- and then like
not your delivery.
I like that at the end when they're like finally getting food. She's like, oh, it would have probably been a lot easier if we just teleported everything back to Capsule Corp
I
from
know
the
if we
beginning.
teleport ourselves. Yeah, ourselves just back to it.
Yeah,
I know. I was like, Bulma, shut up.
so
Like, shut up, bitch.
yeah.
Like, you're
Oh,
such a
another
fucking queen.
yeah. Um, yeah. And,
Diva,
I
diva.
do, I do like though that what is it? Everybody still kind of like ignores Mr. Satan, right? Kind of like pushes him to the side, like he's nothing. So that still stays the
To
same.
who?
Mr. Satan, the Hercule.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
but
especially Vegeta.
yeah,
I
especially
mean,
Vegeta. I mean, Vegeta.
I mean.
I like how Goku was kind of like, well, Vegeta didn't change much. Oh my god. Yeah. But
Oh my god, those guys.
yeah. But to talk about upon some of like the actual juicy parts, this episode they confirmed that Namekians are from the demon realm, right? And it also
Right,
confirmed.
right. The not everyone, but it's for sure. But I mean,
Yeah, and
but I mean, they were descendants. They just weren't, they didn't grow there. They weren't born, like
no, that I think
there's
I think most all of them came from demon realm, but they
no,
left.
they come from there, but not that doesn't mean that they all know of it.
Oh
Like
yes,
Piccolo. Piccolo comes from such a lineage that they had left that place. That he doesn't. He didn't even know of it.
actually, I
So.
think there he did say he knows of it, but he doesn't know much about it. And I think the reason why he knows of it is because you remember back in the Frieza saga when he fused with Nell,
Mhm.
and Nell obviously worked or like trained under that one older like Namekian, right? Like the one that was like
Mhm.
over like thousands of years old. That guy might have been
Mhm.
from the generation that actually left the demon realm, and maybe
Mhm.
maybe that's how Piccolo knows a little bit about it because obviously he can how you say like view the memories from Nell. So like
Mhm.
he knows what Nell knows, and if Nell knows about the demon realm, even a little bit, Piccolo will have like an idea of it.
Yeah.
But but yeah, Piccolo definitely did. I did like that. The reason why like the Namekians left is because they don't want to be like ruled, right? Like that's their main
Mhm.
reason for migrating, and kind of like Piccolo, like the older Piccolo, right? The evil Piccolo per se, or Piccolo's dad, whatever. He was the opposite, where he wanted to be a ruler and not live free, right? He want
Mhm.
So I thought that's like a really nice way to enhance like a prior character just by like giving us more like information on the Namekians.
Yeah. Mhm.
Um, looks like we're going to Demon Realm though, right? And who do we have that?
So I'm glad that kid showed up. showed himself,
Yeah,
you know?
Gloria. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate how they keep doing my Vegeta dirty,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
it's part of the whole thing. So,
yeah.
but but at the same time, Vegeta always tries to be the main guy when he should just know.
I mean, he is the main
So,
guy, just not the guy. You know.
right. Of course.
Actually, he is a main guy, just not the main guy. That there, better correct myself. Um,
Right.
but yeah, I do. I don't know how I feel about him because he's supposed to be like from a working from a prior king of the demon realm, so he's not really connected
Mhm.
with Goma, who is the current king.
Mhm.
So I'm interested to find out like what he's gonna do. If he's just gonna be like a guide, or he's just gonna dump him in the demon realm and be like, all right,
Mhm.
you guys figure it out. You know.
Mhm.
I mean, given part of like the opening, I feel like our crew is gonna be facing off against those creatures that are guarding the Dragon Balls.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited. I definitely did know that those people were those monsters or whatever they are were going to, you know, be something that they face. But I definitely assumed that it would be Goku.
Yeah, I mean
Uh,
it has to be Goku and Vegeta,
yeah, like so.
and maybe Vegeta could get a few dubs in the Demon Realm. Who knows? You know?
Yeah, gotta have hopes for my boy to redeem.
Yeah.
Always gonna have a chance.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But
Okay. So
what else? So they left. They left to figure out what's going on, right? They're back to the demon
Demon Realm. Yep.
room, and they told them to catch up to them,
Yeah.
and that's kind of where we're left, right?
Yeah. I mean,
So
Buma said it was gonna take her like 5 days instead of 2 weeks now. So big improvement
yeah,
just from looking at the machines.
right. Of course, logically that makes sense too.
Yeah.
So that
But
was an advantage
yeah.
all
Okay.
around.
All right. Well, yeah, that is kind of it for this episode. But we didn't really talk about this. But how did you feel about the opening?
Well, I love it, Ed.
So that
I
I
loved it. I loved it. It
such
was
a
so classic.
and
So classic.
I think there was like a frame where they paid tribute to Akira Toriyama, in the
I'm
opening.
sure
So
they should.
that was like a really nice touch. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, I'm excited. I want to see Master Roshi up in here. I want to see Piccolo up in here. I want to see if they bring
Mhm.
Gohan. We haven't seen Gohan.
Yeah, we haven't seen him. I thought we were going to see him soon, but then everything else happened and we haven't seen him.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe we were going to see. Then maybe he's one of the few that he didn't get turned into because he doesn't take much part of those things anymore. But
I
we didn't
mean,
even get to see that. But
he was part of the people that fought Boo, so he had to have turned back into like his young self.
hmm.
But yeah, all right. Well, that's it on Dragon Ball. Up next,
Blue
Blue.
box
Yes, Blue Box. All right,
sounds great.
all right. Talk to me. How do you feel about the Senpai Haruyu?
I'm really glad that he is that that he is legit the cool guy, like
Mm-hmm.
he really is. He is that almost perfect, guy, but not like perfect in a way that he's so neat and clean and slick. It's more like he's so um challenging in a way, like. Like he definitely, it's on, talented, or that you think of him as a talented person, and but he's also so popular,
Yeah,
but he actually knows how to handle that, all that attention in a way, and handle people respectfully to them, to how they are. I think, I felt like this dude, the way that he got along with Chi versus the way that how he started getting along with this guy,
Taiki.
um yeah, it felt really like, wow, no wonder, people you know att-
Are attracted to him.
surrounded, yeah, attracted and surround you,
Yeah,
they
yeah. I mean, I do gotta say,
feel
like,
drawn to you.
yeah, I do gotta say, like, the fact that he's singled out by the coach right off the bat that he has potential to hit nationals, right? And
Mhm.
then as soon as they're like, well, the only promising rookie we
I
have.
know, I love that part too. They
So
gave my boy his flowers.
yes, and it just goes to
Yeah.
show that his hard work is being noticed, right? His improvements are being noticed,
Mhm.
and of course,
Right.
that's one of the good sides that he gets this time, right? Because throughout this episode, he kind of is a mess because he thinks that Haru and Chinatsu are
I know, right?
are dating.
Our thing, our yeah.
You know,
Especially with the pet name. Oh, he was
he
going
was done.
mad.
He was.
I'm glad my friend was got his answer pretty quick.
I mean,
Like he didn't have to live with that for so long. I mean, he'd have to do it for a bit, but
yeah. I
still
mean,
not too much.
yeah. I
Yeah.
do I do like that, the best girl, was kind of like, oh, they could just be friends. Like it's just like me and you, right? Me and you are just friends. It could be that, right? And then he gets told this like Chi, and he's like, okay, you lying to me, And of course,
Well,
that I gotta say for like the guy that whoever's playing Haru, he's doing such a good job because that is
mhm.
just exactly how much of a smug I wanted him to be with the bit of like tenderness that he shows, right?
Mhm.
So I think they're nailing all the characters really well. Eh,
Yes, I agree. I definitely think they are. I mean, I definitely love that pink girl. Like she is
Hina.
so, yeah, Hina. She's just so cute and perfect. It's like the other girl, kind of think like the
So
one that you kind of want to cheer for too. Oh,
so
love
I
that
had I
girl.
had I had this dilemma like for the longest while reading this manga,
Of
right?
course, you can kind of already see it set, you being set up for it.
Yeah, because this entire thing, first of all, you know that at some point, Taiki is gonna confess, right? At some point, he's gonna have to confess, but at the same time, you
Right.
see this Hina girl, and you see how she's just she has all the right things, right? She's like his childhood best friend. She like flirts with them, and stuff. And meanwhile, he's a lot closer to her too, right? So they have a
Mhm.
chemistry already built. As far as like
Mhm.
with him and Chinatsu, it's just kind of like theirs is just kind of starting to like form. So there's you don't really get to see these type of interactions with her, which in turn, kind of makes you want to root for Hina over Chinatsu because they already have a nice connection that you are
Como
being
tontita, ¿no?
you're being thrown into it, right?
Mhm.
So I like that,
Yeah.
and I do I do like that my boy gets
Goodness.
humbled right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
he faces Haru, right? They put him up against in a match with Haru, and he
Oh,
instantly.
that's right. Oh my God, that's so. Oh man, poor guy. Like, they really testing him.
I mean, he went up against all the first years and he was crushing them all. So like, you know.
Right, 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 right,
So
right,
this
right.
was like
Like
a
I mean, what was next? Yeah, what needed to happen?
yeah. So like this was kind of like humbling to him, where it's like, yeah, you're good, but you're not quite at this level yet, you know. And
Mhm.
he did the second game. He did do a lot better, but he even recognized, like how you had me like where he wanted me, right? He's like,
Oh
I
yeah,
never.
he was calling the pace. He was yeah, he
He's
was
like,
calling the shots. Yeah, for sure.
and that kind of like pissed him off because he did. Obviously, we know like he likes the pressure. So like whenever he
Mhm.
feels like he lost, it's all on him. So like I like that he takes this and he like figures out how to improve, right? Also with like
Mhm.
Haru like giving him like tips when they're like starting to practice together, and how he's like always taking them in and practicing them when he goes in the morning with Chinatsu, right?
Mhm.
So it's one of those things where you just see this kid just working and working on like all his like weaknesses, right? To and getting stronger. But of course, he tried he got he bought bited a bit too much than he can chew, because Haru gave him like his special training regimen on top of like his regular regimen that he does, right? With going in the
Yeah.
morning, and he's like done.
Well, he really should. I mean, he was getting there on his own, but I mean that is what a coach needs to do, right? Like so it was like you can see that he's so dedicated on his own and going to practice. You
Mm-hmm.
know that he himself was. I feel like getting there, and what I mean getting like um like just like he got there and being able to beat all the first years, and he is sort of a first year himself, because
Yeah,
that's like your first year and stuff,
yeah, he
as
is.
a player. And and um um the coach said, okay, since you outgirled them, go to the next level, which is to
Har
the next level, which is with Haru, and then you need to get with that. But we already know that him and his internal thoughts, because of Chi, he
mm-hmm.
was like, oh my god, this guy is in her level of
Popularity.
of talent of talent, and
Yeah.
and hard work, like their results seems to you know
Yep.
give them that, like a higher result in a way, like you would think. I don't know, like you can tell that he didn't think himself as part of them,
Yeah.
like they and then you can kind of see that this change and everything is taking him there, which is what he's obviously, trying to go for, because he wants to get closer to her. But it's just really neat to see it being paid off, and seemed a realistic support. And what I'm trying to say, it's not like oh yeah, we want you to be together with her, like, but everyone there is like giving him like realistic, like from his friend, all his pointers and advice are always super realistic. From the coach,
Yeah.
giving him like this kind of push, it's pretty realistic, and then Haru realizing like how this kid feels about her, and that he might be doing all, sort
Mm.
of for her in a way, but like he has said too, that doesn't mean that he doesn't love badminton. He also loves badminton,
Yeah.
So
Which
so you can tell that Haru picked up on that, and it's giving him the right support for that,
yeah, I
you know,
like you said,
from that. So,
I like that they're not like really cuddling him. They're kind of like
right,
guiding him. They're essentially really just
right.
guiding him to like where he needs to be.
Mm,
And like Haru can, like I don't think it was even the coach that said like you need to do this regimen. It was Haru that realized that Taiki needed like some extra like he was too slow,
mm-hmm,
right? Too slow to react and stuff. So like he was like, okay, this is what I do. If you're gonna
mm-hmm,
and because he knows that he's essentially like one of the candidates to go to nationals. It's like, if that's your
Mhm.
goal, you have to be able to do what I can do.
Mhm. So yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean,
and of
I'm
course,
glad. I'm glad they're really making a point of that. So,
hmm and of course,
well,
like,
that's cool.
of course, Taiki realized that he needs more practice with the swings, right? And well, he said he needs more practice with his wings, but Chinatsu is the one that kind of like picked up on that and kind of like
Mhm.
remembered the promise that they made in the first episode, was like they would play badminton together.
Mhm.
So I thought that was like a really touchy scene when she brought the rackets, and they started
Yeah,
playing.
that was like super awesome. Yeah, you can just like he said in his an like in his internal thoughts that man, she might be and like she said it to him, right? Like she even said it like straight up like
Yeah.
I watch you, like I've been watching you, like I saw you, like I see you,
Yeah.
and then he's like, damn, I didn't realize that, that she's watching me, like
Yeah. I
like
mean,
he always thought it was such a such a one way like thing, especially the watching. Um,
yeah, and
that, and I love when she goes back and repeats what he says, which it was he says like it might be okay with you, or it might feel normal to you, or you might not feel anything, and
yeah,
walking with a boy to together home,
yeah,
but to me it's too much.
yeah,
It's just like
yeah,
it's like, so is that how it looks to him, like
yeah,
it was very very cute, like it was,
yeah, and
hearing her internal thoughts, and
yeah,
and and
but
I don't know, and him saying his thoughts more aloud, that she's able to hear them, like I don't
yeah,
know,
I did.
it's becoming a thing, and I'm here for it.
Like you said, I love that we are constantly knowing what Taiki's feeling. Like, I think that's such a big plus. Like, us
Mm-hmm.
not having to uh put together what he's thinking, and more so like just being told to us. Like,
Oh yeah, we're being told, yeah, word for word for sure.
and I think that's so good. Like, obviously,
Mm-hmm. Me too.
especially with this, because then we have the opposite with Shinatsu, where we don't see what she's thinking, right? So like,
Mm-hmm.
we only see what Taiki's thinking, but for Shinatsu, we're kind of left in the dark to kind of figure out what she's thinking. But like,
Yeah.
obviously with clues, we know that she's paying attention, and like, she obviously, like, even when Taiki's kind of like, oh, she might not want to be seen with me, like she picks up on like those like kind of like
Mm-hmm.
cues that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and stuff. So yeah, and of course, we end the episode off with like you said, Taiki realizing that Haru was pulling his leg by pretending that he's close with too super close with Shinatsu, right? For like other
Mm-hmm.
motives. But in reality, he had a girlfriend that he just never told him. So
Yeah.
it was kind of like to bring the fire out of him. So I love I love that, like, he's a like Haru's a proper senpai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
And yeah,
It's really good to see Haru.
mhm. Alright,
You know.
other than that, there's nothing else. I feel like we desperately need a Hina episode soon. We need more of Hina.
Yeah.
We need more of the glasses boy.
I love that glass boy. Glasses boy.
Like,
He's so honest.
he's
He's
very
so
honest.
honest.
Yeah, he's very honest, and he's honestly like kind of like grounding Taiki, I think,
Mm-hmm.
a
Yeah,
lot.
he's very grounding.
So,
Very like very grounding.
very good friend to have around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that's it.
That's
And
it.
Blue Lock.
Blue Lock.
Yes.
We're
Okay.
gonna talk about Blue Lock now.
Yes, I'll save my mini rant for later. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
all right. So, our boy, talk to me about the boy,
There's
Isagi.
so many of them. Oh, like our main boy.
Yeah, the main boy. Yep.
Well, um, he was in a very tight place
Mm-hmm.
because he was none of his moves were coming. He was being target. I mean, it was
Yep.
everything was kind of closing on him. To be quite honest, um, but we were left off with him realizing a strong, advantage of the whole situation,
Yes.
which is to that our the two main stars captains are do not get along and are not able to really work together or play together. If anything, they both have, like you put it, like they both have the same idea, but they have different strategies for it,
Yes.
and they don't, and even though they could probably see each other's strategies, they're too, egoistic to even consider give them that,
Yeah.
that. So our friend finally, saw that that was like his window per se,
Yep.
and he starts working his thoughts and magic, right, to find other ways or things that he can do with that, and I love that the other players kind of came to the same conclusion, right? That
Mhm.
those two, even though they have like good moves and best intentions or whatever, they cannot be trusted because they need to be used,
Okay. So I think.
the main ones, yeah, the main ones because they start giving the Isagi all the balls, the little ones. Like I love that they weren't that they were putting, how can I say it? They were taking more serious Isagi than than the top two because the top two were being so childish with that, even
Yeah.
though Isagi wasn't really making any goals,
Yeah. So.
So
So I
so
just
that was
want.
that was really neat. I thought that was very neat
Well.
that
So I just want to say, like, as far as Isagi goes, right? Like, he realized, okay, there's no way he can match these geniuses, right? Like bar for bar,
right.
because his his physicals are just not there, right? So instead, he started using the people that were beneath them. He started using the bandana guy mainly, right? Who is like, all right, I'm who started using kind of Isagi because he was like, okay, the Karasu guy is kind of just blocking you the entire time, but I'm not
Mhm.
able to copy Ren or this other guy. But you, though, Mr. Average, I can definitely copy everything you can do to a T.
Mhm. Mhm.
And then Isagi used the fact that he had like another him basically in the field to his advantage.
Mhm.
But and
Uh,
obviously Kyori also kind of picked up on that and was like, okay, like sometimes these I'm not gonna be able to keep feeding these people like the same ball because they're both gonna go for it. And that's why he started playing more with Isagi. And they kind of like started controlling the midfield more.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
just because they controlled the midfield more didn't mean much because the next two goals still came from our top two guys. You know, like that one goal where like Shido was like his back turned and he just kind of like pivoted with one foot to make the goal. That
Mhm.
was that would have been sick if animated. Um, and then Ren obviously he had the other one where I think Isagi like missed it by like a single inch, by like a single step or something like that. He was like one step too.
Ah, that was so frustrating.
Yeah, he was
Poor,
one.
I cannot. I felt his frustrating. My poor dude.
Yeah, and then Ren picked that off and scored that goal. And yeah, and then when it was like 4-4, Shigiri tried to do like a counter attack, but obviously they were kind of like locking it down because now Karasu realized that now that Isagi's moving differently, the entire team started moving differently now as well. So like
Mhm.
he had to recalculate everything all over again, retake everything all over again. But because of like that pass that he missed, Isagi was like, "Damn, if only my physicals were better, right?" Because like
Oh, good.
my mind is working like at a higher pace than my body can actually keep up with, right? And
And and I love that that's the start of the subject for him to come into another conclusion. Well, for the dude could kind of tell him to that he has come down to the wrong conclusion. Like
yep,
they shouldn't be such order to things. You should just take the other. You should try the other order, which is do it by your instincts, then calculate the situation, and then think, and then just then let the thinking come as reflex kind of thing.
yeah. So
Like keep
basic,
putting yourself in situations that you just gotta think on the spot kind of thing.
yeah.
And
So essentially, he wanted a
and that will make everyone come into surprise. You will catch everyone into surprise. I thought that was pretty like
yeah, because instead of
solid
like
advice.
because Isagi's way of playing was like calculate, think, move. That's how he played up till now, right? So
Right.
by doing that, he's like he wastes 2 steps doing that, right?
Like 2 steps slow, yeah, because
So
the other guys do the opposite. They move instantly,
mhm.
then calculate, and then that's their thinking.
Yeah, yeah, essentially. So like he needed to make sure that his thinking was just a reflex, where it was just like he's moving as he's thinking, essentially, right? Or like he
Yeah.
moves and thinks simultaneously at the same time, right? And that was gonna what was
Right.
gonna be the key to him like being able to like break this tie that was there, right?
Mhm.
And I do like the whole like sequence with like Shiro saving the counterattack, right? And Isagi then stealing like the ball to make his own
Mhm.
counterattack. And obviously like up until this point everyone was calling him Mr. Average and whatnot. And then like Hiyori was, by the way, Hiyori is just phenomenal passer. Like he did not
Oh, I know, right?
he did not assert himself per se, but he learned how to coexist with everybody. Like his passing was like pivotal to like everything. Um,
Yep.
and so when it was time for the final pass, we got that whole like scene where Isagi was still like in his old ways, where he was like thinking, moving. He didn't realize what
Mhm.
he had to do. I did,
Mhm.
I did like, as much as it wasn't super good, like in the first season, I did like when they kind
Mhm.
of like had the puzzle piece wall, and then he
Mhm.
started breaking them apart.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's a nice visual for him.
yeah.
It
So that
is.
was nice, and then because he was able to like do what Hiyori said, right? He
Mhm.
went past Ren and Shido, which Hiyori calculated that he was gonna do, right, and passed it
Mhm.
for so our boy could get the winning goal.
Legit. Yeah. So happy for him.
Yeah, and obviously he was
So
like, "Damn, how'd I do that?" You know?
I love that it made them take him seriously, obviously, the Ren
Yes,
and
because Shido was
and
like,
the pink hair, because the pink hair never really had anything against it, but he never had anything to
yeah, he didn't
go
like,
for either. And I like that he's a pretty honest guy. If you rub him the right way, obviously, right?
yeah.
We see the Ren rub him the wrong way, but if you rub him the right way, he seems like a pretty um
So
cool dude to be in a team with. He's a pretty strong.
so I think you just don't have to be how you say Rin. If you're not Rin, you're fine. But because most of the people are kind of like Rin style, where they're like very by the books. He's not
Yeah.
very. It's not. He
Right,
doesn't.
right. He's the opposite. Yeah.
He's not really. He's the opposite. He doesn't really play by the books, and he's more of an
Hmm.
instinct kind of guy. So
Right.
when he saw Isagi like score that goal, like, and he was kind of like, okay, that was kind of moving, right? Because he was like, that's kind of like the type of goals I like scoring, right?
Mhm. Right.
And of course,
Right. Right. Right.
Rin had to like be like, okay, Isagi, you did well right there, like give him his flowers, like, you know,
Mhm.
good going, So for a brief moment, Isagi,
I mean, they won, so yeah.
yeah, and they
So
won.
yeah.
So for a brief moment, Isagi was able to surpass Rin.
I like the ego dude.
Yes.
What's this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
ego.
dude. Yeah, ego. He has the eye on Izagi. Even though in in the series, as you can see, they um they make it really hard on him.
So
Like our man struggles, to make moves happen. Like he really works for
so
every inch of it.
yeah.
So.
So I think the reason why is like this is kind of like who Ego was really looking for, like a player like Isagi. It didn't have to be
Mhm.
Isagi, but Isagi kind of fits that mold where he said,
Right, I think so too.
these are diamond in the roughs that need
Mhm.
to Isagi needed to let go of himself. Every single match he breaks and molds himself into something different, which is kind of like
Mhm.
constant evolution that Ego wants. He has that direct shot, which I think that's like super essential for a forward, where it's like
Mhm.
you don't have to waste a moment touching and then shooting. It's like you shoot, you score, and Isagi has proven to be like vital in being like the last man to score essentially, right? So so
Yeah, that seems to be an occurring theme. You're right.
and that's kind of like a forwards thing, right? The forwards steal the glory at the end, So
Mhm.
he this is kind of like the kind of player that Ego wanted to shape up, right?
Mhm.
So that's why
Yeah, like his ideal, right?
yeah,
Where
his
his ideal comes from. Yeah.
mm-hmm. So
What he thinks of what ideal is. Yeah.
yep,
Yeah, I mean, yes, it does seem like there is a special, attraction per se
yeah. I mean,
there. So.
he always like whenever you see him talk about like genius, he's not like really impressed because this is just what he expects from them, right?
Right, right, right,
So,
right.
but when he sees Usagi, who's like average Joe, excel and evolve, he's like, okay, this is the kind of people that we need to keep around. So,
Agreed.
with that goal, do you think Usagi's making the U20?
Of course, of
Okay.
course. Our story wouldn't keep going. But I definitely like this episode. I loved um that the way that they projected the whole thing, like how the little ones
Mm-hmm.
took him seriously, for their own reasons or for the same reasons, whatever.
Yeah.
Um and then the big guys, gave him the flowers.
Yeah.
And then him, he's
Oh,
it's really
I did want to
Mhm.
talk to you about. Ego said he entered the flow. How do you feel about that?
Enter the flow.
Yeah, that's what he said
Mm.
when when Isagi scored the goal. He's like, "Oh, so you've entered the flow," something like that.
Oh yeah. No, I really wasn't. I mean, I'm just waiting for him to really tell me what he means with that, if anything,
Okay.
because
All right. Well,
no idea what that
keep
is.
keep the flow in mind because it'll come back later in the arc.
Right.
Um.
Right.
Yeah, but we get
Good.
the ending of the episode, and it's Team A against Team C.
Mhm.
How do you feel? We getting Rio and Nagi right off the bat.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see them. Um, I mean, I love how they put it, right? Like his back looking at the whole game,
Mm-hmm.
pumping himself for it.
Yeah.
Like it's all there. Like,
I definitely.
like
This episode was. I
they're
mean,
setting it up very well.
they are, and as much as I have my gripes with this one, I do have to commend that at least they're trying to make the moments feel hype enough, like the first season. You know,
Mhm.
and obviously, like, I'm never gonna say the story sucks because I love this story and I
Right.
love these characters. I just feel like
No, it's beautiful.
we are missing a lot of like what the first season had with like actual movements.
Mhm. Well, yeah, it definitely doesn't seem the same, but and the pace definitely feels different too. But
I mean,
I'm still really into it,
so
and I feel like there's more like build up in it than action, maybe. So I don't know.
I mean, this is kind of like we're starting off with stakes really high already, like, so that's one thing, and I feel like the pacing is relatively the same. It's like an episode or two for a match to finish still. So
Mhm.
the episode, the pacing hasn't changed. I'm coping that these early
Mhm.
episodes are the ones where they spend the least amount of time with, and they devoted the most of the time to the U20 match. That's what I'm coping with.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
other than that, I guess the only thing I have to say is the Nagi movie's out on Crunchyroll. So you know,
It's now out.
yeah, it's out. But I want to recommend you not to watch it till we get to the U20 match because they spoil the people that are in the U20 match.
Oh, I see. You know which Haiku?
Hi.
No, the Netflix. I'm sorry, Netflix. It's coming the 31st or 30th of October. Woohoo!
Okay,
Haiku.
we'll definitely
Yeah,
we'll definitely cover that.
I need to watch that, especially before the season comes, which is
Yes.
I think winter. No,
What was that?
I think or no, or it's next year. The final season.
I don't know, but I think for Blue Lock, this is what we have. We'll talk. You know,
Mhm.
Haiku when it comes down to it. All right. Got anything else on Blue
Mhm.
Lock?
No, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. Looking forward for the other fight with them. You
Yes.
know.
We got 13 more episodes. All right. All right. That's it. Or
Orb. Orb.
all
I
right.
love that one.
So do I. I guess
No,
I'll.
that one caught me by surprise. You know, it keeps sorry, it keeps catching me by surprise. Sorry.
Me too.
Um.
So I guess we'll start
So.
off with the fact that
Mhm.
this story did not revolve around Raph
Right. That's yeah, exactly. That's where I wanted to start with too. Like
because
we kind of see that this is like a passed on tell, you know.
yeah, so
It
it's like a
keeps passing down, like.
mm-hmm. And so
Mhm.
I really unique story way to tell the story, right? Because obviously we're pushing towards the eventual reveal that the Earth is indeed heliocentric, right? Or like this universe is heliocentric. But because
Mhm.
Ralph was the first one to like really grab onto us, and he was killed in the last episode,
Mhm.
but now
Yeah.
we got this other guy that also was kind of like in a similar realm where he was like, oh, the sky is so beautiful, you know,
Right.
but like, why is Earth like so wrong, right? So filthy,
Mhm.
and that's how
Yeah.
he kind of got stuck.
And
Like,
I mean, and look at his fucking job too, right? Like to him, like the fact that he lives off something like this, that's filthy too.
yeah, I think that's really what's interesting, right? Because his job is kind of like they said it's like a civilian watch, right? Which is kind of like a bunch of like different jobs, right? Where it's like duels for killing or like bodyguard duties. So
Like,
it seems like his job is pretty much you deal with a lot of dead bodies essentially, or
mhm.
or like a lot of killing. I want to say, and the fact that it's interesting that they have to hide their face, right? I think that's a really nice touch where it's kind of like you don't even get to see what the person that's gonna kill you
I
looks like.
know. Looks like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want any retaliation. It's their job,
Yep.
Like, damn.
Yeah, and I do feel bad for like that one guy that was like so pessimistic, right, about life, where he's kind of like, nothing is ever gonna be like hurting me if I don't want for anything, right? Or like if I just live my life as is, like I think his name was Oxy, Otzi, whatever, right? Um, yeah. So like his only thing was that heaven was the only place where he could truly fulfill his desires, essentially, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
Earth, it was just kind of like his. He was just bypassing Earth, right? Kind of like not living life, not really having any hope or anything, right? And
Right.
his partner was kind of like trying to introduce him to stargazing, right? Essentially, right? Because he had this whole thing where he was noticing Mars, I believe, right? Move
Yeah, doing the rotation.
doing
That was so neat.
which that's really crazy. Where it's like hundreds of years ago, they just like looked up at the sky to like record their findings, and
Mm-hmm.
he was like saying like it's gonna be beautiful because it's gonna make a whole ass circle, right? And lo and behold, one of the guys was kind of like, oh, you'll find out why you're kind of wrong, buddy, right? And he realized that it stopped moving for a bit, and then it started rotating like backwards. So his whole like circle thing was not working.
I know, that was so sad.
Yeah,
So sad. He was really, really, really disappointed with that.
yeah, and I think it kind of like because for this guy, right, that really enjoyed stargazing, his whole thing was like his escape from the reality that is this world
Mm-hmm.
was the stars, right, and how perfect and beautiful they seemed, right, and to
Mm-hmm.
and to have it be
He really did.
yeah, and to have it be imperfect was kind of like damaging, right, to him
Mm.
because
Yeah.
I
Especially when he was like talking and trying to convince this dude, right?
yes,
Like, damn, what do you, yeah. How do
like
you explain all that? Yeah.
he
When you
wanted
thought you had the perfect explanation too, so.
yeah, exactly, he was because his whole thing was that if the sky is beautiful, so does this earth have to be beautiful, right? So, but obviously the other guy that he was trying to like cheer up and get to have like a similar type of view, his whole thing was like this world is ugly, and only like the reason why the sky looks beautiful is because uh God is not within reach, right? Heaven is the only thing that we can truly trust that's untainted by corruption, and that's how like they've been kind of like how do you say brainwashing people in a way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
in the beginning of the episode, we saw like how they were saying how like God created Earth so that humans could see the corruption and the helplessness of their sins or something like that.
Yep.
And that's why when they look up in the sky, they see it as beautiful because they can see all that, right? Because they're looking at it from like a corrupt realm. That's how they put it. So yeah, I mean, guy's devastated, afterwards, and
Yeah.
they get back. They have to go back on like a bodyguard duty to this heretic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we
And
meet
of
a
course, they find another criminal that thing. So I think we're finally getting into the beginning of this um
so I think this is how
arc,
we
right? Where we see the guy is finding his studies, right? So
yes,
we finally getting there
yes.
where
So
we
this
know that these are the dudes, right? And
mm, yeah. So this kind of like confirmed to us at the end of the previous episode where they found
right.
the stone, the all the researchers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
How they found it and who found them, right? So,
yes, although I do
mhm.
not recall if they brought this heretic with them. I think it was just the other two. So
We also see that killer guy or that.
Yeah,
government official
hmm
getting old, right? Like,
yes, he's finally getting older. Like you could see him drink more now in the open.
yeah,
So it's interesting seeing him after like 10 years again. I wonder if like they're gonna show if Rav's death had any more like significance on him
right,
later, because it seemed like towards the end he was kind of like, at least if not like interested, at least
right.
probably shook that it,
Curious.
not serious,
Yeah,
but kind of shook
yeah.
that it could be true, right?
Curious. Yeah, he kind of seemed curious of the idea. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yep, they definitely sparked his curiosity, or at least like interest, a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this heretic that they're guarding, he was kind of like spitting facts, like pretty much like he was like letting them know, like uh, they view him as a heretic because he doesn't blindly follow the church, right? And that's what's scary about it,
Mhm.
right? It,
Yeah.
and he pretty much like let him know, like straight off the back, like you guys are settling for temporary relief instead of like uh going for like a change in reality or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was really, really great. That when it was explained that that's what uh, they didn't realize that they were what to believe, right? That's
Yes. Uh,
what they wanted to believe. They were basically essentially being told what to believe and why.
mm,
But there's so many other questions and things that you should wonder, and and try to, you know, come with explanations.
yeah. I mean, he
'Cause
pretty much like
what's the real harm, once you realize that there is harm, then you're starting to acknowledge that it might just all be a lie then.
yes, and I think he
Like,
told them
so.
like that's what you're afraid of. You're afraid that what they've been feeding you has all been lies, and like deep down,
Mhm.
you kind of feel that in a way, right? And that's why like you haven't struck them down yet.
Mhm. Yeah.
And he
Really,
did.
really, really
It was really like interesting because like they let him go at the end, right? And because they're like he basically like lets them know like people want to believe the world is beautiful or something like that, and that it's worth living for.
interesting.
And the proof that he had was in the research that is in that tomb that they're now gonna go for.
Mhm.
Although I know the guy that got his hopes crushed. I know he's more looking forward to that because that's gonna reignite him because he's already
Mhm.
been convicted once, I believe, for it. But he changed his ways, and now like I think this is gonna reignite his love for that. And obviously, if Raph had any good notes to take from his short time investigating this, it, we'll see how far this guy can take what Raph did, and hopefully it's just one of those cases where like even if this guy goes, somebody else is gonna pick
I
it up.
just know that it is going to explain the whole March thing to him.
Yes.
So I'm really, really excited for that.
Mm,
And
yeah. I mean, I'm excited to
you got to
like I said, I'm excited to see if like Rav's death caused any change within that one executioner. That's what I'm really interested in because
Mhm.
going through that, you have to like kind of. I feel like you have to come out. Uh,
Especially a kid and a kid talking that way
yeah,
and going in it like that
yeah,
has to live something.
yeah. Like that has to stick with you in some shape or way.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm
Mhm.
looking forward to seeing if it gets addressed in the next few episodes.
Yeah, it would be nice. It
Mhm.
would be nice.
It would be nice, and I think that's all we have for this.
I'm really excited to see what what they find, how they're
Oh yeah, that's gonna
and what's
be
gonna happen with them, and what's gonna happen to it. So.
yeah. It'll be interesting to find out what, how, like I say, how Raf, how much far Raf got in that short time that he had studying it.
Mhm.
So yeah, that'll be it. And on that one, up next we should talk about Trilling Game. You know, we've been meaning to talk about it
Mhm.
forever. So
We really do.
you want to
Just
introduce the
leaving it
concept?
on hold. Um. So this is a story about two classmates. They're polar opposites, really. And by that I mean one is the cool, popular, while the other one is the loner, nerdy, loser kind of, one.
Yeah,
And we see that it starts with the loser getting bullied, but the popular one, it's like um, walking by or passing by and catches the the
he catches them in the act of trying to like rob the
yeah,
guy
the act, and he knows and he recognizes him as his like
classmate.
classmate, and so he butts in, he helps him out. So and that's when they can and the guy's confused because he's like, what is what does this dude care about what happens to me, like,
Yeah,
and but he's noticing that he's paying attention, that he noticed that he was that it about a computer, and that he's really good at it, and it seems that they start to like hit it off with that, on that subject, and it seems like one of the guys to be very ambitious in a way that he's super selfish,
yeah,
and wants to and very greedy, and wants to get
100 trillion.
yeah, get rich, right? Get rich
Yeah,
fast, because he saw that this dude was good at hacking, good at computers, so, and he's good at movies or socials.
yeah. He has very good social skills. Like he has,
Yeah.
as they said, he's like a notorious liar. Like he
Mhm.
talks and breathes as well as he lies.
Mhm.
So that gives him like an edge on like negotiations, you know, and he can read people very well too. Um, it's pretty, like you said, they're complete opposites. He's been acing all his jobs, like every single job interview he's been like practically getting. This guy
Mhm.
has been pretty much denied every job, and then the his first choice job, which is where these two finally like kind of like get together again, right? It's like a bank.
Mhm.
The guy completely flunks it with like the rest of the with like all the board members, but he catches the eye of like the president's daughter or whatnot, right? Kirihima, who's also like a main player so far, and she basically acknowledges that he probably has a lot of skills that allowed him to pass all the way to the interview point. So she's the only one that actually kind of agreed to let him work there, but obviously because the other members outweigh her, he didn't get in. And this guy, his friend, what was his name? Haru. Haru. He
Mhm.
went in there and he like blazed the job. Like he got them all laughing. He even got the attention of Kirihime by like he put like that he was knowledgeable in all languages, which like in it by itself you honestly think that's a really freaking lie. So like she kind of tested him about it by speaking to him in like three different languages, essentially just telling him that she could offer him a job as being like her dog pretty much, and he like responded in like those same languages back, and then he kind of like played it off like, see, don't I sound convincing, you know, kind of like joking off, but in
Mhm.
reality he told her that what if you become my dog instead, right? And pretty much because he makes it in and the other guy doesn't, he feels like this was kind of like unfair, and then he decides to quit his job on orientation day and basically grab Gaku, which is his friend, right? His antisocial friend, and he's basically telling him, with my skills and your skills, we're gonna run this joint and we're gonna get $100 trillion and get everything we want, right? So
Yeah.
so that's how like they start their business off essentially, and it really shows like kind of like the grandeur kind of thing because they both wanted this job. Well, they both wanted to be like part of. They both wanted to be rich essentially, right? So like, well, no, Haru wanted to be rich. Gaku doesn't want to be rich.
Mhm.
Gaku just wants a normal life, pretty much.
Mhm. He just doesn't want to struggle.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to struggle. Meanwhile, Gaku is the one that is very selfish, very how do you say, very greedy. He wants it all, right?
Mhm.
And I like
Yeah.
how this story kind of like starts off at the beginning. It's like they already made it, and then they're just like retelling us how it all started. So that was like what was really interesting about the story so far, and like I enjoyed kind of like the mind games that were played in the first episode, and it really shows the kind of characters are. Cause like I love Hirohime. She's badass, boss lady,
Oh, she's beautiful.
and beautiful. Yeah.
She's just such a gorgeous woman. Yeah. I like that she can read them, you know. She's
Yes.
very good at reading them, especially the guy that think is he can fool anyone, you know. So
Mm, yeah, she
it's
wasn't.
really, really. But with her, it seems like he knows how to handle her too because he's more upfront with her, you know.
Yeah.
But that comment that he said, like, you would do anything to have us, you know,
Yeah.
like like um
But
he's more upfront instead of playing the like he's still playing the mind games, but instead of doing things more um
safe. He's more risky. He likes to take the risks.
more honest, like he's still playing mind games, but he's honest about it, like
Yeah.
like
Okay.
like
Yeah.
what he's saying and what he's doing. It's not like he's lying or doing white lies or
Yeah. And
trying to fool her, like no, 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 he's not even trying to fool her. He's like being really honest, about how like they don't really have a plan, but that that doesn't matter, and things like that. But I do like that she still takes wants to take control and 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 call the shots, for the deal. Like you saw that whole 51%,
well,
just like
I just
super, super, like,
yeah, it
like,
was very very it was really good, right? Because now we're like kind of like into the second episode where they're trying to get deals, right? Essentially because they're like a new startup, right? And
mhm.
Gaku has like a he doesn't they don't necessarily have a plan, but
No, they don't.
Haru definitely has like a way to do things where he's really like uh not really taking like the safe approach like Haru wanted, right? Or like Haku wanted. Gaku wanted like at least them to have like money and have a plan, and he was just kind of like, you don't really need a plan for like a private investor, right? So they pretty much go around meeting like other private investors, and obviously Haru like is the one that's like winning them, and he once he wins them, he's pretty much telling them like, I need 50 million, even though like I think Gaku said that they they like really only needed 3 million for the first month, and they could have done with just 3 million investment, but you know Haru was like, nah, I'm selfish. We gotta ask for what we need, right? Essentially, and that's when they, after like they used up all their options, it was all just a ploy to kind of set up the Kirihime when they went back to her, right? Because it was like we got one more like really wealthy angel investor that we can try, and it was Kirihime when they went back to the Black Dragon Corporation place.
Mm-hmm.
And even that, they had like their own setup where it was kind of like the only way she was gonna talk to them was like when they were like in the gym, right? Or like when she was training essentially. So like they kind of joined up right there to like train for a bit and talk business, but Haru was like 2 steps ahead because he went to go to the bench press, right? And he brought like inflatable like pill, like, like fake fake weights essentially that they were just kind of like foam and stuff, but they looked like
Mm-hmm.
they were weights of like the kilos, right? Whatever, like the 22 kilos, whatnot. And basically, he fooled them into thinking that he, well, not her, but like the trainer that was with Kirihime.
Yeah, it was the point really to calm him down, to like kind of let him talk.
Yeah, exactly. And pretty much he did like a rep, and it was like, okay, that's still impressive that you still did that. With like it was like 100+ kilos that he just like repped like nothing. Meanwhile, our boy Hagaku was struggling with just the bar. Like even more like showing like the difference in that they have. One is more athletic than the other for sure. But at least the way that Haru did things to trick the trainer kind of like showed Kirihime, okay, like these guys are useful, and that's when she like offered them the 100 million, right? Because she wanted to have them.
Right. Just
For
like we stated that he said as soon as he walked in with it,
Yep.
like that
And
was set in stone.
yeah, yeah, and
But it was good, that um I like how they're still working on a deal. Well, not really. We do see that we are fast forward into the future a bit, and we see that they got,
yeah, but
the deal, but we're still,
yeah, but on episode
we're
three,
still dealing in flashbacks where, they're letting us know how it came to be, how it was,
yeah, exactly.
decided and agreed upon. So yeah, it was really
Yeah, and
really cool too.
I like how obviously 100 billion is not gonna come for nothing, right? So Haru
Mhm.
instantly knew that there probably was some pricey conditions to pay, and the
Mhm.
condition was that she
Well,
wanted,
that's the 51%. That's like being
yeah,
the owner.
yeah. So that 51
Well,
percent is what is gonna be the price, and obviously they didn't take it. So like what they went and did was like say that they were offered 100 million essentially, right? They went to these pubs to start talking to like a bunch of people that Gaku never knew that Haru knew or something like that. It was just like it felt like just random people that he was just talking to at first, right? And that's like how the show's kind of like portraying things. Like it's just things don't feel connected, but then they do come to being connected at the end, right?
mhm.
And basically this was like his way of like, okay, so in order to like get different investors, they have to pretty much make their name known, right? So they use that 100 million deal as like a name
Mhm.
and brand for like their team that are entering like this hacker competition now.
Mhm. Yeah, this hacker competition really is puts them on the map, and you know makes her notice their capabilities. So
Well, not notice. She
that is,
knew. She knew what they were capable of already.
but like it puts them to like it actually brings them into facts, you know, like
Yeah. Okay.
having
Yeah.
potential is one thing, but then actually seeing it in yeah, being capable of pulling it off, it's another,
Yeah. I
so
mean.
so
I
they, I
mean
mean, a lot of people have potential, but
that is true.
seeing them pulling it off and it's makes them more capable for from their potential, and makes I definitely can see how that turned the tables on her, because that's kind of how he went into the to close the deal. Like they've been like turning the tables on each other, to see who stays on top. So we still don't know really what the terms were, Did they like, did they accept it or did she change them, We're not really sure.
Well, no, because they first like you said they have to they enter this tournament, right?
Right. So we're really just seeing that they made it to the final, right? That's kind of where it ends, that episode.
Uh,
That they made the cut.
well, I think
Right.
it's really important to like really point out that there's this whole tournament thing was first of all it was like a 24-hour thing, right? And the people that Haru met in the bar were all essentially like hackers. And then like when this tournament was happening, he like kind of left our poor boy Gaku alone to like fend for himself. Meanwhile, right? Uh,
Mhm.
and then he came back and he basically said, "All right, they didn't say like how many had to be present, right, or something like that, because it was like an online thing, right? So like you can't really check to see how many there truly are of you. So he ends up having like 100 hackers on the call, and like Gaku notices that all of them have like the same kind of drinks as them, and he kind of like questions like, how were you able to bring all these people here, right?
Mhm.
And it was due to the fact that basically Haru sold like his only good watch that he had, like the one that he saved up like uh money from all his part-time jobs to just like be able to afford. And that's kind of like that's like the one good parallel that him and Gaku have. Like they both like saved up money. Like uh, Gaku saved up money for like an expensive laptop, and this guy saved up money for his watch. And the fact that Haru was able to give that up for Gaku, he couldn't like really comprehend why, and it was just like he was just like, it's because I know you'll win, right? And it really like showed Gaku that this guy really has faith in him, and he bowed to him like, I'm gonna win this for sure. And that's when they like they basically make it to the qualifying rounds, and one of the well, they make it to the finals because they obviously pass it. And very clever trick at the end where it was kind of like you have to look at the coding from the start to like get the hidden word for like the highest point like question or something like that, or flag. It was really interesting. It really kept me on my toes about like how are they gonna like put the how are they gonna get all these points enough to like be able to qualify, and they just barely do. uh, there was like conditions, right, for them if they won afterwards. I think the condition was that if Kirihime's like group experts from the company won, that they she would own them essentially for sure forever. And but if they won, then she would do anything they want for the night or something like that. So like they would have complete control over her for one night because obviously she's too valuable for to the company to just let go like that. So they will be allowed to have her for like one night, and she kind of uses that to like entice like her like bodyguard to get the or like the team head of the company to get his his crew like to be on the top shape to be able to win essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just excited to see what the next like the next phase really brings them, and how the and again how the deal was finalized, if who caved in, or if they really found a common ground, you know. I'm really just looking forward to hopefully the next episode to 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 let us know that,
Well,
because in this in general, I'm more excited about them already being in the game than how they got there. But this whole I just hope they don't drag it, you know, more episodes, because it feels like they did 2 or 3 episodes already with
I
this. So
yeah, I think like as far as like how I think they're gonna do it, uh obviously
hmm
like we said, this is whole like a ploy for them, right, to get more different investors so they don't have to take the 51 million deal or like the
but they're gonna. I mean, we already saw that they do though.
no, they don't, they don't accept it. So they're that's why Gaku had to like use his watch to like essentially like get people
No,
to
we saw that they get the office though. We saw that
oh,
they
you
do
mean
make a
yeah,
deal with
yeah,
her. Yeah, yeah, we do see that, you know. But like I keep mentioning, we don't know if they caved in, or you know, or they
I
got the upper hand, or they really, you know, did some trickery with this whole new, you know, phase that they're doing with the whole thing,
well,
or they really found common ground. So I just hope that in this episode
so I think what's gonna end up happening
gets
is
gets
somebody else is
told.
gonna offer them a better deal, and Kirihime is gonna have to like decide whether Kirihime is gonna have to probably give him a better deal that they accept, and that's how we get to the present dad, where the story is getting being told to. But okay, that's this is well, I do have to say I like the ending more than I like the opening.
hmm
So
I like both. I gotta say, I like both. Both of their songs are pretty good in my opinion. So
mm-hmm. Yeah, it I they're both good. I just think the ending has like a better it's better for me uh than the opening, and I didn't I never skipped the ending, but I did skip like the opening like twice, so just to catch up to the episodes. Yeah, I mean that's all I have for it. You, anything else?
no, that's it.
Yeah, that's the first
hmm
4 episodes. Can't wait for more. All right, up next we should talk about Nina, the Starry Bride. Talk to me about the second episode. How did you feel about the Golden Eye Prince, or Ashur as they she calls him?
Well, I'm really liking the relationship they're building. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Obviously, started off business, you know, serious business only kind of seriousness, to the point that they didn't see each other as a person, you know, like as their own person. I want to say. That means that Nina didn't see him as, he only saw him as this position, obviously, in a powerful one at that moment, at that, you know, and calling all the shots for her. But because he needs her, it's okay, right? Because that's what Lina needs, like wants, I should say, in her life, someone to need her or feel needed. And it didn't matter much in in what aspect really. So
Yeah,
so as
well,
you saw, it was like that with the kids.
yes.
You know, they needed each other to, you know, come with like do all that trickeries and things. But and as soon as they kind of betrayed her, um, the thing that stuck to her is that they didn't need her, you know, like or they she didn't belong there in a way. So
Well, it was more so because like she not because she didn't belong there, right? It was more so because she wanted her old existence to still exist, right? And that's why during the festival she decided to like essentially sneak out. Not only because some random creeper, told her like, there's barely any security during this time, right?
mhm.
And basically get kind of gave her like a way out, which in and of itself should already be like a kind of like a hint that this is a trap, But obviously she wanted to take it because she wanted to like revisit her old home, see if like the her her old brother was still like living around there, right? So just to have that kind of like presence of like her old self still with someone, right? Because obviously her whole deal was that her old self was gonna die and she was just gonna be Alicia now. And she does get ambushed by the person that like kind of like told her off about like the lack of security during the festival and whatnot, and Ashura does come in her rescue. Like even gets like injured and she kind of wonders like what for, right? And they basically have like this really touching moment where like she kind of like uh pours her heart out to him, right? Where it's kind of like if like nobody really knows of my, she's afraid of like not existing, right? She's afraid of really losing to be Nina and just having to be the Alicia, the princess that she basically got a second life for. You know, she's not happy. She's happy with that opportunity, but she's not happy that she can't be herself. Essentially,
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we're she's I don't know, she's really I don't know, she is something because um she's not very much of a troublemaker and free spirit, but she's also not you know
not very ladylike. Not
problem
very.
yeah, very, you know, polite and how can I say studious, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
very
I
smart.
feel like she is very comfortable. Like like for her just to be kind of like doing all this, she does it in a way that I don't know. She's trying to enjoy it. You kind of see like she's trying to
Yeah, and
like
I think this even made
you
more.
know, and I always thought that was kind of interesting or weird. And we see that she says that it's because she feels needed and that's what she wants, but still, you know, like again, like under, and I feel like she still hasn't really grasped the whole situation, the whole reality of the situation too,
Yeah.
because um you know, we saw that she almost got discovered, right?
Well,
um
before that, still want to talk more about like
it's
the
on the
eps.
second episode, like literally, like she was getting like
Well,
you
there's
know,
rumors.
and she knew she was getting questioned, you know, and she's still like like I don't know, like I feel like um, again she doesn't realize the seriousness of the position that she's in and the degree of what she's doing, you know, like what she's involved in, right? Like I feel like in these two episodes we saw that from her in many ways, like
Yeah,
with this um henchman or whatever, the queen's, you know, supporter or whatever, she was just not careful when she's really has so much to lose, you know, she can get killed, you
yeah,
know, for
and
if she gets obviously, you know, found out.
yeah, and
So
and obviously
I don't
like
know, Nina's and it's an interesting character in that matter.
yeah, and so it's a sure because like because he does realize all the gravity that their positions are in, right? But even
Yeah,
no,
it
even
seems
no,
like she's finally like she had to go through real
yeah,
like
she still has
problems, you know, like real like tight, you know, situations for her to realize
yeah,
to acknowledge, you
and
know. But
yeah, I just want to say like even despite the fact that Asher does know like all the gravity of the situation, he's still
mhm.
in the second episode he does still like give her that sense of like existence where he's like I'll call you Nina whenever we're alone, you know, so that
Oh
way
yes.
so that way she has
Oh yes.
something
I
to
feel
like
like that's helping her too to
yes
kind of like differentiate what she's doing, you know, to kind of like really really take it seriously, you know, like I know that she's taking it seriously, like don't get me wrong, but I feel like at the same time
it's
she's
just
bubbly in about it, you know, she's being naive in a way, you know,
yeah I think
like she's literally acting too innocently, like she's really is the princess without being an act, you know, like that's what I mean. It's not the,
yeah
the innocent act, it's not an act when like girl, you know, like yeah, you're an imposter, do you understand the,
yeah she
you know,
yeah
like what you're doing with this kingdom, like
yeah
but yeah,
yeah
um
and just like a
uh-huh.
little thing about
Hmm.
that we didn't really touch up on was like the first prince, you know, when
Yeah. Okay, yes, that's right. We met the first prince and we were told, or we were showcased the relationship, right? With the whole thing, like just the dynamics with
yeah, essentially Assure
Az,
wouldn't
which is the prince, the older prince, with the queen and king, and with the town, you know, like, or yeah.
so
So yeah, that little
this
prince.
is the little prince who just has like a little inferiority complex, right, for his brother, like he
I
just
mean, I'm really glad that Nina was there though, because um, Nina's very good at realizing that at least, like you know,
yeah, and she realized it,
like
and then she kind of
she
felt
realized that, yeah, she realized that what this kid really feels for him, it's admiration, you know, but at the same time, it's
he also feels
what is
like
the
he feels in
insecurity, you know,
yeah
insecurity because you know he is to be the king, but he's the one that isn't a king is the one capable or seems, you know,
yeah
capable of actually being the king. But you know, I'm glad Nina was kind of like was honest and in reality and said, well, you know, you're still a kid kind of thing. Like you can still
yeah he's like 6.
grow into that person. All you have to do is ask him how he did it. You know?
Ask him if he could train you a bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Ask him how he did it. You know? something that it seems so complicated for them, or for him especially, so simple, right?
Yeah, and
And then
she's
that
a
was really really sweet.
yeah, she's the problem solver in this family. But she's not like the only thing with like kind of like a troubling past because in episode 3 we did find out a bit more about our good boy Ashur.
I know we did find out a little bit more about a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things, but
First
we're
that he's hated by the queen,
no, we
which
knew
is,
that from like the first episode.
yeah, but like that he wants that they, like kill, like
Yeah, they
like
really
one thing, you could be that you're not loved, like
yeah
you're not loved by her, but being hated to the point that they want you dead, it's a whole thing.
yes
And we also see that he holds no grudges. Like he really holds no, like
yes
not
he
even anything against her for it, which is kind of
well yes because now we can get a little bit into like his whole upbringing, right? Because he is not the real prince of
no. That was such a shock in my opinion.
yeah, such a good thing. Like I saw after I heard that, I was like, okay, so the reason why he's so like because I was wondering why like this prince is so lenient with her, right? For like the past 2 episodes.
Lenient with her and
And
so easy to make that choice, right?
yeah,
Like so easy to think of that as a solution, right?
yeah.
Like oh, well, we could just find someone else and replace them if they died, like whoa, like
Well,
so,
it was like
you know,
well, I was just gonna say like it was because he went through the same similar situation as
that
Nina.
obviously that is what makes it make sense. Like at first it's like wow, coming to that conclusion so quick, it's like kind of weird, like and heartless,
Yeah,
and at the same time it's like doesn't really make much sense of how you come up with that,
yeah. I will say
conclusion.
I
But
I will say though like the upbringing that he had was a lot uh, worse than Nina
of course,
because
he had it from that old dude, and you saw how that old dude was with Nina, even though he figured who was really behind it,
yeah,
like
but
he knew from the beginning,
yeah,
oh, it was him because we did it with him, like we did it
yeah,
to him.
yeah, but
So something must have happened, and he felt the need to do it too, like because that's what we taught him, kind of thing. He needs
yes.
to be a
Speaking of what they taught him, right?
yeah,
They're the
yeah. It seems like
reason.
it'd be a running theme,
Well,
of what he's.
I I want to say like based on what they taught him, right? That's where like they differ because like they taught him to not want anything, to desire nothing, to only focus on the current like situation, right?
Serving, yeah, and serving the real prince.
And that's all he had to focus on. Like anything else, he was supposed to throw it away. But
Right.
he didn't say that to Nina. So he allowed Nina to be like her own person, while knowing the fact that she has to get this done regardless, right? But just the fact that Nina gets to be her own person is where things like really get interesting because she's able to
Yeah.
be her own person. He's able to see,
But we're getting to like the reason why, he kind of said it at the end,
yeah,
he was like, uh, at first I was just going to use you so we can go to war with them, or at least, feel like they,
no,
you got like she had died, the princess had died in their territory, and use it as an excuse to,
no,
to
I think the people that were in that the that Alicia was supposed to get married to were the people that wanted to go to war. So like
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. And the fact that Alicia died in their territory, he was gonna use it as an excuse to basically have them not go to war, like
Okay, I
or
didn't catch that.
to
Okay.
like to withdraw or like to win the war without having to go, like
Yeah.
like like to yeah, again, it's like politics and turning tables and trying to come on top, it was he was going to use her to do that,
Yeah.
like
Not only.
more diplomatically, in a way, but then what did he say? He said, uh, but then I just couldn't. I
Yeah.
couldn't do it. Like
Yeah.
I basically he feels like he saw himself there, and even though he will die himself, he couldn't do that to someone,
Yeah.
because I guess it wasn't done to him, and he said that too, the moment the prince was born, I could have been killed. I could have been,
Yeah.
taken out, but they didn't, and I and every day I remember of that fact, So I feel like that influence, obviously, also the way that he decided to deal with Nina too.
Yeah.
Um,
But
um,
you know,
I do think that.
before we get to like the next portion that happened between them, we should really just say that
Yes.
throughout this entire episode, it was just a
Mhm.
build up to it, right? With
Mhm.
Nina blushing whenever she thought about him, right?
I know. Well, we did see. Yeah, exactly. As you were saying, like the buildup was that um she was becoming like I started seeing him again like a human, like a person, instead of this powerful, like, uh position, right? Like
Yeah.
it just kind of just owns her in a way, like tells her what to do and everything.
Yeah, yeah, and I
But
mean,
yeah.
it was the whole fact that she wanted whenever they were alone, she would always like tell him or like kind of give signs to like for him to call her by her actual name,
Mm-hmm.
and she would get
Yeah, and then the whole bracelet thing, you can start seeing details of them getting personal instead of in their positions, right? Instead of
yeah. So
like so
uh,
so like the whole horse thing too.
yes,
She's all like, "Oh, like I'm so good at it," and I love how they are honest and they play with each other too. Like
yep,
he's all like, "Oh, you're definitely she's definitely good at anything that takes no brains, that that takes the thinking out of
yes,
doing things, you know."
mm,
And then she goes and
yeah.
says,
I do
"How
like
rude of you to say that about me." He's like,
yeah.
You have like cats of like years of a cat, I
l-
just really feel like
it's really
it's
well
really really
done.
yeah,
I
it's really really well, like, how can I say, like, they talk to like
developed.
they're very clear that they're talking to one another,
Yeah,
like and there is that scene where the he even says she's not looking at my position, she's not looking at my power,
yeah,
she's looking just right at me,
mm,
like
yes.
and I feel like that's so like
So
good way to bring the death, the death of their relationship, and build, and develop that death with them,
yes,
like
because
so
just
great.
like he did to Nina, with him calling her by her name, when she's actually doing this to him, she's actually giving him like not a purpose, but like she's actually kind of showing him that he is alive in there, right? It's not just
Mm-hmm.
the position, but there's a his old person is still in there essentially,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when we
Yeah,
get, and that's
I
when,
fucking love it, dude.
and I guess we'll wrap it up with like the last few scenes that we got between the two of them, right?
Yeah, I just love it that they are so caught in the moment,
Mm,
They don't even. I mean, I feel like Nina's a little bit more because um because we know, first of all, we know her inside thoughts, right? Like
yes.
we get to see, like, hear those and things like that, and we hear that she's all like, why do I get happy when he calls my name? Like, why am I, worry about, like, and I love that there's this part that she says, funny how things do change. I used to hate this dude, like,
Yep.
to hate this man, and what he was about and what he's doing. And now it's like, now it's all, it's all different and nothing has really changed, like, they're still doing the same thing that they started with. They're just, I don't know, they're just trying to notice the reasons behind it, I guess, and seeing that there's so much more than that.
Yeah, and
I
I
do
think.
have to talk about the the king though,
Can I just
because
say, before we
uh-huh.
get to him, let me just
Mhm.
wrap up like the scene right with them, because it was kind of like I wrote like they saw that they were that them themselves, right? Like for him, she's the only one for him, right? And she's seeing that he's the only one that's gonna be for her, obviously, because they have more history, and she's been like slowly like growing closer to him. Same with him, even though he's less aware, because obviously he was made to shelf his feelings for the longest and made to have no desire. So like he's the one that's probably gonna be in more confusion after the kiss.
Mhm. But he was, I mean, he was the one with, how's it called, with when you just kind of have an instinct, when, but
Mm,
he was the one that they did it out of an instinct, out of it.
yeah, exactly.
And I love that at that moment we do hear his thoughts, I think, right?
Yes, we did hear what he thought of it.
Yeah, we do hear his thoughts, and we see him just like trying to make sense of it, trying to, like, I don't know, put common sense or logic or something, and that's what we hear in his thoughts. He's just like
Yeah, it's
trying
like
to come up um with with reasons of why is he doing it, why is he, like, why he ran out there, why did he, like, why is he not really even mad at her, why even happy that she did that for him, when he knows that that's something that it could have killed everyone, and especially him and her,
yeah, and
like,
I mean, not only that, there's the whole thing where like uh Nina is essentially already in an arranged marriage, so like
that too. And we see that she has it very clear, right?
yeah,
Like, she really even says it in at a point, wow, I'm gonna have to marry someone, but I actually, want to be with another, like,
yeah,
but I wish to stay with,
yeah,
with
exact,
him, and
yeah,
yeah, I love that the king really put her to the test, like, I
yes,
felt like he was really trying to just see what if she's made out, what, who, like, what her intentions really are, and if it's just as straightforward as that, that she really just came to, you know to
ask for help.
ask for, for the help that, um for him, on his behalf, on a behalf of someone else, not even, you know and
Right.
again, Nina being Nina, again, without, like, acknowledging or being aware of the position she's putting herself in.
Oh yeah, and this is
Like,
like how you said, like you were telling like earlier. This is when the king said that she needs to be more aware of her position, right?
yes, yes, and I like that. I like that. I like that because it's, then we go back to what you said, like, he's the same king is giving them different medicines, perspective on where they're standing, right?
Yep.
Regardless of where they come from, or who, or how it happened, the fact that they're there, standing there, is enough, right? And I love that it all started with testing if she knew if she could stand on the star,
Yep.
and anyone in the royal that they cannot,
Yeah.
stand on this star, and we know that this, series has a star in it, and that she's holding one. So I feel like that was like a little, you know,
Too much in the nose that she didn't pick up on.
not so much in the nose, but it's going to be um, something important. It's a foresight.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be something important. And she's going to have a lot of power over it. It seems like.
Yeah.
But I do like that he's completely, you know, tested her from like wanting to take a very good look at her to seeing if she knows the rules of the house. And then third, just seeing what she's there for is already suspicious, right? Like
Yeah.
no royals will feel the need to do that,
Yep.
and especially because again, like what I was trying to say in the beginning, he said to her that her position is really the one that can do something,
Yes.
she has that leverage, she has that power,
Mm-hmm.
in her position, whether she is an imposter or not, like
Exactly.
well, as is the it's different in per se, his position completely changed, as soon as the little prince was born. And that's it. They just kind of tell him, be okay with that. Be okay that you're still gonna, be part of it, and that's it. It's
He
like
does. I do like
be
he.
actually be glad that you didn't have to do it. In a
Yep.
way, they're kind of telling him, like be glad that you didn't have to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Like so.
I I do want to say like the last little touch is because obviously he raised Asher. He knows like how he is and how he raised them. Like he pretty much
Mhm.
said like maybe she'll be the one to like blow a wind his way, right? So in a way like
Mhm.
he's expecting her to change him, and we already obviously at the end of the episode we saw how she's already changing him.
Mhm.
So
Yes, dude. We really see that. I really did like the old man.
yeah. So
I
I
really.
gotta say like the first episode did not really convince me much,
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I
but
was like, okay, the animation is beautiful, the design is cute, and
these two
and the
episodes,
story and the story where it's based on is interesting. It's all this kind of like, I like it when it's um foreign culture, like I like
yes,
it. You can tell that this is not your traditional Japanese, but
no,
it's yeah. So I me too, dude. This episode, it seems like the newer the episode, the better they get.
yes,
So
kind of
I'm really really excited to even see, you know, yeah, yeah. No, I'm super excited.
me
I'm
too.
super excited. Just being able to see someone like as blush like that. Oh my god,
Yes,
that
I
was
agree.
that was great.
It's looking to be a good one. But yeah, I got nothing else. You?
Nothing else.
All right, that's it for this one. And for our next one, we should talk about the new show, Bloomy
Mm-hmm.
Burrow. It's a pretty interesting start. We're once again we're it's a story.
Reminds me a lot of Samurai Shampoo vibes in the start.
Yes, yes. There's there's
Right?
there's a lot of heavily inspired by that for sure, and I think like I like that this is also like a story that's being told for something that happened in the past. So like we know that these characters probably did something that changed the world that we don't know about, which is like the premise, right? Um, so basically, these are like the wolves or whatnot, right? That are unknown to history, but actually played a big role in like changing the world. And ba- basically, it's like I do like that they used a lot of names that I found familiar, like Shinsengumi and Okita and stuff. Like these are names I've heard because I watched like a portion of Gintama. So even in Gintama, like there's like obviously they take inspiration from like a certain period, and these people, all these names seem familiar because they're from that same period, right? But this is
Mm-hmm.
not their story. It's the story of the three wolves, whatnot, right? That
Yes.
and we get to meet one of them, who is named Neo. How how do you feel about Neo?
I'm loving all the characters. I love the kid. He's very smart for his age.
Yeah,
Um, and and we see that the story is really about him, right? So,
yeah. It's about him and like two of his other close friends, I think. But we're just getting introduced with him because he's the main boy.
mm-hmm. Yeah, so,
It so the reason why it's called like the Miburo is because that's the name of the people essentially that were help that that alright, so those are like the wolves, like the gang of the wolves that like help people essentially, right? So
mm-hmm.
they're and it's blue because I guess that's the section that he's gonna belong to. I'm assuming. Uh, but like I like how they show up, right? These two random people show up in the store, uh, and everybody's like, "Damn, they're handsome." All the girls were like, "Damn, they're handsome," and basically, like they're like, "Oh, they can probably get away with anything because they're good looking."
Yeah, I like that first they're being put as the bad guys, but we actually know that they're the heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we could
That's
tell right
pretty
away
cool.
that the way they were being portrayed right off the bat was that just not right. They were seen as the bad guys that get away with like doing heinous things, but it wasn't really that. They were just like uh given a bad rap because I guess all the people they beat up.
Mm-hmm.
But we do
Yeah.
we do see like they're not afraid to use underhanded methods, right? Because with uh Neo and Iroha, like his little sister, they
Mm-hmm.
use them to capture the bandits. Essentially, they heard were kidnapping kids, so they play it off as like they dirtied one of Aroha's clothes, and basically Neo goes with the Aroha, and they get attacked by the supposed kidnappers. So like these wolves, these Miburo people show up, and they are really strong. They take care of things. They're about to like commit murder, right? Until like Neo steps in, and it's kind of like they probably have hostages on them, and that's why they were trying to kidnap Bess.
Yes. Oh my God, that was a good detail. That was the whole like I that's what really grasped me. That scene, the whole realization of the situation, really, 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 um, in his speech of it, like his thoughts on it.
Yeah,
Wow, the maturity, the emotion maturity of this kid. And I love that these adults, even though they were using the kids, right? Um,
yeah,
they were genuinely caring for the kids too.
yeah,
Like like wanting to protect them and yeah, and take care of them. he knows that he didn't really think of the consequences or the repercussions, of for the kids, right? But we definitely see that they sticked around long enough after to make them feel, to give them comfort, right? To not make them feel so used and thrown, like a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
yeah, they take care of the
yeah.
actual bandits, that the ones that were actually holding the hostages, and then they go back.
And I like that he was the key for that, right? Because it was when they were fighting those kidnappers that he realized they were they were kidnappers, but they were also the victims,
Yeah, and it was
or
because
the
of the
victim's family. Yeah, the victim's family, and it's because he's very good at picking up those
body languages.
yes, exactly. So that was really neat for the kid to pick it up versus the adults, right?
Yeah,
Well, the adults were obviously distracted and busy, like it's not
yeah,
like they could be paying attention. But
yeah,
it was legit that they he he give them that push so they could get over, because if they would have killed the dude, they would have not known hostages were, and the point would have like,
yeah, and
rescue the kids wouldn't have like happened. So luckily for that, they were able to take care of that. They then come back, which they didn't really have to, right? That's what I was
yeah.
saying. Like they came back and tried to,
Recruit them.
you know, give them some comfort, and we
Well,
kid is just so
first,
hard that he calls them out on their shit, right?
yeah, he
That
does.
you're
He calls them out
like
for
you
sure.
just use this and you don't even know about the repercussions because you thought, the the ends,
Well, he does.
justify the means, like so.
He does like tell them like that the the kids are always the ones that are suffering, right? Where whether it's like through all the hardships of everything that happens, right? Whether it's like the killing of the parents or the kidnapping of siblings, like the kids are the ones that are always the ones that have to
Well,
bear.
the
Oh,
weak, right? The weak, yeah,
yeah, the weak bear the burden, which essentially always ends up being the kids,
right. Because exactly,
and that's
and I like obviously I knew at that moment where when the kids were getting attacked,
mhm.
the like you could feel how he felt so
Yeah,
powerless,
yeah, and
like
that's what he told them.
you felt it with him,
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he's talking about there too, um
that he felt
and yeah, no,
powerless and he wants the strength to like he doesn't just want strength, right? He says he wants strength that changes the world. So
yeah.
it's not just to him, it's just not for him to be stronger to be able to like protect people. It's the fact that he knows that the weak always suffer, that he wants to be the one that
Mm-hmm.
causes the change where that no longer has to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
Very, very.
and like you said, they do go back because they're there. They comfort him and how he feels, and then he decides to join them.
Mm-hmm. That was great. I really cannot, and that's when the story really begins, right? Like,
Yeah, I think it's the
mm,
this one's this one's gonna be a good one.
two course. Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's gonna be two course too.
yeah, two cores.
Gonna go into it's gonna go into the next season.
Oh,
So
for sure, it's gonna go quite long. All right,
yeah,
last thing. How do you feel about the opening?
I liked it too. I feel like I liked it.
So
I
did
think
I. I liked
I
it.
mean,
I like the song a lot. So like I'm like it gets a
yeah,
pass for me. And
yes.
okay, okay. I guess the last thing we can really talk about is that this is essentially gonna be
Power God. Oh,
no,
the last thing of this one.
yeah. the last thing of
Mhm.
this we can really talk about is the fact that there's how do you say a built-in like found family throughout this entire thing, and that's gonna be like
I know. I like the grandmom.
yeah the great. No,
Yeah,
you gotta slow it down. She's at least
she's
their
the
mother.
mother. I'm sorry. She
She's the
is the
mom.
mother. Why not the mother? I
Yeah,
love her. She is
yeah,
so dope. I love the girl. I
yeah.
love the little girl.
Kind of sad that
She was adorable.
yeah, but it is kind of sad that she was gonna be forced away from them, right? Because she already has
Mhm.
like a noble that already has an eye on her and is planning
Mhm.
to take her away from there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
lots of sad things in here. Hopefully, next episode will be just as good. Obviously, like I'm not expecting this to be super amazing animation, but the story that it provides is really good. So,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm with you on that.
so yeah,
Yeah.
and that's all for that one. Oh
Let's talk about Tower of God then.
yes, I gotta say, I
Mhm.
I think they stepped up the animation. I gotta say, finally
They messed up.
no they stepped up.
Oh,
They stepped
they
it up.
stepped up. Oh, okay, okay. I was like,
Com-
oh, what? I did
com-
not notice that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any complaints.
I mean,
I like it.
the animation like hasn't been stellar. It's just been good, but I think this one's
Mm.
like a little bit more than good.
Okay.
So that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, um, so it picks off right where we left off, kinda.
Mhm.
Bam is still stuck with the Ron and Anak, trying to get in between them. Trying to get him to behave. He ends up shooting both of them, so they end up going to the battle workshop place,
Mhm.
and he really is kind of like a peacemaker. He wants all his friends to win. Like he said, he's the only one that has to suffer. And we do get like a little thing of like what happened with Kun and one the prince guy, right? Because basically Kun sent everybody to the next stage except them because the prince was like, I need to save the little girl and the other snob prince, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, good for him. I mean, we see that, that opened a whole possibility of things, right?
Yeah, and
Like they were able to she was able to realize who was there,
yep.
and then make his move, um and then I like the Bam. It's really thinking,
Who is
Bam
thinking?
is
Oh yeah, Bam.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam, he went, as soon as he kind of like uh acknowledged the situation in a way. Like he calculated and made moves. Um, I like that. He fast realized that he needed to go back to his team, and then as he went back there, he like took out the lizard girl, right, and the blue hair kid,
Yes.
and I think that was like the right move.
Well, he was gonna
Um,
do that, right? Regardless, because he wanted, like I said, he wanted them to like move on, and because this wasn't the spot or like the place to really go all out per se.
right. Right. So yeah, no, I mean, you can tell that he has his goals, obviously, and he's thinking, nobody's even telling him, doing it for his own convenience or for the convenience of the others, to help.
Yep.
Um, so yeah, and then we see that
I mean, he asks the other leftover Kun member to for like a favor or something, right? He's like, I got a
mhm,
request for you, and then he goes back down further to kind of save the guide, you know. because the guy is like stuck in like a very sticky situation. No pun intended, right?
Mhm.
With the bee and the tracksuit guy, and then the buff guy
Yeah.
that comes later. Um, but I like that the tracksuit guy was like, trying to play it off like we're not here for the battle workshop anymore. We're just here to capture you, right? Because they want to make him pay
Mhm.
for like supposedly killing Kun, and he came prepared, right?
Right.
He Well, he came as prepared as he could because he gave Bomb the Reina ring, which essentially like nullifies all Shinsu.
I mean, the conditions that Bam put, it's another reason why I'm saying, like, damn, Bam, you're thinking.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
Bam, he's the one that set up the conditions, and
But
um,
I like that in this one we get to really test out like Bam's physical ability, right? Because of his Shinsu being completely like nullified in this fight.
yes, what was that, by the way? Yeah, that was that was something.
Yeah, like he was not doing too well without the Shinsu, but like you remember like way back early in the season when he's like they put something in me, I don't know what it is. That is
Yes, where he kind of bonded with the right wing guy, right?
yeah, that's what
Like,
they added on him essentially. And if you look at it, it's practically verbatim what the wing guy has Kang, So
yep, I saw that.
except I think Bam got the actual thing, and then the other guy got like a prototype of it or like a man-made thing. So that's where like the differences is, and poor guy, she gets stung, but luckily Bam was able to like get the honey for the guy to like not have to like die a gruesome death.
Mhm.
And I really love how they put it here, right, with the tracksuit guy, and also with how Kun put it to the prince guy, where it's kind of like I think I wrote it down here. Okay, it's like they have to understand like the difference between reality and like what they need or what they want, right?
Oh
So
yeah. That was like a yeah.
so I like that the tracksuit guy like fully understands like the him trying to capture Biole, is something he wants to do, but the reality is that he's not strong enough to actually pull it off. So he has to really like come back with like
Retreat.
retreat and come back like even more well prepared because
Yeah.
he even admits it like like I was not expecting this. This is not there's not really a way you can prepare for somebody to like win without Shinsu in the tower where like
Yeah, when you have such a
reliance on it.
exactly. I was just gonna say when you're relying so much on one move like that, like, oh, we're going to cut cut off his jitsu, um, and then you have nothing else. So what if he has something else? How do you gonna counter that? Like
Yeah, they really weren't.
it's like
Well,
yeah, they didn't have plan B.
yeah, exactly, and that's why he had to retreat. And
Mhm.
let's talk a little bit about like how we see Rock again for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
you know,
That was so cute. Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure Kun took him to the next stage. Uh, I'm sure.
Blue turtle. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
so happy
Yeah. I'm so
seeing
happy.
his blue
Like every
turtle.
time we have like a little bit of Rock, I'm like, yes, please. I, because I know the instant like Rock sees Viola slash Ram, he's gonna know this is the Black Turtle. Like I have
Yeah, of
no
course.
question. You know.
Of course. Of
And,
course.
but speaking of like reunions,
Mhm.
Kong, Kong meets up with the prince again. You know, and the prince was kind of
Mhm.
like asking him like, why don't you come with us again, right? Essentially, he's like, you that's no longer like a option for him anymore.
Mhm.
And like the person that has the other two part of the crew for Raccoon and them has this octopus thing that's really dangerous, which
Mhm.
even Kun was like, "Do not move." After he realized who it was, right? Because
Right.
it's like a form of his, it's part of his team, so like he obviously knows. And another person that made an appearance was the guy that just sleeps on the floor. By the way, did you notice that he made like a little appearance also in this episode?
Mhm. Yeah. Oh man, I'm just so so excited because
Well, it's
um
exciting because things are coming together,
yeah,
right?
because they're finally, in place and space.
Yep.
And
Mm,
and we already know that Kun knows, so that's gonna be a big key.
yep.
And then
And Dorsey just found out, or is piecing
and
it together.
Dorsey just found out, which I love that puts her in some type of way, right? In some mood,
Yeah.
like, and that's so in Dorsey, like she she's so like in a way like control freak, or at least like she's smart enough to think ahead,
Yep.
and the fact that she didn't think of this, or she really
Really?
already knows what they're doing, right? Like right away, as soon as she put together, she put everything together,
Yep. The Shinso that
like
Bam used the previous episode. The fact that
as soon as yeah, as soon as it's like, wait, yeah, I love her. I really love
so do I. I
I really
really
love her.
I I'm excited to see what happens because I think she didn't make the count, right? I think it reached zero before she.
Yeah, you're right. I was a little bit on the confused side about that too with her on the count. Yeah, we'll
Or
see though. She sometimes, pulls shit off from her
I
ass.
mean, it could just be that we're seeing like a kind of like the past, before it went to zero.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like you never really know with this shit. But yeah,
yes,
love that she got a clue at least. Hopefully but like I said, she's pretty fucking smart. So she, you know, they put that together, and she put the whole thing together. So
yeah, I think
that's
that was Bam's
crazy.
mistake for saying he was Bam the 25th. Because who the fuck has the
But
25th? The 25th as a name.
but I know, right? But at the same time, it's like I bet he he felt like
Relief.
the only opportunity, yeah, that he was going to have to really say who he is, and not and thought that they wouldn't have like a harm or repercussions.
Well, it
But
certainly is now. Now that Endorsi knows for sure.
yeah, for sure, it's gonna do something. It's gonna create a lot more than something. It's in Dorsey.
Yeah,
So.
she's gonna demand like 20 dates now. So, one
Yeah.
for each floor that they passed. So like 30. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's that on Tower of God. Unless you got anything
Yeah.
else. Okay.
No, I'm just forward for you slow, but like, everyone's like getting in their place, and everyone's getting their own, clues, and
Yeah. I need everybody to
we'll see.
realize Bam is alive and for everybody to
I know,
realize
me too. Me too. Okay. Okay.
and for Kun
Like
to be alive
the whole
too.
fucking second season. Like
Yeah.
me, the whole fucking second season. I need them to fucking know that already.
Yeah.
Like, and
Alright.
I'm really curious about what's gonna happen to the girl in the pens, right? Like the ones that were taken as
Yeah. I mean,
Muppets and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
I could not tell you. I
yeah,
I first of all, I don't remember what happens to them.
yeah.
But second of all, even if I did, spoilers.
Yeah. True.
Anyway, So
Yeah, kind of curious to see what happens with that. So
me too. Hopefully soon. All
mhm.
right.
Yeah.
That's
All
it
right.
on that
Let's
one.
play it on Tower God.
Up next,
Okay.
as a
Yes.
as a reincarnated aristocrat. So war is finally here. How do you feel about it?
Well, it's we definitely see it in a very small scale because it's like them five,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean supposedly they have like 1,000 or 10,000, man army behind them or whatever, or
Yep.
at their disposal.
Yep.
But obviously we're being focused on the main ones, right?
Well, that's
On
because
the
they decided to split their forces and focus their
Mhm.
main firepower on the one that gives them like the best terrain efficiency, right? But I do like that before they get into battle, they kind of like all the of ours retainers pretty much try to comfort him to make him feel like comfortable going into his first battle, essentially, right? And
Yep. They sure did make sure of that.
and
So,
they obviously are like already proclaiming that they're gonna win it for him, right? And further his influence.
mhm.
And now we get to the actual like meat sauce with where they're in the fortress, right? This fortress, I was like, oof, it's gonna take quite a bit to like for them to actually get it through, right? Because even Charlotte used like a big spell, and it was just enough to like crack
Mhm.
it.
Oh my god, I love that we get introduced to this other like powerful mage.
Yes,
Really, really,
Selena.
yeah, really looking forward to that.
That was really good. Actually, I do like that.
Yeah, she was a good addition to it. I can't wait to see more of her, and see
I
what
hope
happens.
I hope Ars recruits her because he's gonna see potential, probably.
Yeah,
Hopefully, I do like
hopefully.
like the first initial battle to get in. The enemy just gave up, right? And,
Yeah.
and that's what allowed him to like proceed to this next one with no harm, and they're like we're gonna do the same, pretty much like no, not a lot of like people being harmed would be like most ideal.
Right.
But obviously, this Selena had like a different approach where she was just gonna create barriers upon barriers where they weren't gonna be able to how you say like break it down enough, right? Or like break it down where they would run out of magic first before she did.
Yeah,
But
it seems like that was the game there.
well, that was like the initial game because they
Yes.
well that was happening. They were gonna pincer them with like like 100,000 or what was it like something like that, right? Like 10,000 soldiers all at once. Like they essentially they took all the troops that they had in all the other fortresses, and
Mhm.
they send them to this fortress because they knew that was like the key one, like the key point to defend.
Mhm.
And that's like I do like that, even though this is war, the strategist, Rosal, he was still getting lectured by the other girl, Muriel. Like you're just thinking too small, right? Like if I was you, I would start thinking of like how they could
Mhm.
outsmart me, right? It's like because if you just think of like the easiest way to like win, or like the most logical way, then that's something the enemy can also think of. So you got to think of like how am I gonna counter my own strategy, right?
Mhm. Yeah, that was really cool seeing them strategize.
Yes, and obviously like ours is like all for it, right? He's like these are my retainers. I value them highly, and when they're getting pincered, he essentially like takes command. He's like, all right, Ritz, I'm gonna need you to hold them off for like half a day.
Yep, that was really cool.
And Ritz, he's like, for you, I can probably last an entire day, right? Or you know what? I'll probably wipe them out before an entire day, right?
Mhm.
and then of course Charlotte has to get in, and it's like, yeah, you just give me all the magic cubes or magic tubes, right? Whatever for her magic, and it's like I'll have it done. I'll have the barrier down in like 2 hours max, right? And
Yeah, Charles was the real MVP for sure.
oh yeah, she is. She basically gathered all that magic, and based on the fact that she's like the one with the highest potential and has the most firepower,
Yeah,
she unlocked a spell that nobody had even seen before.
right. She was really.
But the catch to it is basically she was gonna be incapacitated afterwards, right? So she kind of just told us like, after I'm done, just look out for me, right? Because I probably won't be able to move. And that was like, it was like a bunch of like almost like meteors, just like raining down on the fortress.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Super powerful. Just power, you know?
Yeah,
A
it
lot of power.
which is kind of like crazy.
Magical power, you know?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
even
Charlotte is really cool.
like she's been like my favorite from like the first season.
And she's like so beautiful too.
Oh yeah, that does help too.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, no, she did amazing. And then of course,
Yeah,
like
they did very, very good. Um,
even
they were
Ritz,
really able to counter. Yeah, exactly.
Ritz took out a 10,000 army by his with like 1,000 troops or something like that. And
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, I guess that's why they call him like the Green Reaper of the battlefield. Because he takes care of things in there. He's all about uh
Yep.
winning and with efficiency as well. And
Yeah, he was great.
yeah, so like this ends up being like a complete victory for ours and the group right there, with no little to no casualties, you know, like they planned initially. And this just really goes to show like the people that were right there, how much like firepower ours
Right.
truly has, right? So a lot of things could come from this, right? I feel like one, you can start being afraid of this kid with like
Right.
like these monsters that he has surrounding him. Or you can be like the other other girl, Mirel, where she's kind of like, this thing's kind of fun because I'm surrounded by a bunch of monsters, right?
Yeah. I really, and let's not forget that the ones there in war, or at least fine or challenging, is also what, a brother to this, to one of his, like, to
Yeah,
that
so
woman
like
there.
the two main people that are leading the armies are like
Mm.
brothers that are fighting
Mhm.
for the throne essentially.
Yeah.
So that, and not only that, but like his right hand man is the one that's like uh doing like the military movements in this part. So I wonder if he's gonna show up himself and face them,
Right.
because it seems like the first strategy of just like giving up was his, and then the second strategy was also his to begin with.
Mhm.
But because he exists, and because he has such underhanded tactics, like the other mage Selena that we both uh really enjoy, her character
Mm.
pretty much tells her that you're a pussy, right? Like
Mhm.
stand up for yourself. Don't let him take charge of our own battles, right?
Yeah.
And that's why she was able to like basically take control of that fortress for her own, because she was given that opportunity by the person.
Yeah.
But
It's gonna be a nice little war, to be honest.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna last long if Charlotte can do more than one of those at some point, right? If she's able to do more than one of
Mhm.
these fire attacks, they'll be pretty much over pretty quickly. And of course, we have Ritz, who's like the Grim Reaper. So
Mhm.
two very powerful people that can probably take a fortress by themselves.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, That's it. That's all I got on this one. You?
That's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I have to say too.
All right. Well,
I'm excited to just see how this war continues and it.
yeah, and I'm excited to see how much Ars grows when he's actually pushed in one of these fights. Hopefully, like
Mm-hmm.
maybe he'll finally be able to like break the his mental barrier that he had back when he was a kid.
Yeah.
But until then, like I'll we'll keep enjoying this. We'll keep talking about it for sure. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
That's it.
it. So up next is Danmachi, and we got two that we're gonna really talk about, both episode 3 and 4, right?
Yes.
And I'll
Me
start off,
too.
I guess, with episode 3, and where like uh Belle pretty much kidnaps Seer, right? Because she told him like in the
Mm-hmm.
previous episode, like you gotta
Oh,
kidnap
that's
me.
right. She wants to run away.
Yeah, she
She,
wants to run away from her
she,
family.
yeah, from her family. Yeah, from her life. From yeah,
Yeah, from her
from the from being persuaded. Yeah.
yes, and
Right.
you know our good boy Bell always like quick to like take a damsel in distress, like usual. Always
Mm-hmm.
can't say no to
That's our
women.
hero.
Yes, that's our
Hero
little hero.
behavior.
And meanwhile, while that's happening with them trying to get away, Hestia and Ice are looking for Belle because Hestia cannot deal with the fact that Belle has a date.
That's it. So possessive, but in a cute way.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of to me it is a bit weird that she would want to be with Belle because it's almost like that's like her son, but
Right.
like I guess they're not technically like mother and son, but like at the same time, uh, she does have a pact with the rest of the ladies, so I guess she can't really move for him either way, you know. But yeah, like Belle and Seer managed to escape the family somehow, and they ended up in a church, and it was like one of those things where like Belle wanted to check out real quick because it opens up during the festival that's currently being celebrated. So they get in, and it's a very like beautiful like scenery, right? And in it there's like a story about like a spirit and the hero, and how like the spirit sacrificed herself for the hero or something like that. But it was also like in fact that the hero had like another lover or something like that, that he was made aware to make a choice between the two of them, and when he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't, the spirit ended up having to sacrifice herself to save him from being attacked by a monster. Which
That's right.
when I heard about that, I thought for an instant, like Bell's probably gonna have to make like a similar choice, where he's gonna have to choose between the person he loves and a person that loves him, which is like Seer, right? I think that's my initial
Yes.
thought. So
Right.
very good foreshadowing in a bit, and
Right.
I do love that Bell uh, pretty much had like, I want to say kind of like the reins of this like date, right? Because he did end up like buying her like an accessory, which is kind of like the accessory was kind of like a two-part, right? Where like one person would get one piece and the other person would get the other piece, and together they make a whole.
Yes,
And it
that
was
was very.
based on this story that we were just hearing about this in the church.
Yeah, that their day was cute. Their day was really cute. I thought the fact that she was feeling awkward because the way that Belle was being with her, but at the same time, they were both going along with it. Like really, really being in that moment and taking seriously their date. I mean, um, the whole philosophy thing that you did say about that. I did think it was more of her wishful thinking than anything, because to me, Bell makes it very, very clear that he is not to get involved with gods, like in that
Yes.
regard.
Mm-hmm.
Like he takes it very, very serious that that he's not in position or in any, any privilege to even consider it, and even the
Exactly.
thought of it seems ridiculous to him,
Yeah.
it's really, really not twisted, because it's obviously the right way, right?
Yes.
But it's twisted from the goddesses, whether it's Cestia or the other, what's her name?
Freya.
Freya. Yes. Whether it's Hestia or Freya,
Mm.
like and I was I was reading that if if their love was reciprocated by a human, they could become human. Like they could, be
I-
freed from their from from the eternity of, immortality and that position of,
yeah.
things. So
Yeah. I think
but I
that.
can see why their obsession is it's real,
Yeah.
like
Which I think. Um. I think that was like kind of like established earlier in a previous season as well, something like that, to
yeah.
where,
Hmm.
and that's why like all these gods and goddesses, right? Just they end up getting really close, but they never like really cross that line, right? Because
Hmm.
I don't know why.
Because it will get rid of their divine.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll get rid of the divine, but like I guess they just want to keep their position in a way, or like their position has to mean something, like
Right,
for
right,
like a
right,
greater
right, right.
good, that
It's
they have to
true. I
stay.
mean, I mean, I mean, they're not equals,
Yeah, they're
like
not equals.
in a way, It's like it's if you are to do that, you're saying you guys that you all guys are equals. I think that is the reason why they get put down, they get taken from the divine power,
Yeah.
like because they're not, and you and it's just the truth, so if you're going to do that, then it has to become true that you're not a god anymore, kind of thing, or
Mm.
that you gave up, the
Yeah,
divine.
exactly. I feel
So,
that's very true. Okay.
so
Eh,
that's yeah, so that's very interesting, because
yeah, it is,
um
and especially considering like,
yeah.
you know stuff that happens later, but with like episode with continuing with episode 3, they do end up in a nice
Mhm.
little dinner, right? In this like bow
Right,
place.
right. It was a whole full on date, because it was the festival of the goddess, right?
Yes.
So I mean, a festival, it's a great date. It's like, you get the whole package of it, you know.
Yeah, I
You
do.
get to walk around, shop around, do activities, events, have dinner, see some friends along the way, run
Yeah, all the ones that
into
are like keeping tabs on them. Like somehow they all ended
regardless,
up working at the boat.
whatever type there is, the stalkers and the non-stalkers.
I
So
just want to emphasize that these people got away from work, right, to be at the festival, and where they end up with still working somewhere else. I just I
it's just the irony.
yeah,
It's the irony of faith and destiny,
yeah,
Like
exactly, and
something's meant to be
I
but
did,
by the will of a god, It's like
yeah,
I feel
they
like.
just had to end up there. But
Mhm.
the Freya family ends up like finding them regardless in the middle of the ocean, and
So I love how spicy this episode ends, right? Because
yep.
I don't know, to me, Seer has always been portrayed as such an innocent and in a way, not a toothpaste, but
Who's here?
calculative. Calculative. Yes, Seer. Like
Mm,
she is calculative, But and but so like even though she has this innocent kind of act and things, you know, like I feel like she's so calculative that that it is, you know, that even though she's being good and kind, it but it isn't in with but it is with that intent though. And I think that is the calculative thing, you know, which is
Yeah.
kind of ironic, you know,
Yeah. I mean,
for
she
someone to try to be calculative about being kind and good to someone, you know. So
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
she was definitely calculated. I mean, she like the episode did end with them with her basically being like, I know the one place where they're not gonna go look for us, and it was her own home. You know, so
Mhm.
but even before that, you know, I loved when they were walking next to all the statues, or like just them, like when they were walking
Mhm.
away from the
Mhm.
boat, where it was just like the
Mhm.
music playing in the background, and then you saw like Sir just feel free and happy just to be with Belle. It was
Mhm.
like such a soothing sight to see.
Mhm.
And but when they got to
Yeah.
like the statues, right, with all the heroes and whatnot, like I love that story with like the hero that Belle wants to emulate, right? Odir, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Um, and they're like Seer kind of tells him like the reason why there's no statue that's in front of him is because nobody's able to match him, right? Or like,
Right.
but like that they believe that a hero will appear that will kill like the ancient dragon.
Mhm.
So
Love that. Love that. That is definitely a foreshadow. So
yeah, foreshadowing to
that's
Belle for sure.
yeah, that is definitely a for sure, for sure. That's
Yeah, and
loving my
even
bell.
yeah, and like this is all like going with like how like we get glimpses of like throughout this entire date of like Seer like having kind of like this different facial expression, right, where it was kind of like
Mhm.
defeated, almost kind of like sad in a way
Mhm.
that probably like she knew what was gonna happen, and but she still went for it regardless, right? So it was like she was putting up a front on herself to fool herself into thinking
Mhm.
that it could happen.
Right.
Because,
Definitely.
but yeah, it definitely. I definitely gotta say the big hope for this time around goes to the once again the friends of Seer that work with her, right, and Ice, who
Yes.
like defended them from the Freya family in the third episode. Let them get this alone time where we end episode 3 with Seer getting it in the shower and Belle's like, "What's happening?" You know,
I know.
and
That's her calculative.
yes, exactly. She calculated that to a perfection, which is how episode
Mhm.
4 like kicks off with all the spice that we could want, all the fan service we can want. You know, like without it getting too like
Yeah, really though.
without getting too spicy. Like
Yeah, really though. For real. I'm loving I'm loving that I'm loving that growth for Belle, you know? I am.
I
I
I
am.
I just want
I did not think he deserved and he was much better than a meathead, you know, head. You know, I do get that her love of her life or her crush is one, you know, but I definitely didn't want him to stay that way, you know, and just be that about that either.
I do
Like,
I do feel like this is like the first time we see like Belle really tempted, right? Because Sarah is like kind of like forcing herself on him in a way, like
right.
just she lets him take a shower on his
She's
own,
being
right?
super straightforward. Yeah, she's being super forward, you know?
Yeah, super forward. Tell like leaves her pants off, you know. So he ends up looking at her thighs, catching um glimpses of her
Oh
thighs.
yeah,
That
because she didn't use her yeah, she didn't put her pants.
yeah,
Yeah,
and you know
that's
she's like,
funny.
you have to sleep in the same bed as me, right? And Belle's like, I just cannot, right? I just physically cannot. And then you know she ends up like talking to him, like at least like lay like sit on the bed with her, right, for a bit, and she jumps on him. and Belle
Right.
denies her once again, like straightforwardly, just says no, this is not right, right? And
Right. This is not, yeah.
yeah, she like really wants to. She really wants Belle, and she kind of like we saw her like kinda use some sort of like magic, right? Because her eyes glued was like when she was telling him like you do want me or something like that, right? I forget like the exact wording, but like she was it was almost like she was telling them or inf- putting like a spell on him to force him to do what she wanted,
Mhm.
which is kind of like going back to like the previous uh episodes where it's kind of like don't let him know who you truly are, right?
Mhm.
So there's
Yeah.
that. There, it does just like instantly gets me intrigued right off the bat. You know, they do end up like sleeping together, and they just kind of like spoon.
They
You know,
do. They do. She ends up getting her way, as always.
yeah,
So
like usual. You know, I do. It was
yeah.
like she wanted to do naughty things. Belle was not up for it. Obviously, his crush on Ice is too strong, and then
Too
she
strong.
yeah, too strong. I mean, he's
But
denied.
he really has, been like obsessed with her and like and like it has grown, it's not like he has this image of her and then never interacts with her, like he has interacted enough with her that
Yeah, I think
he
that's
gets what's it called, assurance or confirmation that this is the type of woman he's into, like that.
yeah, and it helps
So,
too that she's as he's gotten stronger. Like it seems like as he gets stronger, the closer they kind of get, because now she's kind of like helping
yes,
him, like without like him having to say anything, right? Before he almost like,
right.
I mean, she would help him, but not like to this degree without like him asking. This is like she literally helped him like
Mhm.
twice,
Mhm.
and he didn't have to say a
Mhm.
word.
I
So like
agree.
it seems like they're getting closer.
Mhm. I
Anyway,
agree.
and
At least she's shows interest since she's such an ice queen, right? Like
yeah,
she
exactly.
she shows no emotion whatsoever in anything, and nothing, nothing that she does. Only power and strength, it seems to be the only emotions that she's
Which
able to to show, and to project.
yeah, exactly.
But um it obviously, but you can obviously also see if you really look into it and observe her like Belle does, right? That in death, she's a very kind person and she does it for good. She does it to bring good, to be like she is a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
And I
she has
feel
the qualities of a hero.
yeah, and I feel
You
like
know.
as we progress through this season, maybe we'll get more stuff that will kind of like broaden her character. Because right now, like I think
Hmm.
she's the least explored character.
I agree. I agree. Even though there's like a whole series about it, which I tried watching it, to be honest with you, the Sword of Orion, which is like her point of view.
Oh,
Um,
I have not even seen
but
that one, but like maybe
yeah, yeah, yeah,
maybe that'll give
it
us more
is.
insight. But like
No,
you
it
know,
is. It obviously will, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's something to consider. So
yeah,
I'm glad they do that because obviously she is
the
his
main
main
girl.
love. Yeah, he is his love interest. That is the girl,
Yeah,
and like some some others, he doesn't have a harem as much as the people or the girls,
I
um,
think that's like a misrepresentation of like the English name that they got that they put on it, right? Because the English name is like why don't is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon, something like that. So like the
yeah.
I feel like that naming scheme alone, like for like at least the English viewers, kind of like just
Hmm.
already implants like a certain like
The
harem
wrong
as
impression.
yeah. So
Yeah. In a way, I agree with you. Like,
so
Yeah, because same with me. You know, when I heard about this series from someone, because someone recommended it to me years ago back in college. When I heard it, I really said, "Oh my God, it's one of those, right? That
Yeah, exactly. Like,
harem doesn't. It's just picking up girls, you know,
mm,
and it's really about that as a Kia kind of thing." But I even asked him if it was that, you know. He's like, "No, not really. The name is it's very misleading in a way, you know."
yeah,
And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I watched it and I was like, "Oh wow, no, yeah, this is more mythology, more
yeah.
politics, you know, more fantasy, you know, like
Like,
it's hardly any romance, you
yeah, like,
know, or a harem for
yeah,
that matter." So.
exactly. Like, I feel like this could turn into a big rant for on Danmachi, But I'm glad because, like, I will say there is aspects that isekai do take from this that you could say like isekai takes from this series or like are similar,
Hmm.
but this series adds like more stuff to it. Like obviously,
Yeah.
uh,
Hmm.
the girls always being in love with the MC is like a thing in like a lot of isekai harems, but
Hmm.
this is like kind of like taking almost inspiration from like Arifureta, where yes, these
Hmm.
women are all pressure all precious to him, but like he only has eyes for one girl.
Hmm. And he only does it just like Kirito too, Sword Art too,
Yeah, and
right?
just like Sword Art
He
Online as
only,
well.
yeah, he
And
only actually
and
claims one, right? And he
yeah,
only publicly funds one, you know?
and that's another thing,
Um,
right? Also with like it also takes like that aspect of Sword Art Online with at least like it feels like at least like the 100 floor thing where that we didn't
mhm,
really get to explore fully in like the original Sword Art Online. And this is
mhm.
seems like it's taking its time like to build up to those 100 floors.
Right, right. Even though I was reading that the first two seasons were horribly paced, you know,
And
according to the light novelist readers, you know.
I mean I think
They
that
said last season was the best, the Rio
yes,
season.
I
The
do
Rio
agree.
season was like the best as adapted. They said it wasn't rush. It didn't feel rush. It wasn't rush, and it was yeah. So
Yeah, I definitely feel like
you know, but light novels usually go that way though. Light novels because light novels there's just so much like context, you know, and
yeah.
content.
And there's
Like
also like a
and
lot of
and
inner thoughts. I feel like
exactly. I was just gonna say that too. Like when we start getting discussing the fourth episode, that's the difference between a night level of like clearness versus anime. You know,
yeah,
I feel like for us anime watchers, we got the point of the fourth episode, but we were confused from of it for many reasons. You know, for many we had questions, because we felt like a lot of things were, become like loose ends,
yeah,
like you feel like there was a lot of loose ends, but unless you were a night novel reader, which you read everyone's inner thoughts in a way, like
yeah,
you know from the get go that is that is, and so but
yeah.
yeah, that fallen episode, so they get into.
Well, after that, right now we can get back into the
She
episode
just
where
leaves him.
yeah,
Yeah, so she just leaves him, right? She just like
yes,
disappears, which is a very again calculative and
yeah,
manipulative move in a way, but she goes with that. Belle, runs with Ed.
yeah.
Um,
I think he
she looks for her to meet her and.
well before that we should also mention she kind of like told him she loves him, and he didn't really know how to handle that right away. Right, he kind of wanted time to think
Mhm.
about it, and he
Mhm.
meets up his buddy. Uh,
I love that talk that they had with yeah.
Wolf. I think it's a Wolf.
Wolf, yeah. Yeah, wolf, yeah.
Yeah.
Wolf, like wolf. It's like with an E, I think.
Wolf.
Wolf. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead. Talk
Mhm.
about that.
Yeah, I mean that was great. I'm glad that I don't know if he did it on purpose. I kind of missed out on that part, or like if he went to look for them for him, or he just ran into him. But whatever,
Uh,
whichever it was, I'm glad that he he he
well,
you know
he
he was he ran into him,
yeah,
and got the chance to discuss with him, like, the real situation that he was in, because everyone was lost, right? Of
yeah,
him getting this letter, asked for a date, and all this stuff. But for him, for Wolf, I think, because he's more adult and serious and stuff like that. He realized what it was. It was like, oh, a tavern girl, waitress, develop a crush with an adventure, and and
yeah,
she's putting it out there, and like it feels like he got the point real quick,
yeah.
and then and then at the same time he put it in a very good third, view perspective, like
Well, yeah. He
um
he basically told him like, she poured out her feelings towards you. You as a man,
mhm,
you have to like give her
answer.
a
You have
response.
to,
You have
yeah, you
to.
have to.
It's like you can't run away
Mhm.
from this. You have to give her a response. Whether it's good or bad, it has. You have to like go in there and give her a
Yeah,
response. With that he with his whole chest, right? Basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, and he does go out and find Seer in like a,
Yes, yes.
and right there when he meets her, the Freya family's attacking her all of a sudden, right? Which
Right.
to us who are watching, like as this is going along, is
Mhm.
kind of like, oh, what's going on?
What the
Like,
fuck? Yeah, where did the switch come from, right? Was it
yes,
when she was gone, right? Like, what happened when she was gone, right? What
yeah,
did she do? Like, yeah. So we see that, and then we see the girls from the tavern coming to rescue her, right? And we love that. It's
rescue is
that
a big
we
word, right? Considering that the
that
the
they just got hurt, like Rio, how she fucking hurt. That was painful to watch. Getting
yeah,
her
they were
slashed,
like, I like how they were
cut.
attacking Belle. Well, they weren't attacking Belle. They were trying to attack Seer, but because Belle was there, they didn't
Mhm.
really. The guy didn't really go full force on him because obviously when Ryu came in to save Belle, the guy actually went like, "Okay, I'm not gonna kill you, but I'm gonna injure you good enough."
Mhm.
So yeah, the Tavern girls really special. Not as special as the elite force that the Freya family has apparently, because they just like obliterated them. and
Right.
and yeah, it was like so so insane, right? Hold on a second.
Mhm.
I'm gonna pause. So yeah, it was kind of crazy because they kind of like kept going after Belle, right? And Belle
Mhm.
went into this other like place, right? And we realized that it wasn't Seer because Belle
Yeah.
gave her like the other half of her accessory,
Mhm.
and he was like, "I don't know who you are, but you obviously know a lot about Seer. But if you would have known like everything, you would have known that she
Mhm.
already has her half, right? And that's mine,
Mhm.
right?"
Mhm.
And even before then, he
Yeah.
kind of like had a feeling,
Right. He looks suspicious.
but
He sounded suspicious too.
yeah, but like he himself was kind of like just testing to see how she handled how she handled
Like how
him.
far she will go with this farce in a way, like what was her end goal in a way, like trying to see
Yeah, exactly.
if
And
there was an end goal. Mhm. Yeah. I love how he tell because I couldn't.
I mean, me
and
neither. They fooled us.
yeah, and then after that, he finds the real one, right?
I
He
mean,
finds the real one.
he finds out who it is first, and it's Horn. We should talk about that. It was Horn, the one that brought to him the letter,
Right, right.
and then
She is something, right? Like,
Okay, so
Like,
like I think me and you both did a bit of research into that stuff, right?
right?
So it was
We did. We had to.
yeah. So it
It
was
wasn't very clear. Like it was clear, but it wasn't very clear because, like, okay, Horn can turn into Seer, and then we saw Freya getting turned into Seer, right, at the end, and
so
or Seer getting turned into Freya, I should say.
yep.
And then, so we're really left with who is the real Seer, right? Well, actually, we know that. Well, we can actually know who really is, but
So
we're one
I think that
part
goes
in it.
in the flashback, right, where it was kind of like Horn was the one that was talking to Freya when they were little, when she was little,
Right.
and Horn is technically supposed to be the original Seer, but because she made a deal with Freya that
Mm-hmm.
that Freya would take her name, uh, Horn Seer had to end up changing to Horn, and whenever Freya wanted to be Seer, Horn had to be Freya.
Be Freya. Yeah.
And so every time that we saw Seer, it was Freya, right? But whenever
Right. And exactly. And that and and whatever
at least
Freya was
in the
was
mornings
there
it was
when,
Freya. Like in the mornings,
like
what was that?
I was just gonna say, and every time Seer was alive, well, not alive, but in present, then you can now we know that Horn was Freya. You know, it
Yes,
wasn't like that. It was like that. So, and that brings to the realization of what was happening in the first episode and why Seer went to ask permission to Freya. Not even ask permission,
that
you
was
know,
Horn,
like,
I think. That was
yeah,
Horn.
that was Horn. Yeah, that was Horn asking permission, you know, and but it was Freya who asked for the date, right?
Yes,
So so it's like she butt in a way, like she wanted yeah, she wanted to do.
go. So yeah, Freya.
So you kind of want to know who is who and what intent, you know. Obviously, we know Freya's intent, right? Because even in her Freya form, admits her love for him, right? So
Yep,
we know the seer that loves Belle is it's Freya,
exactly.
and the seer that you know doesn't Belle doesn't recognize is Horn, right?
Yes, exactly. And
And
I think it was just
mhm.
like a and it kind of like made sense why all the people were like so defensive towards Belle dating Seer, right? Because it was Freya that really asked for the date, you
Of
know.
course,
So like now
of course. Now
we're
it made total sense.
yeah, now
Like,
we made the total connection there. And yeah, so Horn dislikes Belle because Freya has an eye on him, and obviously unlike
and that
Hesty.
will make her mortal, and that will take her away from being a god, and that's not something that any of their followers would want for their god, right? He has to
Exactly.
be gone to become, especially someone that.
It's pretty high up. I think Freya is pretty high.
Exact. I was just gonna say, I was no Horn too, because like for for you to be able to have that kind of dynamic with a goddess, you know,
I
like
mean, it
you
was the
feel
deal
like
she made.
you have, yeah, but that's what I mean, like you feel like you have been chosen, you know, like you are you you know, I was also reading in my in my research that Freya makes it very clear, and it's true, and even that her that for her it's a drag to do the responsibilities of a god, you know,
Yes, and I
that
think
she
that's why
doesn't
she
do
wants
it
to.
with,
I
and
mean,
she doesn't think of it as a privilege, she doesn't think of it as as something divine, you know, she thinks of it as a drag. So so I also feel like Horn would take it too seriously, more serious. Obviously Freya takes it seriously, but I'm saying she she took the fact that she was doing a god's work, like um too real for her, like too much of her own identity.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where like that's why like I think they kind of
And
like
I
what.
also it's because the fact,
No, I
yeah,
was.
and that happens because they convert into each other, and not be pull apart that easily either, because when you
Yeah,
become that person, you become the person.
yeah, and
So it's like you get to experience both of those person's feelings.
yeah, but I think it's
Um,
also like you said,
and
it was the point of like them not trying to supposedly not get fall in love with their goddesses, right? And I think Horn kind of like skewed that line where she not only impersonated like Freya from time to time, right, but also like or like Seer
mhm,
impersonated Seer, and it kind of skewed in a weird type of love that uh is dangerous, which is why they then most goddesses don't usually or goddess don't or gods as well like don't get too romantically involved with like their family members,
mhm,
um
yeah,
or why they're not supposed to. But to touch on like the actual like aside from like the big reveal at the end, the other like juicy part was Freya like completely uh telling Belle like all that she felt, right? Like how she fell in love with them and she wants to be with them. She wants him to choose her, right, for the rest of his life, whatever, right?
yeah.
And Belle just kind of had like stood there and re
I love that we hear his thoughts in that, and how he says that nobody ever talks about how heartbreaking it is to break someone's heart too.
yeah, like
Or not being to correspond, or not being to reciprocate someone's feelings.
yep,
Like having to reject someone,
yeah,
like
like it really
like
is like it, and that's like just kind of like the growth we like we were like ranting about earlier, right, of Bell and how what he's grown. And
mhm.
it's really good that he went through this because if anything's to show like he might have not that he's gonna have to do it again, but like one could say if like Hesty ends up being in the same position, he'll at least
They
know
know how to handle better, yeah.
yeah know how to handle it
What
better.
it is, yeah, what it is, and the signs, right? Be able to
Exactly.
tell when he's in that situation again, like
Hmm.
instead of like wondering and being unsure what's
Yeah,
happening.
and he'll have Wolf to thank for that, because Wolf showed him that he had to be a man about it,
Mhm. Well, he
and
did.
and you know we the big reveal at the end just means Seer completely has died off with Horn
Wait,
dying.
sorry. Is Was this the anime that it had this phrase? I feel like it was Wolf where it said that facts were the enemy of truth or something like that. Am I tripping?
Which one?
Like, like, never mind, never mind, never mind. I'm gonna research it later.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah.
yeah, Freya revealing herself that she was Seer all along, and just telling the guy, I'm through being nice is like, and it's like Seer no longer exists anymore because
Right,
the
right.
original
She's
Horn.
like, I tried. She's like, I tried the innocent, goody act,
Yep.
to get him. So now I'm just gonna have to do it the hard way. The
Yeah, which she kind of did say that she wanted a. I think she did tell Belle like during their date that she wanted like a genuine like progression of love, right, or like that, like a
right.
slow,
She did
steady
say that
relationship,
small burn. Yeah, that she was
slow
slow.
burn. So,
Yeah, that she was in a slow burn romantic.
which was Seer. Now that Seer got rejected, she no longer has a reason to become Seer anymore. So now it's just Freya.
Mhm.
And I want to say, like, before we wrap up this Danmachi rant,
Mhm.
the author. did comment on the episode of
Mhm.
the Freya reveal, and he said they did amazing, and that now that this was revealed,
Mhm.
that playtime was over. So now we're
Right.
so now that now with his statements, like I'm more excited to see what happens next in Danmachi.
I know because Freya was already ruthless.
Yeah, I
So
mean, and it's just so crazy to think that ever since like the first season, she's had like this plan brewing in the background. She planted the seeds with Seer, giving them lunches at the
right, right. The
eh,
calculated side of her.
yeah,
I
very
mean,
calculated side of her. And but now that it didn't quite plan out, now she can really like go at it the way
yeah,
she wants
yeah. Plan B, like
with the full force of
or
the
Plan
goddess.
A. I think like that was probably her Plan A, but decided to go Plan B.
Exactly.
Just you know,
Yeah.
to see if it would be easier.
Yep.
But no, my friend, nothing's easy.
Not
And our
it.
Belle,
Mhm.
and our Belle doesn't have it easy and doesn't make sense.
Yeah. But with that, I'm so excited for Mother Match.
But,
I'll
oh yeah, me too. I'm always was since since the first season, really.
I think
And even more ever since
the
the
yeah
movie with the other goddess, or
yes,
yeah,
the
yeah,
one that we watched, yeah, that one was good. That one was
yes,
great. Uh, but
yeah, it was beautiful.
but yeah, think we've ranted long enough for the match. It's time to
Yes.
move on to our next one. Yakuza Fiancé, episode 3. My god. So
So
this episode starts out real spicy, Talk about like what a way to start episodes this week, right? With Danmachi and now Yakuza Fiancé,
right,
both in bed.
you're right. This had some creepy spiciness in it too.
Yeah.
This dude.
I mean the Kirishima pretty much was given head at the beginning, Let's just keep it a stack.
I know, yeah.
Yeah,
With his psych chick, or his what's it called? Booty call.
yeah, his little friends with benefits. Even she was like, kind of like, you haven't called me in a bit. Did you actually get a girlfriend or something? He was like, what? You want to find out about it? You want to find out about her? I can tell you all about her.
I know. Like, never seen you like this. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, would
Like,
you? I mean, a guy's giving you head, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Let me yap to you about my girlfriend that I just got."
I know he's weird though. I mean, he is a psycho. They
he
definitely don't sugarcoat it. That this guy is a psycho.
exactly. I did like. It's just it's so interesting comparing him to the new boy we got, right? Uh, what
Mm-hmm.
what's his name?
Especially,
Who?
especially with that little boy.
Oh, Shoma.
Yeah, I don't know why he's.
Shoma.
Yeah, okay.
We got Shoma and now Kirishima. Completely different opposite spectrums. One's a bit crazy. This guy's too calm. Like,
But he's
except
violent as well, though.
yeah, he probably is violent. I can't deny it because he's part of the other Yakuza from where Joshino is.
Mm. No, he is. You saw him. You heard him.
Yeah,
He was telling her that if she needs him killed, it's fine.
yeah. If he needs,
Just the word.
I mean, she can just tell him, "I need you to tie my shoe," and he'll come running from over there over here just to tie her shoe. That's how
No,
much.
and
That's
I love it.
yeah. But it's so creepy with Kirishima, right? How he was just like watching her at night, and then she noticed that he was just
Yes,
watching her, and she
yes.
decided to like grab a knife, put it at her pillow side, just so she can get at him next time he did it.
For him. Yeah.
And it's crazy because she noticed that her door was unlocked, and that's how she's like, "Oh, somebody's coming inside. It's probably him, right?" Um, and she does swing at him, but he kind of has those reflexes where it's just kind of like, "Oh shit, yeah, that's right." It's like, "No, I'm just watching you sleep, nothing harmful."
Yeah, what's wrong with it? I was told that I only see you mad, so I thought to myself, nobody's mad when they're asleep.
Oh my
So
god.
that's my tip. Like, what the hell, bro?
Yeah. She's kind of. It's almost like she has to train this poor soul. Like she may be like
Yeah,
lost in like school and how it is to be like a full Yakuza member, but this guy's just lost on like the adequacy of like being around people, right?
yeah, or just being a human, like
Y-
standard base,
Yeah, you're just a standard human.
understand just basic, like, yeah,
But but
needs
yeah,
and connections and human connections, or relations.
yeah, like he doesn't
It's
really understand.
crazy.
He doesn't really understand how those work because like at a point he was kind of like, "You'll be mad if I see other girls," and she's like, "I don't care. See whoever you want." You know, it's like
Hmm.
because like to her they're not really dating, but to him that's all he wants. He just wants her, right?
I know, and yet he goes to see another woman. It's like it really
Ye-
tells you how pussy he really is.
yeah,
Sorry. Like, oh, you don't get mad that I'm seeing other woman. Like, I need you to get mad.
yeah. He wants her to get. He likes it. He likes it when she gets mad though. Like that's the thing. He likes her when she gets mad. So there's a difference, right?
Yeah, things like that.
And like I
Things
mean,
that way.
yeah. And aside from like
Yeah, I
this,
mean, she does tell him that. I mean, the reason that she's always mad is because
yeah,
she makes her mad.
yeah. And I do like how he's supposed to have like kind of like a curfew, right? But he doesn't abide by it. So she tells him like if he really wants her to believe that he's changing, that he needs to start with like starting like to come in during the curfew that is set, right? Essentially, which is kind of like okay, if he's serious, he'll probably start doing it or like get
So, what was the reason that she called that dude over? Sorry, now that I think
so
about it.
that's the dude that kind of like
Some
helped her get
some dress? No,
I don't remember the exact reason. I don't think it was that important because
something
like
to it. Yeah,
she even told him you just came all the way here just for that, and he's like yeah.
yeah.
So I think it was basically because like some of her stuff got broken, and he just went in there and like went and got it for her or something. Brought her like stuff she needed.
Mhm. Yeah, it seemed that way.
But
Seemed like that was the case.
but aside from that, he's the one that he was the connection for the whole kidney transplant thing. I think he's the one that like got her that connection in the first place. So
Crazy.
they do reunite, right? And they have like this small like little you can say it's kind of like a date, but it's not really a date because she's also kind of like teaching him things, same as Hiroshima. And we aside from that, they are there's like other Yakuza members meeting, right? We see like all the family members.
Yeah, yeah. We see that the grandpa comes and he's visiting, and we even hear a little backstory between his uncle and her grandpa, and some other third guy. It seems like
Yeah,
and and we also meet this third guy as well,
yes,
and
we do.
that was really really
There wasn't
we know that that's going to mean something, right?
yeah,
That is
because
build up kind of like.
yeah, because they usually don't meet up like that anymore. I think they even make a point of that they don't get the chance to hang out all three of them at the same time anymore.
Mhm.
So that's definitely something that can't wait to see what it ignites. You know, and
Mhm.
aside from that, there's other business that Kirishima has to attend, right? With looking up who this Shoma guy is, like instantly knowing what he's about, what his height is, stuff like that, like his relationship with Yoshino, all that stuff, pretty stalkerish,
Yeah.
right? But also like because he's deep into the mafia thing, as well as Kirishima, right? He kind of gets info on all that, and
I mean, you kind of. I mean, How possessive and violent he
I mean, they both feel like they are, you know. Like his is
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's a quality you gotta have to be in those, uh,
yeah, I guess, and also they could just
in those kinds of circles.
yeah, and it also just seems like because this guy probably respects the grandpa, he's just mm, also kind of overprotective of Yoshino in a way.
Mm, yeah,
But you know, lucky him, he gets to stay the night closer to Yoshino, and
I know. They get to. He tells her to spend the night, and she does.
no, she tells him,
Oh yeah, she tells him.
yeah,
Well, whatever it was, but the thing is that they're gonna be in a room together, maybe even share in the same bed.
yeah, and
And of
I'm
course, our little stalker knows about this.
yep, and I mean, Shoma does tell her like because she's always complaining to Kirishima, to I mean to Shoma about Kirishima. Shoma's kind of like, do you
Mm-hmm.
want me to just like kill him? Yeah,
Right.
and she's like, no, no, no.
Right. Well, don't go that far. You
she
don't
kind
want to go that
of like
far.
she would. It's like I wouldn't go that far, but you know, she's like, I just wish it was like less annoying. You know,
Mm-hmm.
less probably less stalkerish too. You know that too. Um, but Shoma and Kirishima meet at the end of the episode. That was
Yeah,
I
love that.
I love that. I want to see them have a nice little fight. I don't know if
Me
that's
too.
gonna happen.
Or at least talk.
Nah, they're men. I want them to fight. But yeah, they're probably gonna talk.
I want to hear their thoughts. I want to
Yeah,
hear
I
their
definitely.
thoughts.
I'm definitely
I
interested
want to
to.
hear each other calling each other out.
Yeah,
You know, one telling one, "So you're interested in my woman," and the other one would be like, "How could she be your woman if she hates you, bro?"
yeah, exactly. I mean, she. Oh no,
Just
it's good.
egos, like complete ego. Don't trip.
Yeah, and we need that combo for sure. Ugh. And then they can fight until Yoshino breaks them up.
Yeah, they're obviously going to fight.
Yeah,
But
and
I definitely love the tattoo designs that they give these characters.
yes,
Loves it.
all the tattoo designs have been pretty fire.
Loves it. It's so detailed. It's so well done. I love
Yeah,
it.
I do gotta say, I did look up some like manga panels of like their designs, and they're pretty similar.
Hmm.
They're pretty
That's
similar,
good.
but I think the mangas is slightly better. But
I
it,
like it. I like it when um serious, you can say, have such a strong design, like an original.
yes,
You know, like
JJK,
um like JJK, like recent, like that's like those people's designs, that's
unique.
like like very unique, very specific, they all kind of look the same, right?
Yep,
Like and what's it called? Yeah, same with Dragon Ball,
fairy tale.
Fairy Tale, yes, and the other one that it's made by the Fairy Tale dude that
Eden Zero,
Reese, yeah,
Eden
eight
Zero.
eight inch,
Yep.
yeah, like you can tell that it's the same artist because such itself like original,
Yeah, exactly.
One Piece too,
Yeah, yeah,
so,
all of them. But
yeah,
that's all I have on
not
this one.
genetic at all.
Yeah, you got anything else you want to add to this lovely episode that we got?
No,
Okay.
no, I just felt it was a nice introduction,
I feel like
and that
that's
I'm looking
I feel like that's all we're
to
doing.
a lot of things,
Yeah,
yeah, to a lot of things, like the big guns, mafia leaders as well as the two. So
yeah, me too. I I want to. I don't want like a super toxic triangle kind of thing, but I do want to see how they handle it.
right,
But hopefully they'll surprise me. But that's
yeah.
it on that one. Time to move on to the next one. All right, the most notorious talker. episode 4. It's getting really good,
Four, I think. Yeah, I think it's four too.
and like
Yeah, it started spicy as well, like the
yeah,
mothers, like Yakuza and
Danmachi.
Danmachi.
Yeah,
Uh
who
huh.
doesn't love waking up with titties in
Um,
their face, you know?
I know, and she's so sexy for real. So
Yeah, but
we love it.
aside from
We
that,
appreciate it.
yeah, aside from her like assets, there's we get more backstory on her this episode, right? Towards the end, I
I
think
know.
we sh-
We really do. We get perspective on it, right?
yep,
On on what it really meant to her, being rejected from that, agency or whatever, whatever.
yeah, this what because
It,
she
it,
wasn't like allowed to be an assassin anymore because she was like we said in the previous
but
episode.
yeah, the reason why she even had to switch her role, right?
Yeah, the reason why she
Like,
had to
damn,
switch it. Yeah,
yeah, like, damn, like, it's really, really like that.
yeah,
Like, you learn that, that in
y-
the.
yeah. I mean, like that story was crazy. It's like a lot of like stories where we've kind of seen it used, right? Where it's kind of like
Mhm.
they're all being there for like experimental, right? They make them fight against every kid, right? And only like the top
Right,
person
right.
gets to stay alive or whatnot. Like we've seen it in plenty things, but it's just like it's always really effective whenever we see it done. Like I don't because it just like instantly lets us know like what kind of sacrifice they had to go through, right? It makes us like grow attachment towards the character more, especially after you found out like the fact that she kind of hid away her feelings towards it, right? Because she did mention that
Yes,
for
she
all that
did.
time that she was killing like all her brothers and stuff that were in there, right? She had to put away her desires of wanting love or wanting family and stuff like that, right? So
Mhm.
this that entire like experiment really took a toll on her. Like it really broke her to the point where she didn't know what she was gonna do now that she wasn't allowed to be an assassin. It was the only thing that was kind of holding her together, right? And now that was taken
Right.
away from her because they
That was
won.
the only thing she was taught, so
Yeah, she even killed her
it's
dad,
really
right?
hard.
Like we thought it was
Yeah.
I thought the Alcor was like her grandfather, but it was actually her dad that like was doing that for her, right? I guess like as a successor, but like now that that guy's no longer there, they changed their ways, and she had to find like a new way to live now.
Mhm.
And with
Yeah.
that, so to me, Amma has like I love how good they've developed both Noel and Alma in this short amount of time. Like I don't think
Uh huh.
that's given like enough credit because it usually takes a lot more like episodes for us to like get more sense of what these characters are about. And this one
Right.
like pretty much
Yeah, I have to admit that it felt like they're explaining it so well and in a way that they were meant, to that it was faith, right?
yeah,
Like
because of that what happened like they tell her about like Noel and how where he is.
yeah, because they're the ones telling her about Noel at the same, because at the same time, Noel is what they're doing now, right? Like he's proving, just like there now are assassins that are not just violent and serial killers. They're more of, I want to say they're more of like, um
uh hand like hitman
inspect inspector, yeah, like yeah, like an investigator, like Ron, like
like a scout, and they're also kind of like
yeah,
hired hitmen essentially. They don't just like kill for the sake of killing. They want to do it like through the governmental side where like the government pays them to do it, so
right,
it's like turning
purely business.
it's like turning it into like a business profit thing instead of like an actual
Hmm.
like like an actual like training thing, like you know but
Yeah.
because of that she does get to be with Noel, and now and with that like back to the previous the start of the episode, because I do like Alma and wanted to like talk about her side first. Now we get to have her with Noelle in their first mission together, right? Where they went to go
Right.
technically like take care of thieves or bandits, whatnot. And and right off the bat, it seemed kind of fishy that the mayor gave some money,
Right.
and it was kind of like this up front, and then the rest when we complete the job, right? And Noel was kind of like, it feels it feels kind of like they they put this together too easily, right? Or like
Right.
or like it almost seems
Like they
like,
make it, yeah, they're not struggling with it, right?
yeah, like there's he's like, they should be like struggling
And
more
they're
with it.
not trying to negotiate it, and
Yeah,
either, like that was suspicious to him, like.
yeah, he found it suspicious they didn't try to haggle them down more, right?
Hmm.
So he ends up taking the job, and like he ends up going, and there is thieves, but it's not just like thieves, right? It's
And then it's like double or triple, or just not the amount of people that they had to hire him to do, right? So now he's starting to see that there is,
yeah, it was
you
supposed to
know,
be like 10, and there was like 30, and plus they had like a higher ranked like adventurer too, right? Or something like that, like some.
and yeah, like a wanted one, right? Like one that they were giving like a lot of money for.
Yeah, like 3 million wanted head or something like that, right? Like he was worth like three
Yeah.
million, and that was like already like even more, making him even more suspicious. But luckily for Noel, he has good like a good right hand right now in Alma that can easily take care of things, and obviously with this ability, it's just too easy of a cakewalk, right? With like
They really took care of this.
his support class, it's like, I don't know how people are saying this is like the most weakest class in support, because
Right.
he just used the paralyzed thing, and just like she instantly took care of the guy, right? That was gonna give him the most trouble. And
Yep.
right after that, Noel went and tried to like,
Yeah, I think it's because for at least for the talker one, you have to have a lot of brain.
yeah, I think that
I think you for your power to have any sort of value, you have to be able to think so ahead, and in so many perspective, and in so many scenarios, and in so many like, yeah, I just feel like, and then have like, and stay calm, because if you gave it all away, then even though you have the power to talk, to tell people what to do with your talk, th- I don't you cannot do it with so many people at the same time.
yeah,
So
and
so
yeah, and to add on to like what you said, like I think that made me realize, like in the last episode when he was like testing Alma, how he kind of wanted to gauge what she can handle, right? So not only
yeah,
does he have to like be strategic and all that, like he also has to be aware of the limits of the other people that he's gonna enhance.
right.
Like if he's gonna enhance them, and like how well they move together with them, right? So yeah, like you said, there's this support class is very feels like it has a lot of like um overpowered things, but it's only overpowered, I guess, because Noel is so good at it right now, right? We haven't really
Mhm.
seen another
Mhm.
talker to kind of gauge how.
Mhm. Or compare.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. And Noel does handle the Alma pretty easily too, right? Because he's like, oh, if I don't stop her, she's gonna end up killing all of them, right?
Mhm.
It's gonna be a massacre. Um,
Yeah.
so they easily take care of it all, and
Yep.
obviously Alma gets praised.
And they went to get paid, and
Yeah,
they go back to
to the
get
mayor.
paid.
And I love how they wanted
And
to just.
it's interesting, and the mayor's daughter, right? Like how she's just fascinated by Noel,
Yep,
and just like, full admiration, full fangirling, during his visit, right?
yep,
And and
and,
like,
and I
and
mean it.
then her having a negotiation with her dad, and therefore that's happening at their place,
Yep.
and they get all personal that he would consider her to be part of her party if if she does the requirements, if she pass, if she gets, I think, like the license or something, right, or a class or something.
Yeah. So
And
basically, he wants her to like become a like seeker first, right? I think that's the term for their
hmm
adventurer type of thing. He wants her to become a seeker and then he'll kind of like take her under her wing, but he doesn't want to like take her right now because obviously it's not good to take a civilian. But like if she manages to pass the secret test and stuff like that, and
hmm
then she'll have like an apprentice role
yeah.
under him. And the only reason why they're like so chummy, which to me at first was kind of weird, was the fact that this isn't the first time that Noel has visited this village. So like he's visited this like a recent amount of years before, right? Because they even asked him
hmm
where's the rest of the dear people, and he's like, this is new, like I'm restarting it brand new, right? But obviously like things were going a little too well. Noel was having too much
Yeah.
fun, bonding
Yeah.
with this girl, and the dad tries to give him
hmm
some like drink, some like expensive wine, and
Right.
he's like, well, you know what? If I would feel really bad if I was the first one to take a sip out of this wine that you've been holding on to for all this long, right? And this expensive as well, right? So here, have a sip. You have the first sip, and then I'll have some, right? And because the father was like instantly like kind of knighted, he was like, you tried to poison me,
Yeah. And makes him confess through his powers.
Yeah, he
So
does make him.
now he's mad.
Yeah, now he's mad, and we know that whenever Noel gets done dirty, he always does them dirty a thousandfold, you know.
hmm
And he
Ten
didn't.
times fold.
Yeah, yeah, and man, the mayor really tried to play out. He's like, well, now you're gonna give me 800,000, right? Like,
hmm
well, not even 800,000. That's what he got at the end, but he wanted like 1 million now because of him lying and
hmm
trying to kill him, right? And also because everything that he said to request the job was all wrong, and that was
That's
like,
lie. Yeah.
yep. And I love how like this is
Yeah.
all
He
going
deceived
on.
him.
Yeah, he was
He
deceiving.
deceived him.
I love how all this was going on, and Alma
hmm
was just there, just like kind of like nodding
No.
away, like yeah, this is the kind of guy
Yeah.
this is the kind of guy I want to
Yeah.
be following, you know.
Yeah. Follow. Yeah. This bitch is.
Yeah, kind of
hmm
crazy. But the mayor did not want to give up any more money, so or he said he didn't have
Of
enough
course.
money so he's
And of
like
course, Noel was not having a problem taking his life and.
he took out, yeah, like you said, he's like, well, you got internal organs, don't you? You won't miss an eye, you know. It's
hmm
like if
Yep.
you don't want me to get your other eye, you better give me the money, you know.
hmm
He was gonna get his money one way or another,
Yep.
and luckily for the mayor, and unluckily, because we found out why the mayor kind of was deceiving him, and I don't know what it is with
Why
people,
he had the
with
money.
yeah, with people in this world, but they just get into the worst money positions, man. Like his old teammate, gambling addiction. Now he's in debt. This mayor,
Yeah. Now another gambler.
not a gambler, but he took money from a mafia, and now he's in trouble. And I think it was the same person that Noel made the deal with about his friend being a slave. I think it was that group that this guy owes money to. So one way or another, he was gonna be fucked, right? So
Pause. 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 Could we pause for a second?
okay. So yeah, he was gonna be fucked because these other people were not gonna have it either.
One way or another, he was gonna get Earth and his vengeance.
Yep. So
So they were screwed.
his little girl saved them, but not a.
Oh yeah, because she knows how to make a deal with him. She knows how to treat him, kind of
Yep.
thing.
But it did end sour because of what Noel did. The little girl kind of like realized that
They want to
her
follow
and
him now.
yeah, she realized that maybe this isn't the type of guy she wants to follow in the end, right? So now
Hmm.
so now Noel doesn't have his little fangirl anymore, and it's not so much that it affects them. It just I think it affected him because he he wants a strong he wants a connection with people as well, right? I don't think he just wants to build a clan. He wants to have
Yeah.
connection with people as well. So the fact that this one that he was sort of like building a trusting relationship with now is turning on him
Hmm.
yet again, right? Because the other people that he was with turned on him too. So now it feels like for him all the people he encounters are always going to turn on him, right? Because he can't
Hmm.
focus on anything but his ambition. That
Yeah.
is until Alma shows up, right? Because after we get the Alma backstory, she realizes, oh yeah, he's the type of guy I want to keep following around, and she vows to like always fight by his side and gives him a big hug at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. I do like for this in this episode how we see that she kind of realizes um two big things. I guess three big,
Go
at
ahead.
least for us. First, that she was really that her identity was basically stolen, and how desperate she felt when the assassin role was taken away from her. Right,
Yep.
she despaired, like as well as um the the fact that this man indicated her, directed her to Noel, right? And it really makes you wonder, and if you ask why, like or you can kind of come to the conclusion that they'll balance each other out because in today's world, or how today's world is working, or things are doing things, obviously the reason why she got stripped of the assassin role is because
She's
it
killing.
needs more balance. You need more of a balance. You need more of uh, other hats. You need to be able to wear
Restriction, like
other hats.
moderation.
Yeah, and you need to be able to adapt.
Yep.
To other roles, not just stick to one and to an extreme.
Yep.
Like that's not admirable anymore. And although a warrior makes his legacy, which is kind of what the point here with Noel. We also see that Noel can do that because of his power, right? The fact that he over like he uses his talker power to the extreme,
Yep.
but even then it's not extreme, like it barely in the in it's and it's told by Alma, right?
Yep.
it's hard, it's it would still be hard for him to take it serious as a thing. But I think that's what that dude from the religious place point was, like he has this such strong determination, and even though means are are low energy to achieve that goal, compatible, things. He is on his way, because that's how the world's changing, and that's how the world's adapting,
Yeah.
and I think she realized that, right? Like she it helped her appreciate him more, and his awkwardness, or his determination,
Yeah. And like,
so mhm.
yeah. Just to add on to it, it almost seemed like you said, in a way, Noelle is gonna be like the side of her that she needs in order to really adapt, and obviously Noelle
Mhm.
needs her for his goal because she is ridiculously
Exactly, because
strong,
she's spring. Exactly.
and that
So
so yeah, they complement each other well. I agree. Um,
yeah.
that's pretty much it on this episode. Let's.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you had a third thing. What was the third thing? Because it was like two.
Oh, just kind of like what you said. That they're gonna need each other, complement each other out. Like because the second one was that they're realizing that what that religious person's goal, like not goal, but like
Over.
hint was, right? Or like guidance was,
Oh,
like
okay.
point, like
Okay.
like he put her towards her because yeah, the world has become something, and then they will balance each other out to achieve that something regardless of
Yeah.
their shortcomings, because of how the world is today. So it was very, very well rounded.
I agree.
Like it made like a nice bow, and
Yeah, I agree
kind
with
of
you.
like close or and understand that whole thing, and then versus now in a way, and where our characters are with that, or
Yeah.
how they're being perceived, or at least you know
Yeah.
by that world,
Yeah.
so
I agree.
so yeah
And
so yeah,
I
it was a good little episode.
yes. And do I feel shipping happening, or you don't feel shipping happening?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so not just me.
Alma is already like super into him, like
Yeah.
like
The
like
sad thing.
him obviously it's he's just not paying attention or not thinking about, or
I
not something that he's looking for. So but I definitely think that it's going to be something that he's not going to be able to
oh
stop
that
from
just
you know
yeah that just made me realize like some very big thing that okay,
hmm
so pretty much Noelle is at the start of where Alma was, where she didn't want any feelings or any romantics, right? That's the place that Noelle is at.
right.
But because of Noelle
hmm
existing, now Alma is able to pursue her love and her friendships and her other
hmm
admirations. So it's kind of like um, what Noelle is what Alma used to be, and I think that's really good. So just another like
Me
little
too.
thing. Um, but yeah, that's about it. I think we should move on to
Yeah,
another
yeah, me too.
series. Roan Komonoshi's Forbidden Deductions, episode 16. Next. Oh, well, we finally get a conclusion to this whole case. You
To
know,
this series, yes, to this arc.
yep, to this whole arc. A nice three-parter. And I love how we started off with like a small recap, just in case we forgot what happened in the previous episode. Love it when
With Winter, with the confrontation with Winter,
yeah, and what happened in the
and
previous.
obviously Winter like not acknowledging him
Yep.
seems to be the issue.
Yeah, she can't see.
Winter has with him, but he doesn't want to acknowledge him, even though he seems to have passed the test by having someone right in touch and getting the victim to survive,
Yep. And
not getting blown up.
it's a lot
Yeah,
of mind games this one, right? Because first of all,
right.
we end up where with the big explosion, and me and you instantly think that's probably where the hacker is, and where our good
Oh yeah.
good civilians and police officer is from Toto Senpai, essentially, right?
Right.
And turns out it wasn't that because they got the time
The
all
cop.
wrong. It
Yeah.
all wrong
The
was.
cop. They had manipulated the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
That
was.
was
I
a neat thing.
that was such a good touch because obviously this entire thing just has you thinking like what's the next move, right? Like I just want to say props to the mangaka for like writing something that
Mm-hmm.
in hindsight maybe we should have thought about, but as we're moving along it just like oh right that is possible, right? Yeah. He Winter really does not like Ron no matter what. I love how Toto tries to going up against Winter, right, and completely gets roundhouse kicked until like next week, and you know it's it's a good lesson for Toto. Never go up against the House of M. You know.
Yeah, yeah. It was really. Um, we see that Winter supposedly gets killed, right? Well, it she does get killed, but not
Attempted
in a way
kill.
that.
Attempted.
Well, no, it seems like she got killed. It's just that they didn't leave evidence behind, you know? Oh, no, no, no. She's in critical condition. She's in critical
Yeah,
condition,
she's
but
incredible.
he
It
was
was really
on
cool though.
his way. Yeah, but he was on his way to kill her though, to finish it.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, it's really interesting how the way Winter loses right before she gets shot. The whole thing is that everything always ties back to Ron and
mm-hmm,
his past, right, with them and how they left him the mark, right. So essentially, he
correct.
figures out like because they're after him, the bomb's obviously gonna be wherever he's at, right? And through this, like he realizes that they're not gonna be able to like save the people, right? But Winter's like has no idea and like uh me I don't know for you, but for me I completely
Mm-hmm.
forgot that Spitz was also with them, and I did not like get a hint that he gave him like a bug in the previous episode and that he was listening to the entire conversation, so like he knew um where the victims were and stuff. So like obviously Spitz was the one that like made it so like no explosion went off in the building where they were at, and that's
Hello.
when and that's when they
Oh, you. I think you're getting choppy. Uh, let me.
all right,
I
let
don't
me
know. Maybe turn off the mic and log back in. Same with me.
pause. Yeah, so like Spitz was very crucial for like having a winter lose, right?
Right.
And obviously
He
like
definitely was part of the team.
for sure completely forgot about him once again, but I'm glad he was there because Winter lost, and she got a call from the big man, big brother I should say,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, you're not worthy. And right as soon as
Mm-hmm.
that happens, she gets shot, but she gets shot like somewhere, like it's supposed to be, I guess she was supposed to get shot in the heart, but I guess she got the assassin kind of like screwed up. Like obviously we find out at the end the assassin screwed up. Um, but it was really really well done because like first of all she's falling down. There's no way for her to like grab anything, right? So
Mm-hmm.
somebody was already waiting down below to catch the body and replace it with a look-alike, essentially, that was also shot in the same place, assumingly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because these are supposed to be like professionals.
Yes. This is where things um are put in perspective of the kind of people that, Ron is involved or Ron is, they're after him. Um it's really interesting the way that he does explain the connection of their families, right?
Yep,
I feel like he did a good job on saying how it's in their blood to feel this need, but because they've been kind of what's it called, like living a legacy in a way, like living off the name.
yep,
Um, they they they're essentially the same person,
yep,
like 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 through the generations, I thought it was a pretty well, it cannot be said the same thing for him in a way. Was trying to, explain. So I thought that was like a very neat like way for him to um basically say that one is not better than the other, like
yep,
like they're both curses, in its way, in its own way, like so.
Yeah, it was very very interesting how they were at it. And obviously we're kind of like getting more in tune with like how this house operates because Toto was kind of like
Hmm.
came to a really really big realization that these people are to be feared, right? Obviously they have power and pull that
To be able to feel the sun like that, replace the body.
yeah, and have it been shipped to the more, or like as I thought it happened. Thought they even had like a mold inside, right? And that's how they replaced it.
Hmm.
But you know, these people are trouble, and obviously, you know, Ron kind of bows to like take them down himself.
Yeah.
And I love how they're all like meeting together, right, talking about it. And towards the end, we get the good reveal that obviously that Winter's alive, and that he's like, this guy, the brother who's pulling all the strings, he's just like, get take care of that assassin for me, right? Because failure is not acceptable, you know. So
Failure is not acceptable.
yeah,
Yep.
so
We'll see. We'll see though. Anything can happen. Hopefully they don't really get rid of my winter. I
yeah,
definitely like
I
her.
yeah, I definitely like that we're having more Winter. Obviously, she's in the OP, so like I figured this wasn't gonna be like the last thing. I didn't think they would actually try to kill her, but that just goes to show how serious these people are, and like how
Right.
how much they value like being on top and actually winning. So
Yeah. How much to value like perfection in a way, like absolute just
yeah,
yeah.
and I mean that's about it. I'm excited to see if we get more serious arcs or if we're gonna do like a couple like one-offs like in last season.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited too.
All right. Well, that's about it. Let's move on
Yeah, that's
to
about it.
our next one. I'll become a villainess goes down in history. We got episode 3 and 4 to discuss this time around, and we should probably discuss episode 3 because it lives off right after the Duke kisses Alicia.
Yes, and after he shows her that that she's wearing the necklace, right? And
Mm, no, no,
and
not that's episode 4, but we can.
oh really? I thought it was during the kiss. Oh no, you're right. He comes to see her again and
Yeah,
does that. Yeah,
but
and does that.
yeah, in episode 3 she meets our supposed heroine of this video game
Right.
life, Liz. Um, and she does that because she kind of infiltrated like the magic school by herself, right? And
Mhm.
instantly, like Liz was the one that like got close to her and kind of like thought she was like a lost puppy, so she kind of like guided her a bit.
Yep. And then that's how she got her entourage of boys, and then
I'm,
and then our villainess decides to get into paper into her act, like like
I mean, she's not even at the school yet, so yeah. I think you once again that's part of episode 4. Um,
oh really?
so in this one, she kind of like goes, uh, realizes that kind of like Duke and Liz are kind of like being shipped a lot, right? Like they seem like perfect for one another.
Mhm.
So she kind of uses that as an excuse to kind of like mosey her way out, right? And she kind of goes to the library real quick, and she starts solving like a bunch of equations in there. So like a lot of people started gathering around. Like she wasn't trying to like gather attention, but because of the fact that she was so young and she was like already handling a lot of these magical equations and whatnot, like people started flocking to her.
Mhm.
And after a bit, she decided kind of like to just try to head back, and I think she stumbled upon like some of the the higher up people, like the noble ups, and they discover
Eavesdrops them.
she she basically discovers that something that she shouldn't have. So they were trying to like wipe her memory out, but she kind of convinces them not to, in a way, because
Right.
she understands magic now, and I think she's like up to level 10 in her mastery.
Mm. What was this she overheard? It was about the heroine, right? About the heroine having like.
Yeah, she was basically learning about the heroine and how like they were needing her, and they were gonna like also like use her to kind of like save the country and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
or
To get with the prince, right? Or something like.
and I think it was also due to the fact that they called the heroine like a divergent, whatever.
That's the part. That's what I was looking for. I was like, there was something in a specific that
Yeah,
that seemed to be like a thing, like a running like thing. Yeah, the virgin, that word,
the
you know.
divergent. Yeah, and I think it's because like
Isn't she one of them too? Like herself, this
yes, so
the villain,
like
right? Yeah, like that's kind of what I feel like we also got.
yeah, because like I
Um,
think they're not even supposed to learn magic till like 13 or be able to like use magic till 13. So like her being like 10, I think, right? Or like
hmm
yeah, like 10, and she's already leveling up her magic. She's kind of like already in a different
hmm
path. So people kind of,
hmm
and because like people that learn magic earlier tend to like overestimate the amount of magic they can handle. They usually end up going trying like higher tier magic that they're not supposed to be able to wield yet, and they end up going kind of crazy from like ex-
Yeah.
excess of like mana use or something like that. And
Yeah.
there was also kind of like a small discussion of like, because Liz is technically the saint that they're looking for, but they're kind of also wondering like maybe Alicia can be a saint too, right? Kind of like
hmm
kind of like you know gauging
But
their
because she's noble and has like
yeah, so that way they wouldn't have
that.
to let a commoner, into
hmm
the thing. But I think they still realize the value of Liz, because I think she has like we'll we'll get into it, but like I think she wields like every single type of magic. But
Right.
obviously like Alicia being so young and being able to use magic already, they kind of like are like, well, we should probably just watch her for a bit, right? And get her to make sure she doesn't go berserk and overuse the magic that she's not supposed to. And that's how like we get a little time skip forward, and we see her do her usual things. She's training her magic, her swordsmanship, and she's also like teaching Gil how to read and write and stuff like that. And when we get the time skip, we find out like her magic increased to like level 80, and that's how like
Yes.
and that's how
I
like
love that we get a thing to
yeah, like we've been saying like in the beginning, right? It's a constant like small things of like I love that we have those little moments of like training and stuff, and it paid dividend now that she's level 80. Now she's gonna be able to go into magic school essentially, because they're gonna make an exception for her in episode 4. Now they're gonna ask her to
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I want to add of how like the emperor or king summon her to basically guide the heroine, right? Because she 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 was given the task to draw her plan or her strategy, and and they called her to basically grade it, and
yeah, like you
and
said,
then
you said
and then
they they called her to her for like essentially to watch over her, right, and guide her to
hmm
make sure she becomes the saint that they need essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's how like the episode starts off, and she finds out why they didn't let her take the swordsmanship, right? And that was because the dad was like, "You're just too good," you know. She's like, "Okay, I'll take that," you know.
Yeah.
Um, but things aren't well. Things are really good for the heroine in this school, right? Maybe a little too good, right? Because she kind of notices how well it wasn't her that noticed, but like the other people, like the emperor and his subordinates, whatever, right? They kind of noticed that a lot of the princesses, like the prince and all the other nobles were kind of like leading towards her, or like first of all, it was kind of like affectionate.
Gravitating towards her. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's feel good. It's like it was
Yeah,
kind of like
they gravitate her towards her, which is good because she's a commoner and they're nobles, and she needs that kind of support.
yeah.
So.
I want to say that's kind of interesting, right? Because unlike other series, where the commoner get is the one that's being picked on and whatnot, right? And this one is kind of like um she has like some sort of like aura to her that makes them gravitate towards her, and not just like gravitates towards her, but like they kind of like have this like worshiping energy towards her now, and it's not really like the
Mhm.
sense of it's not really like out of love. It's like worship, right? Like she is like the
Yeah, out of
saint,
respect, out of like, yeah.
and yeah, that's like one of the first things that we notice at that school. But Alicia does come up with like a few things right before heading to school, whereas that she wants to bring Gil along with her. That's like her servant,
Mhm.
and she also kind of wanted to get the grandpa, Will grandpa, whatever, a better position. She's like, you can if you want a better
Yes,
position.
and give the kid a job,
Yeah, she
or at
gave the
least a chance to leave that place, right?
yes.
So
She kind of
that's really good
yeah, I like that right
for her.
because she we kind of knew that based on like previous episodes that she kind of realized he had like potential for more, right? And now that
Mhm.
she's actually given him the right to she got the right to allow him to kind of try and fulfill his potential, right? It didn't come out with like anything else because Will Grandpa declined her invitation to join like the army or whatnot again because of like his past, and we kind of know that she has like a plan where like this after this she saves this one girl that was like badly injured, right? Nobody wanted to help her because in this realm where she went, kind of like helping others would not do you any harm. Like anybody that gets injured or sick in there, it's just like doomed to die. And this girl had like this it's kind of like sickness or one that was like preventing her, or like a curse or something.
Yeah, that was nice display of her, like, how
Villainess,
can I say? Yeah, yeah.
arrow
And
quote unquote.
just power, like,
Yeah,
and leadership, I want to say too.
yeah, which was surprising to like Gil and Will the grandpa because like they're like you
Mhm.
really shouldn't do that here, right? So like she put it behind a obviously she put a barrier so people couldn't really look what was happening.
Mhm.
So in that way,
It's
like
really
she could play it off how she did. Uh,
good.
Sucked that the girl had to get her leg amputated, but at least she lived, you know.
Right.
And and basically, this girl, her name's Rebecca. She basically had to become the informant for her, right? Like she saved her, but not like at the goodness of her heart because she's a villainess. She always has to
That's
get
true.
something out of it. So like she's like, you'll be my informant, like whenever they start worshiping some other like saint or whatnot, you have to let me know, right? So Rebecca's gonna take care of like the monitoring the people around her because obviously, uh, Alicia's whole thing is that in order to prove she's a villainess, she wants to kind of have that realm or whatnot like under her, like kind of like under her palm, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean she's starting her party per se, like her
Yeah.
own entourage.
Yes, she
Like
is.
she needs she needs her supporters, her advisor, her yeah. We see that she already has an idea, who she wants
Yeah,
or what she wants or how she wants it. So so it's really neat to see her getting those things, or working out for her, I want to say.
yeah, exactly. I
So,
agree, and we get now. Let's head back to the school. Alicia's finally entering school, right? And instantly she gets greeted by like little groupies of Liz. Or like Liz wants to see you, and whatnot. And she was like, well, she can come get me herself, smacks the hand out of them, like I ain't got nothing to do with her, right? I don't want to talk to her.
yeah, or like I don't even know you guys. More like anything,
Yeah,
it's
she
like,
was
who
kind
are
of,
you guys?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, she was like, I don't know you.
hmm
And lo and behold, she's like, that's a perfect entrance for a villainess, if I do say so myself. Just
he just, yeah.
and that's when as I don't know, but I feel kind of bad for Gil sometimes because you, you can almost see like Gil's like, damn, I know she's not like this. Why is she putting up this act, right? That's like how I feel like
I don't even think in those times you really even know what a villainess means. So I don't know, like
yeah, I
because
think
they're lost, like of what she even means when she says that.
yeah,
You know.
I don't think so either. So like to them a villainess is probably like a savior as well, right? Which to be
Yeah.
fair, considering how bad the country's doing, having a villainess
hmm
that kind of like runs things and makes things a lot better, even though like she has rule over it, it's gonna be better in the long run for this whole world.
hmm
Um, but now we can get to your part. You can talk about it, where like the Duke drags her away into the library with the necklace
I
for.
know. And then she's trying to keep up her act of a villainess
Yep.
and and feels misery, if I have to say so,
Yeah.
because
Dude is charming.
because he's like because yeah he 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 kind of calls
Her
her
bluff.
bluff,
Yeah.
yeah, because he's like, well, if you weren't really interested, then why you still,
Wearing my necklace,
like if
right?
you, yeah, why you wearing something that I gave you so long ago, and he
Exactly.
even like
Even
made it clear that it was like, you know
it meant
um
something to him.
ages ago, yeah, ages ago, like
Yeah. I mean,
um
he's happy that she still has like.
and we see her blush and
Yeah, we do.
run away. So cute, being cute, because she always tries to be strong
Puts it on
and
a
stuff.
neck.
So
Yeah. But yeah, this is
yeah,
like the most girly we've seen her like so far in the series. If I just say so. For a good thing. Like obviously, she feels like the Duke was already smitten with the Liz, and this just kind of like threw her off balance. So now we can get to the other like juicy bit of the confrontation.
well,
Liz.
I do love how this episode ends when she gets summoned by the emperor. No, or no? Yeah, I think so.
Um,
Because the last one uh, was
I mean, I do not recall
when
that.
that kiss. So yeah, the emperor calls her again, and she's all excited, like to prove once again, uh, her capabilities, and um, and they show her the plans of the heroine, and they tell her to basically to guide her, and then that's the end of the episode,
Yeah.
and that's how the fourth one starts.
Well,
And then,
we were already talking
uh-huh.
about the fourth one actually, but um,
Okay, sorry.
no.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. It's because the fourth one is the only one I kind of remember. It
Yeah,
was so
yeah, but
but
I was
I
talking.
love. I want to go to the scene then that she goes with this plan to the tea party, right?
Yes, that's the one I
And
wanted to get to.
basically, yeah, like let's get to that part. Like I love that she comes and takes basically the orders from the empress, uh, to heart and to get it done right away. Like so, she
Yeah.
goes and they're having like a balls of a time, right? Like a good ass time,
Yep.
and
Here comes the villainess to ruin it all.
yeah, they're having just like tea and desserts and laughing and loving life. And she comes and tells her how unrealistic she is and that she's not considering a lot of areas that will would happen. And
Yeah.
and I love that they really have
Very structured plan.
like a discussion, like a discussion. Like it was more of a discussion than a fight, because yes, she was trying to make it like a fight, but this Heron like loves, like respects her or like knows her already. I feel like,
Yeah.
or likes her already, or like feels like they're already friends.
Who?
That
Oh,
the
Liz.
heroine to yeah to Liz, yeah, Liz to
Alicia.
pure Alicia, yeah, she that she's just saying, oh, she's doing it because she cares. It comes from like
Yeah.
a
I'm.
good place, like,
I
and
be.
it's listen to her, like she might really be right about this. And
Yeah.
but
Which.
and I like that Alicia's so like good, don't give in into my reality and and my solution so easily. Still fight that,
Yeah.
has to be your way at the end, like like it has, like the result that you seek is the one that you're gonna keep seeking,
Yep. Uh,
like like you're not gonna get influenced, you know
yeah.
too strong.
It was.
Hmm.
It was really good. Like obviously this one had like the more juicier bits than the last episode because even me, I don't.
Hmm.
I didn't get to write that much about the last episode. Um,
Right.
and because this is like newer, like I remember more. And yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
like just the way they were, they it was talking about like the plan of the of the heroine was like lacking a lot. Like she said, like there's no
Hmm.
structure. Like she, the way she wanted it was like everybody's just gonna basic. She felt like the heroine was being too idealistic that everyone was just gonna agree to it. Like
Go along with it.
yeah, and that was like the main concern of it. I feel like, right? But there was like so many flaws to it that it led to them to have the good discussion, like you said, and not only that, but it pissed off a lot of the, not a lot, but like one of the
His
little,
entourage,
yeah,
yeah.
one of the little groupies, right?
Oh, but the prince was loving it.
Well,
He was
yeah,
like eating her with his eyes.
yes, he was.
Like,
He was like, I think so. You know how like that this episode started off kind of like how like Alicia's like she has like Alicia kind of noticed that Liz had like a pool, like almost like enchanting stuff. Like she was almost
yeah, yeah, yeah.
enchanting people.
To people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, uh-huh.
through like her words and actions and whatnot, right? I love like there was one prince that it might have been like a minor detail, but one prince his eyes just kind of like went on or something like that. Like I saw there was like a change in one of the prince's eyes. It wasn't the one that was obviously bath mouthing Alicia. It was like another one, almost like he came to a realization that he was under a spell of some sort, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Alicia
Mm-hmm.
broke him free of that spell. Uh,
I agree. I agree.
Obviously, the little groupie is gonna do something next episode, whatever that is, and the prince Duke, whatever, he's. he's just falling more in love with her by every passing day. And
Right.
just based on like the way that Alicia talks about Liz, right? It just reminded me of the first episode of like the reason why she hates her, right, in the first place, where she feels like she's too goody two shoes, right?
Mhm.
And I think that's due to the fact that she uses this like a kind of like a charm to like enchant people to her. So
Right.
I feel like Liz is secretly like a evil villain or something,
Mm.
and that would be a nice
Well,
twist. A nice
yeah,
twist.
that would be a nice twist because it's already a twist that this villainess it's being looked at as the hero, right? Or at least as as
Candidate.
the one of as the and they want her to influence the real hero, you know. So
Exactly.
so the heroine. So it's so it will be interesting to see that portrays the hero as a villain instead, you know. So that will, yeah. I mean, we'll see how. I mean, we already. It's already gonna be something when the princess doesn't go for her, right? I mean, how is she gonna react? Is she just going to take that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Also, we don't.
we will kind of see who she really is
Yep.
when that happens, you know, when she realizes that the princess is not interested in her, you know, and it's actually it's willing to go against the rules or expectations, you know, from important people and his family
Yep.
to do what he truly wants, you know.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. That will be a good way to really tell, you know. So.
Yeah. Not only to mention like, um, I want to know like if this is actually her, because like based on the first episode, it seems like this is also an act that Liz is doing. So
It could be
it could
really
it could be just like Alicia acts to be a villainess, but isn't a villainess, you know.
right.
But yeah, that's all I have for this one. You?
Same.
All right, now on to the next one. Arifureta.
Arifureta.
Yep.
Okay, so only episode 2.
Yep.
So things are barely like heating up, warming up,
Set up.
getting together,
Yeah, I mean
getting getting
this
put
one.
together.
Yeah, I mean this was a very set up episode. I want to feel like not a lot happened. There is a lot of like good character interactions like between the gang, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
like how Hajime kind of wanted to be alone with
Bully.
yeah with Yui.
Oh, with Yui, and then
They were all like
not bully, but like um manipulated the girl to get in well, not the girl, but like the tomboy girl to
to be
to
the
be
Power Ranger.
a yeah, Power Ranger, or like a joke, so the hero will go along with it too, you know.
Yeah, I mean
So yeah.
let's talk about that part for a bit, right? Because they're
Mhm.
obviously trying to do something, right? They want them to be a distraction, so like the main mission can go without like a hitch, right?
Mhm.
The not only does this help the mission, but it also shuts up that annoying swordsman that he brought along. That's being like, oh, I want to save the people. We gotta save the people.
Yeah.
This shuts him up because it
Yeah.
gives him something to do rather than
Right. Right. Right.
annoy
Yeah.
Hajime. So he was all for
Or
it.
get in the way.
He was all for it because he was like, you can be the Red Ranger, the leader. Easy, easy bait.
Easy.
And
Yeah.
obviously Shisui, I think, or Shisuku, something like that. The
Mhm.
She wasn't for it because she had to be the Pink Ranger, and she's not girly. And they're like, but you have all
She
this.
is though, and everybody gained up on her to let her know.
Yeah, she's like, but you have all this cutesy stuff, like these plushies.
Stuffed animals
Yeah,
and
yep, and
yeah.
you know, we love that Hajime ends up convincing her, and
Yes, of
like,
course. Hajime influences her.
oh, Hajime has lots of influence, just like his influence on the leader of the Beastmen, I want to like
Yes, which it was like the main point of this episode. I feel like
yeah. So
to
basically they find out where they're keeping like the captives of Shea's tribe.
which is the dad of Shia. Oh,
Yep, and
yeah.
I love that the people are talking and they're like, this person is getting so much more like the boss day by day, and I'm just like, oh no, is he getting edgier? Right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
so like when Hajime rescues the grunts, not the grunts, but like the soldiers, and they lead him
Mm-hmm.
to where the leader is. First of all, the leader is over there like, oh, you need to kill me, like this torture's not enough, like you need to like cut my balls off.
Beep 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 beep. He's cussing them out too.
Yeah, he's cussing them out. I don't know,
Beep 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 beep.
and like the fucking like torturers are getting pissed. They're like, oh, we're just gonna kill you, and the guy's like, no, 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 you can't do that, right? You kind of need
Right.
oh, you know. And we find out that like the reason why they needed them was because they were trying to use them, right, to like get more slaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hajime explain to us what um the empire or yeah the royals saw that they're strangelets, right? Like, oh, you guys have gotten strong,
Yep.
then you guys need to be tamed, kind of thing, you know? Like, and I mean, good for them that they fought back, but like they explained too, or they were like saying there themselves,
Yeah.
um, the other basemans don't have this training or or strength yet, so it is unfair for the whole race to be put into some sort of new slavery just because of
Yeah.
you know of the strength and new ways that they had adapted. So and obviously Hajime is um agreeing with standing up and fighting, even if it means dying.
Yeah.
um
Yeah. Because like they were saying, right, their plan was to declare war on this imperial capitalists, right,
mhm,
on the imperial city, whatever. Um, and they
mhm,
kind of needed kind of like firepower, right? So like they were gonna gather up. They needed at least not necessarily Hajime because they weren't expecting for him to help out
yeah,
in any way, but they were just like,
right,
this is what we're gonna do, right? Whether we know it's crazy and we might not even win this, but
right,
we rather like fight than be enslaved, right?
mhm,
And obviously like Sha's like kind of crazy because she just she just met up with them again. She doesn't want to like lose them, so she's not like really
mhm.
thinking logically. So like Hajime has,
Yeah, she gets really mad and emotional. Hajime grabs her fucking tail. That was funny.
yeah, and then that's what I was gonna say. Like Hajime like comes to that by like grabbing her tail, and she's like, "That's not the that's not the spot you need to grab for right for this kind of situation." He's like, "No, no." So he's like, "Yeah, he just Hajime kind of like I love that Hajime looks around to see like kind of like gauge what his team is thinking, right?
Mhm,
I think every time he needs to make a decision, he looks at Yui kind of like for approval,
mhm.
and after he looks at Yui, he kind of decides, okay, I'm not gonna help
And
you.
I like that little smile that she gives sometimes.
Yeah, like because it's kind of like an approval of his decision, right? Like you made the right choice, you know?
Right. Or like I like the choice you're making,
Yeah,
right? That's
exactly. Which is kind of what you want from your significant
right.
other. Um,
Right.
so he decides not to get involved in the fight, as in like he's not gonna participate in the fighting, but that doesn't mean he's not gonna support them, you know?
Or help or be involved.
Yeah, so he's not gonna fight, but he's gonna be involved in some shape or way, you know?
Mhm.
And he basically pretty much like rallies them, I think he's gonna be more of like a leadership role and just like helping them with like
Yeah, more of a commander.
yeah, basically.
Like, uh-huh. I agree with you.
And
So,
he also lets them know like the way they were thinking was too small, right? Because I think they were thinking of sneaking in and taking out like insignificant people to kind of get the
mm-hmm.
attention of the bigger people. He's like, you're thinking too small. You have to go after the important people, you know.
Right.
So it's like if
Right.
you're gonna plan to like fight it out, you have to go after the important people because
Yeah.
small fire is not gonna
Yeah.
cut it, you know. And good for him, right? He's not like
They're gonna really come for you and get all of the race. You know, like the whole race is gonna pay for it, right?
yeah,
Kind
basically.
of. That's,
So I'm glad he's
like if
taking
you
leadership.
don't do it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad
If
he's yeah,
you don't take their leader and show them that that you're the level, I guess, of threat. Like
ex-
you're an actual threat,
yep,
and they're going to just conquer, right?
yeah,
Your whole race. So.
yeah, good on him, right? And that just goes to show like kind of like the character he is too, right? He's not gonna let them completely be left alone, right? Obviously he feels responsible for like teaching them how to fight and stuff. So like
Mhm.
in that way, that's his excuse for like getting involved in this way, right? Because he's like, well,
Mhm.
since I showed you how to fight and showed you how to train, I kind of am responsible for you, right?
Mhm.
So that's how
Yeah.
he's how do you say like making an excuse to get involved. And
Right. That's yeah.
and the reason why he has to make an excuse to get involved, you know, is what he was saying in the in like the beginning of the episode where like he doesn't get involved when it doesn't affect his like close people, right? It's like if Cher was in
Mm.
trouble, he would go save her, right? But like some random like uh slave 2.0, right? He's not gonna or like supporting character 375, you know, he's not gonna get involved
That's right.
for those characters or those people because they mean nothing to him, and he made that
Mhm.
abundantly clear to the Mister Red Ranger.
Mr. Hero. Yeah,
And
I agree. So,
yeah,
um, we really we love, yeah, we love them.
yeah, we do.
We love that they're doing that.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see what
I
kind
like
of
the fights. Yeah, I'm excited to see
the fights. Yep.
them. Yeah, going into battle.
Yeah, and I wonder if like Hajime will like make weapons for them or like show them how to be sneaky because I don't know if they can be sneaky.
Right. Yeah, yeah. I'm excited to see their strategy too because they're at least with Hajime and Yu, it's always um something like extreme, you can say.
Yep.
Um, but obviously very calculative. Like they're.
Yeah, he doesn't go in there just for the sake of going in there.
Hmm.
He thinks about his
Yeah,
movements before doing anything.
correct. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah,
That's it for me. You
for me too.
okay? On to the next one. Blue Box episode 4. So
Hmm.
one of the best anime during this season, if I do say so.
Hmm. Definitely one of the best. Um,
But it,
so
okay,
where were we left off? Um,
I mean they were. I do not recall where we left off, but I do recall where we started in this episode, and
okay.
that's Taiki pretty much being head over heels that Chinatsu was not sleeping with him was living in the same house as him. Like it's been a month. So
Mm-hmm.
now I recall we left off on Haruyu teasing him with Chinatsu basically, right? That's where we left off in the episode. Like Haruyu was training him for like this entire month that passed. So now we're
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm.
so now he's so happy that we see how happy he is, right? He gets up early enough where the alarm doesn't even ring. He goes,
7 times, only
yes,
two
to,
times.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he's just a bundle of joy that he doesn't even pay attention that he got Chinatsu's gym uniform.
For real. What a way to start the morning, especially um when that's like something that really sets not sets him off, throws him off, you know?
Well, yeah,
Like
because now he has to find a way to give it to her before his fifth period. Because that's what.
right.
So
And we see that he's struggling so hard, poor guy. And
yes,
he's really
he
trying to find a way to feel like they could meet. We even see that he even ditches the dude, right? Like he runs
Haruyo,
into this other senpai,
Haruyo, yeah.
and yeah, and then
If it wasn't because
yeah.
of this, he would have definitely gone and practiced with Haruyo for sure. But
Well, of course, you know, and that's what for her was like probably surprising too, you know,
yep,
like like
yep,
no.
for sure. And lo and behold, the place where they kind of wanted to meet to hand off the uniform. Who's
Then
there?
that meeting was the fucking rooftop.
Well, before that, she met he
Oh,
met he met Hina in the AB room with all the
oh my god,
gymnasts.
that was so funny. That was
Yes,
so funny.
yes.
That was so funny. Hina's so funny.
She's
Fucking Hina.
great.
It's just funny that he just kind of says something and she reacts to it like right away.
Yep.
Like he tells her, "Oh, I haven't watched that for like a year," and she really like
She like
backs up
backs
and
off.
says,
I love.
"Ew,
I love.
yeah, leave,
Yep.
please
I
leave." She's like, "Just leave."
yeah yeah. Which I love. Hina such has such good expressions, right? When she's like teasing him, like, "Oh, so I shouldn't look in this, right?" She's
Mhm.
teasing him. Has a different
Oh yeah,
face.
I love how she did that. The hand, right?
Yep.
Like hovering on it.
Yep.
Like, wait, you don't want me to touch it?
Yeah.
You really don't need me to like.
Yep. And
That's
then when
really
when
cute.
he's like, I haven't watched it in a year. I love the change for animation of how she looked like chibi-ish now, and she's like, leave, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, that place did not work out, so they meet in the roof with Chinatsu, uh, and boy oh boy, what a way to get comfortable with your crush, if I do say so, right?
Right. That scene, right? She really has guts when it comes to him,
I mean,
which throws him off too.
yeah,
Like,
because she was just like gonna change right in front of him, so he's like, I'm gonna keep watch. So he's kind of like trying to make sure nobody goes up there. Um, but at the same time, he's like, he is too close to the point where he can hear her change, and he's like picturing everything.
right.
So he's being way overstimulated just from that alone, right?
Yep.
And that like changes his entire like thing moving forward in the day. Where like obviously for Chinatsu, it probably wasn't a big deal because she probably was wearing like stuff to where she wouldn't have be too revealing for school, right? So,
Mhm.
but to him, it was like more because it's like, wow, she doesn't even see me as a man if she's gonna
Yeah.
if she's gonna be changing like that
Yep.
around me,
I
right?
mean, yeah. I mean, or she really is in a hurry, but like still, like I would tell him to like, hey, go downstairs, or like I'll meet you.
Yeah, like I
You
need,
know, like
like give me a few minutes,
yeah, exactly. Like, so I'm gonna change here. Can you just like watch this for me? Yeah,
Yeah,
something
exactly.
more. I don't know, consensual and just doing it without saying anything.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it's just like we said, like they're both been spending like a month together, so like they've already seen each other like first thing in the morning, right? How they are like probably in the weekends, how sloppy they are and stuff like that. So like
hmm
maybe
and the bathroom too, like getting in towels and things like that. Like
exactly. So like
I'm like, yeah,
maybe this isn't like
being just with a towel.
this is to her probably could be just well, we don't know exactly, but like it could just be a type of thing where it's just roommates now, right? Like more roommate
Right.
type of thing. So like it's not that big of a deal. Um, but to him, it was because obviously he harbors heavy feelings for her.
Right.
Um, and that messes him up because like now he's forgetting his racket as he's heading home. He's dropping water on his already dried clothes at home.
Oh, my friend.
Yeah,
I like that he eavesdrops to the conversation of her and her mom.
I mean, yeah, we can. That'll be a bit later. I still let's talk about like the opposite, right? Because we have that happen with Chinatsu, and then Chinatsu gets to experience that in Taiji, right? Because Taiji gets because also he puts his shirt inside out, and Shinatsu like sees him practicing like his wings outside, right? So like so like he notices this inside out, and Taiki just kind of like
But that's after
no
the talk with her mom.
with him and his mom. No,
Yes,
it isn't.
because it is because he's like he goes and sees her talking to them, and then because what she says about him is what gets him to practice
No,
because
I mean
he go
eh,
no.
nope. I
Oh,
but I mean we can talk about that after this one.
okay.
I just want to emphasize that Shinatsu gets to see Taiki's six pack, and she's flustered
Yeah.
because he's like, "Damn, you've really been working out." And this is when she kind of like does something that, you know, in hindsight, maybe you should have thought a little more before you said this to him, especially right after their promise, where she
Mhm.
kind of tells him like, you know, it's okay if you give it your all and it's not, and you don't make it to nationals, right? You still got like 2 more years ahead of you, right? Um,
Oh, that's right. That's why it's this one first because she talks about this conversation with the mom.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
that's right.
so he Taiki wasn't necessarily upset, but he was kind of
No,
like,
no, no. Really, he didn't even take it like that. Like she thinks she take it.
yeah,
It was more like, no, I want to just be with you. I'm doing this to be with you, kind of thing. So if you're not there, I mean, there's a point, but it's not the real point, kind of thing.
yeah. It's like
Um.
basically, this is if she already reaches nationals and he doesn't this year, right? It defeats the
Mhm.
purpose, right, of the promise that they're essentially
Right.
supposed to
Exactly.
make nationals together, and that was their
Mhm.
promise, and that's why he says it has to be this year because he has full faith in Shinatsu making it this year, and that's like
Yeah, she's gonna make it this year, so
so he has to
he
make
needs
it,
to make sure.
yeah,
Yeah, he needs to make sure to do it too.
and that's what the mother talks about Shinatsu, right? Now we'll talk
Mm.
about that, and then we'll talk about
Yeah.
the bet later. Um,
Yeah.
after so like Chinatsu and Taiki's mom are talking about like this exact same thing, right? And
How he's just like maybe overworking himself.
yeah, the mom is saying he's overworking
Yeah.
himself,
Yeah. And
and
she doesn't even understand. And then that's when she needs to is trying to like explain that she might actually understand, and then she might have just said the wrong thing. So
yeah,
and without meaning to, because she understands. But
yeah, because she's faced she already because she's already been at it for a year trying to get to national, right? She already understands what it feels like to lose that chance. So because it was kind of like the same thing that was pushed onto her, I guess, in that year, that she kind of realized, I'm just kind of like um expressing my own insecurities through Taiki, right?
mm-hmm. Yeah, and she did say that. So it's so great to see how emotionally intelligent these people are, really though. Like, especially her, especially her.
Yeah, and I think this is great build up for like even more of Taiki and Chinatsu's relationship, right? Because not only does Taiki have like kind of like an insecurity that he's nowhere near Chinatsu's level, but at the same time, now that he kind of eavesdrop on this conversation, he realizes that Shinatsu is not also similar with her own insecurities.
Right, right. She still deals with the ifs and buts and yeah, and what
And her
ifs, you know?
regrets, right? Her regrets as well. So yeah,
Just
pretty
the vulnerability of not having, control, especially
for her.
because
For her is more so.
especially for her, yeah, because she relies on a team, even though she thinks it's her responsibility. They all depend on her at the same, even though she takes like burden to, carry the team for that
Exactly,
same reason.
because
So,
she wants to carry the team on her back. So like she bears like she bears a lot of the burden for herself, and unlike Taiki, who is by himself, especially but not by himself in this doubles match, right?
mm-hmm.
With Haru, he does make it to he does he isn't like in his first like tur- what is it like his first like basic tournament, right? Where they have to make it to like qualifiers in the doubles,
Mm-hmm.
and also he has singles later, right? But like in the doubles, he meets another of Shinatsu's little crush people, and the Shiki, that's his name, Shiki, an ex teammate of
Oh
Haru.
yeah, that was so good to see like another character to come in, right?
Yes,
It gives you Hayaku like feelings and flashbacks, because Hayaku is such um a huge like uh, team, and they've developed like so many characters from it,
yeah,
and even schools from other schools, and they doing the same here, like they're saying how this dude was from the past of Haru, right?
yep. They were like in the junior team together in
Mm-hmm.
doubles. So like
Yes,
this
and they
guy,
have history.
and here he tries to
So
play it off, right? Because he was like, they had a bet where if he beats Haru, he gets to have Shinatsu number. And the reason why this guy is so hung up over Shinatsu is because I think he left something in like a festival or whatnot, and she,
wallet, like his collectible wallet,
yeah,
and it just happens that idol or anime looked like her too. So
yep. So
so
now
he felt like it was just
that's
destiny
yeah.
that like ah poor
So
Chitsu.
yeah,
And she was so cute. I love that she's like wearing like a clip bow. Did you notice
yes, I did.
that?
That's a nice touch.
Yeah, girly little.
But Haru does not want to deal with this guy, so he says, you know what? You won't even get to face me for a while, so why don't you you'll be facing my
Yeah, and just get this done with and over with, right?
yeah
Like
yeah. He's like
just
it has to be an
do
official
so.
match, so he's like, I'll tell you what, I'll have Taiki settle in as my replacement, and if you beat him, you can have her number. Or more exact, he's like, I'll ask her if it's okay to give you her number.
Yeah,
you know. Um, so now we have Taiki versus Shiki in their
love
singles
that.
match, and Haru
He's, I
Haru.
love his, I love his expression on his like anger, but at the same time, um, it like he knows that he 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 didn't want that dude to have her number either,
Yep.
and this is his chance to get, to make that happen, so
Yeah. We have
so yeah, he doesn't know what he's involved, but at the same time it gives him a pretty big, you know opportunity that things go at, as his benefit, right, as his convenience, you can say,
for Shiki, right?
which is her not, or him not getting her number
Oh yeah,
or even near her.
yeah. Taiki doesn't even
So
want this guy near her, right? But I like how Haru's hyping up his ex teammate, right? He's like, for he doesn't look strong at all, but trust me, he's a lot tougher than what
Right.
he looks like. He's like, but I've been training Taiki for like the past month, so he should have no problem dealing with him. He's like, but if he doesn't, oh, there's hell to pay. So it's like a little evil senpai, like teasing his
Right.
his his little junior. But obviously, like I love that through Taiki being in the doubles with Haru and training with Haru already
Hmm.
notices how Taiki plays. Like, oh, he just plays for a while to like get a gauge on how you do, right. So he like
Right.
waits and
So
analyzes
he
you.
figure out your patterns, your moves.
Yep.
Yeah, your
So
yep.
pretty smart strategy from Taiki, and it pays dividend because after a while he's winning. But since he's in this match, he doesn't really notice the people behind him, right? And the people behind him
Hmm.
is his best friend and and
And his crush.
and his crush with the rest of the basketball girls, but mainly his crush, right? His friend's about to go in
Right.
this match, and he notices Chinatsu's right there, and I gotta say he played like the best wingman ever, right? Because he's like,
Yes. Yes. He definitely the ah, him a solid.
yeah, super
A
solid.
real solid.
He got him a pretty much a
Yeah.
date if he wins, right? Because he's like Taiki's right
Yep.
there fighting, so you don't get your numbers, but given to, right? It's like, but he's not really fighting for
Hmm.
anything. He's just fighting so.
For anything that convenience him, like anything, like
Yep. So he's
um,
like, I would appreciate it if you took him out at least to like aquarium or something, right? And Chinatsu's kind of like in the fence about it, but he's because she's kind of like, what if he doesn't want to, right? Or like doesn't finds it like kind of like corny or something like that, right? Like he feels like that's not something
right.
Taiki would want, right? He's like, no, trust me. If you ask him, he will. He will go, right?
Yeah.
He's like, and then after she sees Taiki's winning, she's like, okay, I'll take you up on that, you know? Because,
Yeah. Well, he explains to her that he has a lot of influence, right?
yeah, that she has a
Like
lot of influence on him.
like
Exactly.
like you don't don't you realize the influence you have on him? Like of course he's gonna say yes.
Yeah. And, like, after he says that, that's when and Taiki, like, starts winning, or seems like he's about to start taking charge, right? That's when,
Right, right. Take
that's,
control.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's when she realized, like, all his hard work is paying off. And, obviously due to her influence, it's kind of like, yes, okay, he's working hard. He does deserve to, we do deserve this kind of
A
like
reward. Yeah,
moment,
the,
right? Yeah, a reward.
the,
So
the reward.
I really love
Yep.
this episode. I,
Me too.
I mean, we talked about it for like 20 minutes. So I think
That
unless
was a really good
unless you
episode.
want to add
No,
if he's gonna win
it's
or not, you think he's gonna win? I guess mainly.
oh I th- ah, if he doesn't, it's going to be so close, right? Like it's going to be
I hope it's.
like maybe he was even ahead and then somehow he lost it or something,
I I
or maybe the opposite where
I
he
feel.
wasn't even really ahead and then he's going to win.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I feel like it would be pretty crushing, especially when he said that he's gonna make top four or maybe even nationals, right? At first, he's like,
mhm.
I'm definitely making top eight. Scratch that top four, and then I'll win it all,
Mhm.
right? So it'll be pretty soul crushing to get off right before the actual like prefecture, the actual like competition starts, basically. But yeah, okay. I think that'll do it for this one.
Mhm.
On to the next one. Trillion Game, episode 5.
Yep.
Okay,
This is
so we basically kick off right from the where episode 4 left off, and now we're starting the competition. And we get instant Haru and Gaku glaze, where the guy's like, "Oh, so these guys were, well, it's kind of like a present, right? We get a little taste of the present once again, where they became billionaires, and Gaku basically says that it all started during this final thing, right? So
Right.
so now we are in the competition where this guy that we saw in the previous episodes, he's like, okay, these guys are interesting. I need to go see them, right? And he cancels everything
Mhm.
he has to just go see this tournament.
Right.
His name is
And
Kadon.
we see what we see to be his secretary as his assistant, right?
Yes, that's what I
Like,
said too. That's what
yeah,
I.
yeah.
That's definitely the assistant that Gaku has in the present. And
Uh-huh.
this is like a big investment that he's kind of like trying to make. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go check these guys out, and I'll probably give them a nice investment, which is like the essential goal that they were going for, right? They wanted
Mhm.
more options than just be a dog to Kirihime.
Correct. And being seen as that, because that's what would end up happening, right?
Yep,
Once they're getting to make a name for themselves, even if they make a name for themselves, the fact that they're under, or they came to be, or they show up, or the first thing people know is that she invested in them and took 51%. Like, that's not a good way to start your business or start your name, right? Like, or
exactly.
start making a name for yourself. So we
Yeah,
see that for them, that's the main reason why they're challenging her.
yep. They
Hmm.
you know so this game was like much more simpler than I thought it would be, right? Because it's well not
Right.
so or at least they made it simple for us to understand. They're just kind of like
Hmm.
attacking and defending their castle. That's essentially it, you know.
Correct.
And
Yeah, because they're hackers. So
yeah, they're hackers, but our
mhm.
boys are at a huge disadvantage because only Gaku really knows how to be a hacker. So
Right.
they instantly I'm like there has to be like a way where they can not have that handicap on them, right?
Hmm.
So it turned out that it starts off with obviously Haru being goofy and using his little exorcist or priest outfit, whatever, right, to kind of like disrupt the Wi-Fi.
The
And
Wi-Fi signal. Yeah.
yep, and he basically just told Gaku, like wait a minute before you actually log in, right?
Right.
Don't log in right away. And after that, Gaku logs in and he is kind of like doing okay-ish because afterwards,
While everyone's struggling to get into a server or get network,
yeah, get network,
just
and
get
then
into the network. Yeah.
after a while, like they kind of like find like a back road to it, right? And
Hmm.
pretty much they start bullying the heck out of Gaku because all of them are attacking them essentially, stealing all the points and stuff. They're not even worried about the others; they're just attacking him. And
Right.
and
Especially the group of the lady, right? Like
yeah, they
their
especially them,
husband. They're
especially
like
them,
totally.
and not only that because they also got emails from them to like attack, right? To all the other contestants are like kind of in unison because they all got emails that said to go after these people, right?
Hmm.
So it was becoming pretty blatant for them that they're probably not going to win this competition. And
Yeah, they were getting all their points stolen,
yeah,
to the point that they got to zero.
yep. And
So.
when once that happened, kind of Kirihime was kind of like, okay, I'm so done with this, right? And even the other guy that has some history with Kirihime was kind of like, well, I guess they weren't all that after all.
Hmm.
And lo and behold, Haru works his magic,
Haru has another
has a plan, had plans, on,
another strategy, like just
yep,
another move.
and
Like,
in that way, like, basically because they logged in through like some back ways of like where the Gaku had like the only access to, right? It allowed
Mhm.
Gaku to attack all of them simultaneously, right?
Yep.
And because of that,
Or
like,
have control of their server, basically.
yes, he had control of the
Because they had
servers.
control. Because he had control of. Because they had the password. So.
Exactly.
So.
And in doing so, like, obviously Haru kind of has to go back to Kirihime, and it's like, well, I got a very important question for you. It's like, who do you want to spend the night with, me or Gaku? You know?
This motherfucker.
Yeah, he did not forget, and he made it abundantly clear. And I love how like the black dragon, or like the dragon whatever bank whatever, right, had
Mhm.
the guy was like, oh, we're winning, but why does she not feel like any joy out of us? We're like winning, right?
I know. I know. I love that analogy that he did too. Like, oh, it's because the fruit that she was eyeing, it's rotten and bad, and ugly.
Yep.
So, and then when she comes back, or when he sees her coming back, right?
Yep.
And he sees her with those eyes of like a whole platter of fresh fruit, basically ready to, ripe and juicy, ready to just eat it. And she has like that sad
Yes.
face. Oh my god, that was pretty freaking good.
Yes, it was. And
Hi, my
this
sister.
episode
My
felt a lot
sister.
shorter than a lot of the other ones. Like, I think this has been like the better one. So,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
and it's just, I love that even in the end of the like the fourth episode, they said that Gaku had already set up everything to win for this day, and they didn't realize.
Even after even when, like, right after they got in, as soon as he knew they got in, he was already planning his cheat moves.
Yeah, so pretty slick of Haru to like get in there, work as a, like I guess like internet worker, right, and set everything up. And the reason why I forget what was what do you remember the reason why he was able to do it? Like he just said they weren't as smart as him or something like that, right?
What do you mean? Able to do what?
To replace like the
Oh,
Wi-Fi and stuff. Like he's like they weren't smart like me.
because he said that people that have tried before turn it on before.
Oh,
It
there's a
is, it is, yeah. They turn it on so it gets discovered. And he turned it on like a minute after, like,
which is why uh he told Gaku to wait a minute.
yes, so it wouldn't be discovered. It wouldn't be on, like, wouldn't be in, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah. Pretty
yeah,
slick.
I like that he used his group, right? His like um team to do the to do the technical while he did the practical.
Yep. They
Um
split the work.
and it's like putting the machine in there, right? And whatnot, while they did the coding and the whole the setup for the hacking, right? So the Haru just, not the Haru. What is the other guy's name?
Gaku.
Uh, yeah, him. Can just do it, and I like that he says, "I we cannot tell him because he will give it away like
Yeah.
the moment that he walks in."
Yeah, they did that while he was like passed out drunk, or not drunk, but like
Yeah,
passed out from all the
look tired. Yeah.
from the entire day of being awake. Yeah, but
Oh,
yeah,
hectic.
good, good, good episode. Throughout this entire
So they
thing.
won. So they show us, and then it ends with, obviously, him being a sensation because he became an overnight uh, millionaire or trillionaire, one of the most rich people in the world, right? Like,
Yep.
and the secretary, and then he's telling the secretary how he's not good at interviews, and to
Lo-
help him, not get away from them or escape them or do some,
and he just leaves them
or
there for the wolves.
she says, no, you have to get used to them. They're part of this world. Like, they're part of this new
Yeah, exactly. It's like you will.
status quo
It's like,
status quo that you're in, and you need to get used to it.
yeah,
So,
yeah, but we know Gaku. He just want. He's a simple man. He just wanted a simple life. But you know, you
Right.
can't have a simple life and be rich at the same time.
No. No.
So pros and cons to being rich for sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
I definitely want to find out what they do for work. That's like been my main thing that I've been wondering this entire time,
Mhm.
and I'm excited to find out what they actually do for work. Is that crazy? Ain't that crazy?
Well, I think they're definitely doing something with computers and security
Yeah,
and
hopefully.
probably
Ha-
maybe trying to hack some, worldwide like things.
yeah, I mean,
Who knows?
yeah, who
Because
knows?
to get that rich, you
But
have to steal
somewhere,
from lots of people.
yeah,
Yeah.
from somewhere for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, from somewhere. And I don't think they all got it from her.
nope.
So,
She was only offering 100 million.
exactly.
So
So, that doesn't make it a trillion.
exactly. Let's find out like what our little con artists do in the coming episodes. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
that's it for this one. I feel.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
No,
Yeah.
that's all.
Okay. Well, on to the next one. DanDaDan episode 4. My God, what a what a good
That was
episode.
yeah, that was a good episode. I can see where people were loving it. Um, I really liked it. So we see that our heroes are getting ready for battle, and
They answered the granny.
they're at the place. They are yeah, they are there. Like they are at the place, and they see the nanny and start their tactics. Say,
Yeah,
um,
I mean, not much room to run when she basically came out on both sides, right?
mhm.
And I love the little dynamics that Momo and Okarun have. Like as they're going, they're still like arguing with one another, even though they're about to like
Oh
probably
yeah, who's gonna go first?
yeah, who's gonna go first?
That's cute.
And then they just go side by side. Oh, little little devils. But yeah, like Turbo Granny is kind of powerful because once they're in there, they
Right,
tried to use Okarun's power, but because she cursed him, obviously she's like, I can just get the shit back. You're no longer cursed because you came.
right. And
Yeah.
this is her territory, right? So we know that this is
Yes,
it's all
this.
about territory, and this is her territory. So more than anything,
Yeah, and
so
you know, obviously Momo sticks to the plan. Let's entice Granny to like want to race us, and then we beat her at it, right? We don't let her win. But obviously Okarun can run. She gets trapped, and you remember the first episode
hmm about what?
with Okarun when he first met the Granny?
Yeah, about what about it?
Well, the previous on episode 1 she got his long, and now he gets to suck her titty. That was the deal, you know.
Oh,
So he just starts nubbing on that thing,
oh.
to like, for she was like, "Don't do that," right? She was like swinging him around. Such funny moment. Also, big balls on Okarun to want to do that to a ghost. You know,
hmm
um, it worked. Miss Ayase was able to trap the granny because the granny started like getting into him, right?
Right.
Trying to curse him again, and I just Momo was like pressing her, and kind of like confined her to
Yeah,
his
we
scar.
see that Momo got like a new strategy of how to handle her energy, curse energy, right?
Yes, it
She
wasn't
made
even.
sure that
It was no longer about seeing. She was finally able to like just feel it,
right.
and that's how she was able to deduce where she was at and suppress her to just Okurun's scarf.
hmm
And they went for a breakaway, but not without the actual like bound spirit that was in there that was making Granny so strong. that came out, and
The crab, right?
yeah, the crab, and now they're running away from the crab. Uh, it it's so like fun watching these interact, right? Because they're running away, and
Yeah, it was a very good animation too.
yeah,
Like
like we
like
see him transform and turn his legs into a helicopter. You know,
yeah, turn his legs into a helicopter. This woman's putting hands like I don't know, like I don't even know how you can call her what she was doing with her
almost like
hands.
Green Lantern. You know, like
Like more like yeah, I was gonna say the elastic four, like the elastic
well, yeah,
guy.
kind of, but like it's not like her actual limbs that are stretching. You know, so I would say
Right.
like the Green Lantern kind of thing, right? Um, luckily enough, Momo is very knowledgeable on crabs, and she knows that if you soak them in hot water, they become hard to move. So
With their muscles, yeah.
yeah, and she was like, "That looks kind of tasty, right?" And he's like, "But you're not gonna eat that, And
Seems like they did though.
it wasn't the right one though. It was a different one. It was like,
Mm.
but yeah, they try to escape, and Granny has cursed the entire town. And she's kind of like, "You're not gonna get away from me," and all this other stuff. And you know, we have because Okarun did a full throttle before to get away from the crab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now Momo's kind of telling him, just do it again, right? Just trust me this time, right? So I love that, and I love the build up to the animation. That whole sequence, right, when he was like doing the full throttle stuff, a lot of that was
Mm-hmm.
like anime original. Like, not a lot of that
Oh,
was,
really?
yeah. In the manga, it might have been like a page or two, but like when you see him like
Mm-hmm.
swerve and like move around and stuff like that, that's been like all anime.
Mm-hmm. Mm, okay.
So it's I love that scene. Obviously, it enhanced the my enjoyment of the manga more, and
Mm-hmm.
I love that this little thing is kind of like a little bonding moment for them, because obviously they're always at odds trying to fight one another, but at the core of it, they trust one another. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's always
Yeah, and they protect. Yeah, they're trying to save, right? One another too.
yes, and
Not like they're gonna sacrifice the other, save themselves. They're
exactly.
trying to
I,
to win this together. So.
yeah, they're this time they're in it together, and they're not like really, you know, at one another's odds for the first time. Um, but yeah, they escaped, and Granny gets unleashed again, right?
Mm-hmm. That
The
granny was a lot of trouble for real.
Yeah, it's because
It was.
Momo like let go of her in like the flight, the flight jump, whatever, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Granny escapes and has the whole army behind her. That shit looked kind of creepy. I want like just
Yeah.
sort of standing in front. It's like, we're not gonna let you get away, because like obviously like her, she kind of holds more power in that city,
Mm-hmm.
and so the
Yeah, those zombie-looking people, the cemetery. Oh my God.
yeah,
Fucking
that's
Granny. Granny's a,
yeah.
just
So
like I said, trouble.
she is, and then she merges with the crab, and it's like, okay, well, see you later, because they grabbed onto the bullet train, right? Which runs.
Yes, she red definitely has a plan. I like that we see her eye in the train before, right?
Yes, we do.
And and then she challenges her again, right?
Yep.
And then says, I just and the Granny's all like even mocking her, like, okay, how much time ahead do you need? Like, and then she's, I just need 1 second.
Yep. I love
Yeah,
that, right? Because we didn't really talk about that, but like
right.
in the beginning, that's how they kind of challenged her. It's like count to 10 minutes, but because they didn't specify that she had to count by the second, she she kind of uh went, not necessarily broke
Takes
the
the
rule.
minutes as seconds. Yeah,
Yes, she kind of went
basically.
away. She kind of like went leniently in the um. She bent the rules a bit, to say the least.
Mhm.
And this time, Momo didn't need her. Didn't need her to bend the rules because obviously she already had it all planned out, and
Right.
the train was moving faster than what Granny could go by. But like the Granny was like, okay, when the train curves, you do realize it has to stop and or not stop, but
Yeah,
like
it has
it's
to slow down.
slow down for the curves.
Mhm.
And Momo was like, "Yep, that's all. That was all planned."
But I don't slow down. Yeah.
Yep, and the shots of like it all being in red, right, was so good because now we see the Seiko was like waiting for them on the other side
Love that.
with the
Love the way that she was waiting too. Such a
yeah
badass like pose.
yeah, and she was also put a barrier like we saw in the previous episode, right, where like
Hmm.
no ghost or evil spirit can cross that barrier. So the
Yeah.
Granny was gonna be cooked if she went through there, right? And Momo was holding her, so like there was no escaping it, and they went through, and
Yeah, because the granny got it wrong. She's the one that's good.
they got exorcist, right?
Yeah.
And lo and behold, like we have this beautiful like scene now that it's no longer red of like these girls just like floating, and
Oh, that was
they're like
that was
they're
that was
like
kind of
free,
sad for real.
yeah. And then Momo kind of realizes that, right, and they go back to Seiko, and Seiko like kind of like tells them like the reason and this kind of humanizes Turbo Granny a bit, right, too, because
Mhm.
these girls were like chopped up and whatnot into pieces and left the remains in that place where the Granny
Mhm.
was. And it was more so because like the Granny always appears where like children are in trouble, or like what was it, like done wrong, right?
Mhm. Mm.
And like she's just kind of like looks after them essentially. Like she's like a very she likes to look after the children that were left, right? So the Granny is more humanized this episode, and I like that because you know up to this point we just thought she was like
Yeah, we get her story, right?
yeah, we get a nice little backstory of the
Yeah.
Granny, and it's a touching moment because like
Mhm.
this allows Momo to kind of realize what her grandmother also does, right? How this
Mhm.
exorcism is actually good, you know, in the long run, because you allow the dead to like pass on and move freely, right, to the next life.
Mm.
So
Yeah. So
that was good.
not be trapped for
Y-
for what it's like.
yep, and
And I like the granny,
yep,
the grandma, right?
Seiko.
Said something about that.
Yes.
She was like, the death and the living live in their separate worlds, and when they cross each other, whether the living comes to the death world or the death world comes to it, there will be a fight. Like there will be because
Yep.
you are taking their territory, like
Yep.
you know,
And
you are
but it's their job as
coming to their,
mediums.
you're coming at them, so they're gonna defend them, kind of thing. And
Yeah, and that's like where they come in, right? And that's where they have to be the balancer of kind of the things, right? So that's good. Momo gets a more awakening of her responsibilities now as a medium,
hmm
and we get the little dinner party
yeah,
with the
cute. I
crabs.
mean, look.
Oh my god, I loved every second of that because they're like eating nonchalantly crabs, and Okuran's like kind of like, you guys can actually eat this after what we went through.
hmm
you
I'm
know
with him.
yeah. And Momo was kind of like fighting the grandma, and then the grandma's like, by the way, your curse is gone, right? And he's like, yeah, yeah, I got my dick back. And she's like, okay, let me see it. you know and he was like, what? No, never. So now he moved up from one granny that wanted to long to another that wants to see it.
hmm
but uh
I god damn it.
but at least somebody went out happy because Momo got to fucking like dig herself into like a crab feast because her grandmother was so occupied with trying to see if Okuran had his penis back.
Mhm.
But yeah, I love the end with like the farewell, right? Because they were like saying goodbye to each other, and they're like goodbye, goodbye, like in their heads, like goodbye, you know.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
Momo was like, Okuran, like see you tomorrow, And I love that because you could see like how much it meant to Okuran when she said that, right? Because he's no longer gonna really be alone. He actually has the friend he wanted all along. Something.
Right. It was very touching, and I like that she acknowledged too the moment.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you can see like this whole ordeal like really um deepened their friendship, right? So
Right.
very, very good. Um, yeah. The little preview next week we're meeting more of the characters,
Mhm.
and I want you to know to just be aware, you might hate the next person that comes.
Oh.
That's about
Okay.
it. But you might,
Good warning.
but you might also just love her. It's one or both. It's one or the other. She's one of those.
It's either or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's about it. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's all.
Okay. On to the next one. Dragon Ball Daima
So
episode.
now we have Dragon Ball. Now we're gonna talk about Dragon Ball.
Yep. Our favorite nostalgia anime.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're finally entering the demon realm, and
Mhm.
we find out a little bit more about Warp Sama, like how you shouldn't push him, shouldn't tease him per se, because Goku was like, "Oh, are you a goldfish?" You
Oh,
know,
that was so cute.
yeah, and little,
And Goku,
so such,
Goku being Goku.
yeah, just such good comedy with him just saying
Mhm.
all the wrong things, and Kai's like, "No, Goku, like he could just not he could just deny us entry if you keep teasing him or like pushing him too much." And
Yeah.
he's like, he's not a goldfish anyway. He's like, oh, so if you're not a goldfish, are you like a what was it, like
Puffy goldfish or something
a
like
puffin
that.
fish?
Yeah, like a puff. Yeah, like a blowfish, goldfish. I don't know, but he
Yeah.
still gets that goldfish at the end.
Yep. And it's like, okay. Then Kai's like, all right, I just gotta shut him up real quick. And lucky for them, they went with Gloria. So Gloria had a passport to kind of like get in, right? A passcode per se. And
The pen. Yeah, it was a pen.
yep. And luckily for Goku, Kai could change his ear shape into pointy, and that was like, all right, you're part from the demon realm, but these people are, if they're not from the demon realm, they probably wouldn't have let him in. So like,
Mhm.
Supreme Kai has pointy ears, no problem there. Goku had to shave his into it, and he got in, and he's still like kind of like, I just love kind of like the exploration factor that happened in this one, right? Because we're not really uh have to like do any fighting as much in this episode, but like it was a lot of like exploring and seeing this world.
Yeah. Love seeing Goku chasing a rabbit,
Yes, and
and rabbit, and getting attacked by bandits. So it's, yeah, like you said,
yep,
it's
and
getting to see where they are and what they're about.
yeah, and also it's adapting to this world because all the gas that it produces, like it's heavier to move around, and he's still
Mhm.
kind of like adjusting to his distance as a 7-year old,
Yep.
So it's a lot of things that are kind of like um affecting him right now,
Being said, yeah, like, oh yeah,
and
yeah.
uh,
But we also see in this episode him adapting to it, right, and getting the hang of.
yes, especially at that pub at the end, right, where it's like he gets into
Mhm.
a brawl because people. discriminate against round ears, you know.
Mhm.
And it's just a nice touch that is kind of like, okay, even in the demon realm, people discriminate against others, you know.
Yep.
And
Of course, there's demons
yeah, yeah, of
even
course,
more.
yeah, even more. But like, just Goku, in fact, like that he's so kind and stuff. It's kind of like indifferent, right, about it. He was just there eating his 5 hamburgers, you know. I love that that he was like, this meat is tasty. You know, what is it? You know, he's and Gloria's like, it's better not to ask. You know,
Yep. Better not to ask.
I know, and we see Glorious actually good with his hands too. You know, he put hands up on some of these bandits that tried attacking them as well, and he hassled the hotel owner, you know, for a cheaper stay. Which, by the way, that was like ridiculously cheap, going from like 30K to like 5K,
Yeah.
like highway robbery. You know, that guy was because apparently that's the only hotel, so like everybody just pays that price or else, you know.
Mhm.
But I mean, before this, you know, let's travel back to like where they're entering, and the fact that it's the third demon round, that's the third demon
Oh,
world, right?
yeah, we're getting to know the levels
Yes,
or like the class levels, I guess you can say.
yes, and apparently, Glorio doesn't even qualify to even travel out of the demon realm, but he has special privilege because of who he works with. That's in the first round, and Supreme Kai is not liking Glorio very much. Like I feel like he's very he's obviously very smart
Suspicious. Yeah.
and very
Yeah.
suspicious of him, with due respect, right? Because this is a person from
Yeah.
the demon realm, so like you really can't tell
Yeah.
if they're being truthful or not, right? And the fact that he's able to like be this good at fighting and have access to things he shouldn't have, and the fact that he took them all the way back to the last round, so now they have
And
to.
that he knows so much too.
Yeah, yeah, and that he knows so much about it
He
too.
knows so much. He knows about Goku. He knows about the bad guys' plans. You know.
Yeah, I mean, this if he's like a triple agent, it'll be crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good, right? We're at the last, at the final, at the end of the demon round, basically. So now we have to travel to the first level. So it gives us more time to explore, more time for the other fellows to catch up. You know, I like it, and I love how the demon realm looks. You know, obviously the animation looks gorgeous, and this
Mhm.
this demon realm was, I was not expecting it to look this good. I was expecting more of like a terror inducing look, but it looks pretty plain, to say the least, right? Just with like some very like good details of like, you know, a river that you should not swim in.
The river. What river?
um
The abyss. The
yes,
abyss. Yeah.
yeah, because
Okay.
when Goku was chasing the little rabbit demon,
Yeah.
whatever,
Okay. Mhm.
he almost fell into like the abyss.
Yeah. They don't come back.
Not at all. And we do we do have like, there was, we do find out that there was an easier way prior to them being there, that people could travel to and from each level, but now with, after like some of the old king was there, like he kind of sealed that,
Mm.
and now they have to get special privilege to like even go in between worlds, between the demon worlds. So that's pretty neat info.
Yeah. I feel like we're gonna know more about those reasons
Yes.
and and why, like, who is behind that, or the reason happened that way. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It was really good. Then gets attacked. Then he gets his little training,
Yes, he
his
does.
little, yeah, his little warm up, and and yeah, I feel like uh, that's where it was left off. Oh
Mm.
no, they stolen. They stole their
Yes, the bandits
cheap
that.
cheap fucking move. But they're
Mm.
demons. What can you expect?
Exactly. I
So
wasn't. I mean, you're not gonna get beat up and just not do anything about it, so you steal a ship. I get it.
yeah,
Completely understandable. But
yeah.
yeah,
So
I'm loving. I'm loving that we're getting like 30 minutes of the show, right? So it's like
yeah, I saw that. I saw that it's
they're kind of
yeah,
lengthy.
not 22 minutes. Yeah, they're minutes.
Yeah. Um. Good. Good. Good third episode. I am looking forward to more.
Hmm.
Hopefully, we get the gang here pretty soon, and we can really start getting some more fights. But yeah, that's all I have on this one. You?
That's it.
All right. On to the next one and our final one.
Hmm.
ReZero, episode 54, the final one for tonight. How how did you feel about Garfield this episode?
Um. Well, he he's he's in a shock, right? Like
Yeah.
he had to run with Mimi in her arms, like oh that's because she protected him. So and
Yeah.
he's already been dealing with the trauma
His mother.
from no from the person that he killed from the cult,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
like the one that hunts him or whatever. So his thoughts.
Yeah,
So
his inner
yeah,
demons
he should
and
have.
yeah, and it adds insult to injury when Mimi told him like, we should not be fighting them, right? We need to leave them alone, right? And Garfield was kind of like, well, they saw us. They're probably not gonna let us, go
Mm-hmm.
go just like that. It was we run now, so it was kind of like okay, but we kind of like rush in and hit him and then leave, right? We shouldn't stay in a long fight. So they try that, and Mimi obviously gets hurt. And, and he takes him.
Me. Yeah,
She gets
yeah.
real.
They already knew that they weren't gonna have it easy. Like they were going. Like they were in trouble. Like
Yeah, and no
it's
amount
hard.
of like strength that Garfield did, or that tenacity that he showed, especially like after they were like kind of like easing their way through, right? The sword person was like slashing through magic. The other person with four arms was like more than capable of manhandling like Garfield at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he obviously goes back in the feed, and you start noticing that people start, well, first of all, the ones that are attached to Mimi, kind of, right, are the ones that
Mm-hmm.
notice that something probably happened to Mimi because they got this random ass scar or like injury, and Garfield comes in like, please, you gotta save Mimi, right? It was almost, and you know, I love Subaru in this moment because Subaru kind of like he's like, he kind of like doesn't like belittle him, right? He lets him like get his feelings out and whatnot, and at the end of the day, he tells him, we do not have the luxury of you moping around all day, right? I need your
Yep.
strength, you know. So he gives him kind of like a little boost in that, and also like the person that's usually with the little twins, right, with Mimi and her brother.
Yeah, the big beast man. Yeah, like the big one.
Yeah,
I like his little pet talk too. It
yeah, yeah, because he was
was
like,
very good.
he looked at the bright side, because Garfield felt like it's his fault that Mimi got hurt, right, and he couldn't handle that sort of pressure like on him, especially after this entire arc he's been feeling like inadequate and weak compared to everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that he had somebody tell him, it's thanks to you that they're alive, that they're alive was also kind of
Yeah,
like,
thank you. Like he said thank you to him, if anything. Like
yeah,
he's like, no, don't thank me. I'm the one. I'm the reason that it got her. And she's like, no, she made that.
yeah,
So
she made that choice, and thanks to you, you know, we're gonna be able to save her. But like, it's really rough because apparently they can't close that wound, right? Like Felix can't
right.
close the wound, and the old guy kind of Wilhard, right, was kind of like, yeah, that's probably because she got like attacked by like the death god or something, right? They're known to not have wounds that heal, right?
Mhm.
So we get all the people like rounded up, right? Everybody gets rounded up to go and face off against them because they
I
get,
love that Sober gets asked too, right?
yep,
Like like his commitment to taking over the government or taking back the
yeah, the government place,
government. Mhm. Like he's like, you are gonna come with us, right? And he's like, oh, I wish I could say that. Um, Amelia takes priority, but I don't have that luxury. I understand
yeah, like
the
he's like, if it was up to me, right, like I'd just go and save Amelia right now, right? But it's like
Mhm.
this kind of takes priority over that for now, right?
Yep.
So
So
really good on his part
they
that,
go and they tell him how much they need him, right? And he doesn't realize that
which is,
people do see him as a as a fighter, as a warrior, as a hero.
yeah, yeah, which is kind of like in the same boat of how Garfield's feeling, right? They both have this sort of
Hmm.
like insecurity towards them.
Like
Obviously,
inferior, like kind of like complex in a way.
yeah, exactly that
Like,
too. But Subaru's case is more so because he's just a fucking human with
hmm.
invisible hands. He don't really got magic or strength like some of these freaks, right? So,
Hmm.
and that's why he relates to Garfield, obviously, because he sees that in a Garfield, and he wants to make let him know that it's okay. But Garfield also decides to go, and the one person that they really need, that's not that doesn't look like he's going, or at least not to where they're at anytime soon. Reinhardt, right? We get a little scene with him and how his father has felt hostage,
Hmm. Yep.
and basically, you know, Reinhardt is one thing, right? But like for some reason, his father just kind of like has a control or power over him that he can't really move. But it's so odd because I feel like the way he's kind of like the Flash in this world, right? He can just like kind of
Hmm.
like easily like out, how is it, like split it, speed blitz him. That's what I thought, but I guess he don't want to take the risk of him of having Felt hurt. But Felt was kind of like, I don't need you. This guy's a coward. He's not gonna do anything. You know, go and help out the others, which is very
Hmm.
brave of her. You know, but obviously, like she knows how these people kind of like act. So like her way of thinking is kind of like, okay, they're not gonna do anything because you know they won't. So I love that little moment with them. How did you feel about the small fight and the planning? I thought it was pretty neat.
Small fight in the planning, like when they were.
They were scrapping with the two people that attacked Mimi.
Oh, okay. When they were already fighting them.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was. I love the the entry of it.
Yeah.
Or gets hurt because he's trying to be all manly and carry the princess, one of those princesses,
Yes.
and lands and lands, right? But I mean, he's doing it. He's doing it overall. Um, I mean, I like that they they went on attack, right? They did the attack, right? And they were doing and they were holding their own. in my opinion. But
They were more than holding their own. They were kind of like
yeah.
maneuvering them, but they just did not attack the right person with what they needed, right? Because I feel like the person with the blade, they can negate magic with their sword. So
Mhm.
and then they
Well, I like when the dragon starts speaking, and
yes. Oh, that one.
and the conversation that had with Subaru.
Yes, Subaru became the
So
decoy to get their attention.
yeah, yeah, that was really good.
For
And
some,
really hurt her ego too,
yep,
like telling her how he's he's ruining the image of a dragon that he has.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is not a CGI dragon, so ReZero doing better than most shows right now that always land on the CGI dragon mess.
Right.
I just also really love how this is all do. This is kind of like Subaru kind of trusting Julius because Julius knows has a big attack, right? So I'd love this series has been expanding upon kind of like their bromance or their friendship now.
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's really not. It's really good. I enjoy that aspect of it, and at least the landing was safe. Crush got her little princess moment, and Subaru landing on his bad leg. That was the one of the funniest faces I've seen him do.
Mhm. Yeah, me too.
So freaking good. They did not land in an empty place though.
No.
They
No, they
landed
definitely
and
right where they needed to be, right where who they needed to see. So
who they were hoping Subaru wouldn't see either, because they landed and Gluttony came over, and
right, that's what it. Yeah, gluttony,
and Subaru,
gluttony, and Subaru just has. I mean, that's the guy he's looking for. Like
yep,
that's
the one that we
that's the one he's after.
yes,
He's,
we get all
he's,
those flashbacks of Ram and his knights of just like talking to her, and you instantly know like there's like a sense of like rage and hatred that Subaru is
mhm,
kind of like trying to suppress because they told him, whatever you do not tell him your name, right? Or Ram's name, whatever, right?
mhm,
Don't tell him who you are. It's like, and this is big because like I don't even know what Subaru's gonna do. He obviously has a whip and invisible hands, but he didn't bring Beatrice, so like he has no real like magical
mhm.
strength. This,
Right.
this and I guess if he winds up having to buy time for Julius, but even Julius doesn't feel like he has a candle to these people on his own,
Mhm.
especially because they
Yep.
left half their force like to handle the other two. So um I'm very happy with how it keeps ending, right? And once again, there's more bromance between Subaru and Julius, where it's kind of like Julius kind of tells him like it's really nice that you were able to keep your cool, dude. This entire time. So we'll see what next episode brings, but ReZero is my favorite for the season, so I'm enjoying it very thoroughly.
Yeah. I love ReZero. Like I like how mature it can and not in a very perverted way or nasty way, but at the same time, yes, because of that last scene with
Oh
Emilia and
yes,
Greed, right?
yes. Oh
Like,
my god, I almost forgot about that one where he kind of asks her like, we're gonna get
he has
married.
her naked
Yeah, he has
first.
her
She
naked.
is she has her naked,
Mm-hmm. And
and
it,
then
yeah,
as she's asking the questions, he starts asking. questions,
Yeah,
right? About.
he's like, I'm the one asking questions here. He's like,
Mhm.
before we can move on with our marriage, essentially, he's
Mhm.
like,
Before, yeah,
before
yeah,
anything
exactly.
else, this is very important, Amelia. He's like, are
Yeah,
you?
before I can commit with you.
Yeah, he's like, are you a virgin? And that's. I'm like, damn, they left it off
Damn,
and that.
damn is right.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm worried for Emilia. Obviously, we have her knights who were like working towards her, but it's not looking good, man. He's up against a dragon in lust, right? And right now,
Mhm.
right now he has to deal with gluttony. We still don't know where Odo is. Emilia's, with greed and whatever he decides to do with her in the next episodes.
Yeah, that's where we're gonna have to go and see what happens. That.
Yeah, not looking good for the crew, but
But they'll put through. They'll put through. I agree.
yeah, they
I don't
had they.
have my doubts.
Me neither. Um, yeah, I'm really enjoying like Garfield's character
It's
growth
so
this
fun.
arc, though. Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I feel like Garfield's character growth this season has been like really well explored, and obviously we're getting introduced to like the main villains per se of the series now. So, well, semi main because of the main, I guess, well, Pandora's box being the main villain that we found out
Mhm.
in the previous season. But yeah, this show just keeps getting better and better. I'm so ready for more.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, it's really coming together.
yeah, and that's one of the things I love about ReZero, right? It's not just that it's good because of the content that is currently airing, but it's
Mhm.
the fact that it builds upon like the previous stuff. So,
Mhm. Exactly.
and the more we know
Mm.
about this world, the more questions I have, but also the more entertained I am. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that'll be.
It's a good story.
I agree, and good characters as well. So,
Mhm.
cannot wait for the next one. And with that, Peachin, I think we officially have covered everything for the week this time. You know,
Yes.
or like most of everything. But
Well,
more than
thanks
last week for
for
sure.
listening, everyone.
Yes, thank
You
you.
like our, fall season,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, fall season discussions and comment, subscribe, um, and yeah, let us know your thoughts and recommendations
yeah,
in the comments.
yeah. Also, thank you along again, and hope you guys can jump along with us. Every week we'll try to complete once we didn't finish for this week, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, this we're still like getting the hang of things, and more than likely this
And
will
it's
be.
just a lot of them too.
Yeah,
It's
there's
finding it's having time management of of it.
yes,
But
we'll
definitely when there's something to talk about, we'll find the time to
yes
do it.
we will. And
Mm-hmm.
once again, like, comment, subscribe, everyone. Thank you for making our previous video our best viewed,
Yes.
and
Thank you for listening.
thank you for
Really
listening from our
appreciate it.
yes. Now, bye.
Bye.